Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions, the end of superstitious thinking, the ignorance of the geocentric mind, the end of the thought process that causes us to think that there are separations between us here on this earth. All the poor thinking, the revelation of human beings understanding the actuality of the universe. Yes, the idea of accepting objective truths, which we don't have. I mean, myself included. So I hope to not say this too many times. Peace and respect, spooky bed hair. Welcome. Anyone feel free to hit the link, of course. Join in the conversation. I will do my absolute best to actually hear what you're actually saying and address your specific mind. After all, you may have heard me say things to other people who weren't you, but that wasn't exactly the way your brain needs things, now is it? Your brain needs things the way your brain needs things. So I'll do my best to understand where your brain. Peace and respect, Harple Blues. I'm not going to the hospital, brother. Um, in fact, I can now put almost 100% of my body weight on my left foot. I just need a little bit of table or handrail or something like that. Also, George found out that once the pain had somewhat subsided from my foot, that I also strained my right wrist, strained my left elbow, and maybe cracked a rib. So it's spreading, and I don't know when it's going to stop. Peace and respect, Sister Marty. How is ya? Good to see you guys. So I need distracted, and I'd love to have a good conversation anytime, right now included. So feel free to hit that link, and you can grill me and tell me why I'm thinking about something poorly, or maybe you need something clarified in what I think is true. And I don't expect you, anyone here, or anyone at all in the future, to accept on its face the things that I'm saying, other than that they're plausible, because it's completely reasonable to ask for actual evidence to a thing. Now, some things that I believe concerning, like the definition of God, you already have evidence for, you already know is true, so I can aggressively say that you already believe in my God, and that God is the objective God described in all the ancient religions, in different and colorful ways. Of course, the Jews are a different society from the Christians, and when that new society began to emerge, they needed a different explanation of the same thing, which was always the case, which is why you will find this God throughout history into cultures much more ancient than, say, the Judaic cultures, the Judaic religions, and that all that is describing one actual thing. Okay, nobody coming in yet. And I'm not good at speeches. I need a topic to have a speech. So at least give me some topic in the side chat, guys. Give me something to, if you're not going to come in, at least give me some kind of challenge in written form, something that I can address. Perhaps. We'll find out if I can address it well or not. That's up to you. It's completely what you think of it. It's not to do with what I think of it. And give that 2 minutes for computer delay, because there is. So I guess I should ask this up front. Pet the algorithm. You know all the stuff. Whether you think I'm right or you think I'm wrong, if you think it's interesting, if you think someone else might think it's interesting, if you think that what I'm saying might actually benefit someone, go ahead and pet that algorithm, because that makes a difference. I know of several channels that are doing what I think is absolutely horrible content. Peace and respect, Halcyonic Kaiju. I mean, just drama, things that have to be false. There are flat earth channels much bigger than this channel. And they're saying things that cannot be true, things we know are not true. And yet, gigantic following. Why believe in any God at all, even yours? Well, I think the right answer to that, Harple, is that we should believe things that are true, because when we believe things that are false, it negatively affects us. And, just by default, when we believe things that are true, it positively affects us, such as the breatharians, who claim that all you have to do is breathe air and you can be perfectly healthy just breathing air. And of course, that's just not true, and it harms people. Peace and respect, Captive Desk. Adversely, if you believe you have to eat food and like drink water, well, then that positively benefits you. You survive for much longer than if you tried to just breathe air. So truths like every human individual thinks of things slightly differently than every other human being. That's true, and we should accept that. And when we accept that you're not me and I'm not you, then we do much better in communication, and that promotes societal health, and that promotes overall well-being of the human animal. So it's a positive thing. Peace and respect, Odin. Here's a topic. In your position on the Bible, is love necessary for people to be saved and resurrected when it's the end of the earth? I'm going to need you to define love. Is love an emotion, or is love a set of acts? Is love acting appropriately? Is it both? Because I believe that our present beliefs are quite irrelevant to a big paradigm shift. For instance, anyone is welcome to believe right now, oh, it has nothing to do with you behaving yourself. Not at all. I'll get into that in a second. What we believe right now is irrelevant after a huge paradigm shift. Like, anyone's welcome to believe that there are no aliens. That's fine until they show up. And then they should go, oh, wait a minute, there are aliens. Or someone can believe that human beings are the only sentient in the existent, not knowable, but also including all of the universe. Well, someone's welcome to believe that, but if intelligence extraterrestrials showed up, they should accept the new information. Peace and respect, Cryptomeria. I'm terrible at good behavior. We're all terrible at good behavior. Here's why. Here's why. It's not, I believe, that we want to behave poorly. It's only that we don't know what perfect behavior is, right? Because we have not eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we don't have all of the knowledge of good and evil, and thereby we cannot know what is the perfect thing to do in every situation. We just don't know, which is evident because we make mistakes. Now, people make mistakes that harm themselves, and not in a sadist or pleasurable or some kind of kink kind of way, but in some way that they harm themselves accidentally. Well, why would you do that? Why would you hurt yourself? Why would you acquire something you don't actually want? Well, you wouldn't. So, what's missing there? Information on what to do to get what you want. So, it's obvious that we don't have all information to get what we want, right? So, that's called a mistake. Mistakes are always based in limited knowledge and understanding. Is it the hero's or angel's job to teach us good behavior or agape love in the end times? We won't learn that in end times as far as I can tell. Peace and respect, pretty, shiny, pixie. Oh, and Sandy too. Peace and respect to you as well. Um, no, we don't learn that during end times. We only learn to accept heaven in end times. It's not until the ascension that we are revealed these universal truths that are objective, at which point we would start experiencing agape love or an unselfish love. Maybe those in heaven, being so different mentally from how we are actually capable of altruistic behavior, with no selfishness in it whatsoever. I think that could be accomplished, at least theoretically, and I think that none of us experience that right now. There's a bit of selfishness in every act that we right now perform. Like, if I use that on myself. Have you talked to Bruce yet? I cannot contact Bruce unless I run across him being live, and I have not. Although I tried to contact Bruce for Pixie, and apparently had canceled that email address, so I was unable. So in our ascended state, in our genetic freedom, in our freedom from this planet, we might experience what the Greeks called agape. But for now, I think it's impossible. Maybe the closest you get is in self sacrifice of moms and dads for infants, because the infants, at least for a time, cannot retaliate in in a kindness toward the grown-ups. They just can't do that. So I'm probably, out of work for, gosh, it's hard to tell right now. I'm healing pretty quick, but I'm probably out of work for probably a week. So I thought it'd be fun to do some of these and interact with you guys, my remote friend group, because it's hard to just like negotiate stairs and get outside and see people that I normally see in physical life. Not that you're not real life, you're real life too. Peace and respect, Shadow and Light. Don't remember seeing that name before. Don't recognize the photo. If this is the first time you've been here, welcome. I appreciate your input. Understand that what I'm trying to do is address individual brains the way that they need addressed. So if you'll express yourself accurately to where I can at least make a good approximation of what you think, what you know, what you would challenge me with, then I would try to address you individually. No, don't replay it, Sandy. I just fell off a ladder. There's nothing worth hearing. I'm just kind of stuck in the house right now. It's not worth replaying. But Sandy, if you write something from your brain, I'll try to respond to your brain. And that's much more important to me. It's appreciation of pain and discomfort, especially as it lingers on and becomes long term. Yeah, I know. Well, I didn't do it on purpose. I made an error. I was missing information, and I made a poor decision based on partial information, And that poor decision resulted in my physical injury. And I did not want to hurt myself. I'm not into that. And I would have chosen otherwise. And here's the exact mistake I made. Um, my consideration of who was directly employing me and them needing the ladder that was actually suited to the work, and me feeling pressured, which is completely probably me and not him whatsoever, to get the work done in some timely manner when I was being paid a standard fee, actually, so it wasn't a per hour sort of thing. Gave him usage of the ladder that I should have been using and I did not use, thus the failure. I was climbing way too high on a ladder that was way too short on an unstable surface, namely soil, gardening soil with like wood chips on it. Um, and I should have used the other ladder to bridge to the sidewalk, which is a nice solid surface that wouldn't have shifted and I wouldn't have fallen because it also would have been leaning on the other end onto the building. But no, um, because of some presuppositions I had and fears and lack of information. Yeah, so I hope to at least take this opportunity to consider those who are maybe in permanent pain, which I'm not. Shadow and Light wrote, I have listened to you on other panels and like your message and calm voice. Sorry for your pain. I understand. Yeah, most of us, by the time we get to any age whatsoever where we could write such a sentence, have had some decent amount of pain in our life. Yeah. So, yeah, I understand. There's a good chance. Well, thank you very much for the nice words. I appreciate it. Um, the calm voice part is interesting. Does that mean my voice is calming to hear? Or does that mean that I seem to be calm? If I seem to be calm, it's because I'm not really defending. Okay, so here's my theory. The reason that theists normally will get so upset when you attack their God is because in some very certain ways, they kind of invented the God. It's not an objective thing. It's not outside of them. So since they're defending something they invented, it's personal. Like the flip side of that, if you told me that you had a car, and I said, you do not have a car, cars do not exist. And you said, no, really, I have a car. Here's a picture of the car. Here's what it smells like. Here, you can touch it. You can drive the car. I have a car. Well, you might get kind of perturbed that I was being so combative for no apparent reason in the paradigm life that it is right now in the situation we find ourselves. But you wouldn't feel like you had to defend the car. That would be silly. All you have to do is give evidence of it, right? Had you invented the car, if there were no such thing as a car and it was just your personal construct, then yeah, you're defending yourself and you might get really upset, which I think the truth about theists. Trying to find a doctor, issues with my hands, getting old sucks. I want a refund. How about a reset instead of a refund? Uh, there's a promise of a reset. I was talking to a friend of mine not so many days ago and said, the apparent rules for killing an angel are about the same, minus the allergy to sunlight. It's about the same as vampire rules. Like you'd have to like destroy their brain or destroy their heart, something that they just have no chance of recovering from, something that would result in very immediate death. Um, After all, there's a story in, well, specifically the text of the Bible, but others, where the demigods or angels are in a war, and some of them get killed. So apparently, have the ability to be killed. They're not immortals in that sense. It's not that they can't be killed. It's just that it's very difficult to kill them. And then there's always the idea of just recreating them so that they exist again. So it's not a big problem that they get killed. By the way, if that sounds appealing to you, live hard, die young, make a beautiful corpse. Um, Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. If you're a Wodenist, if you're a fan of Thor, there's a good chance there's a perfect job for you in heaven working for Michael, because that's what he does. That's pretty much Valhalla is Michael's section of heaven, and maybe you're that kind of person. Peace and respect, Von Erich. Yes, blessings to all, especially where blessings. I mean, I can agree with. I'm not trying to tell you what you think, but I can agree with acceptance of truth leading to happiness to all, if that's what blessings means. I suffer from chronic pain for the last 3 decades, sending healing, calming to hear. And you greeted me and others in chats. I try to greet everyone. It's kind of a test of sanity, You come into an active chat and you scroll through the chat and you say hello to everyone that you find. And the challenging part is to not repeat yourself and not miss any. You see, because if your short-term memory is solid, you'll recognize a name that you've seen before and not say hello to them twice. So it's for me, it's like it's one of the ways that I test, like a dipstick into the brain to see if my oil levels are correct. And so far, really good. I mean, like, I can go into a chat I've never been into before where there's 50 and more people and not say hi to the same person twice. Which is just, immediate, rote, short-term memory sort of thing. Give it a try. It can be quite challenging. I'm just here for the beard. You can't even see the beard. You just have a memory of a beard. How do you know the memory's correct? Ooh, here's another one. What if there was a paradigm shift and I'm now shaven clean? You guys wouldn't even recognize me shaven clean. Well, Shadow and Light, I hope that your suffering has caused you, instead of bitterness, empathy for those in pain, because it's that kind of experience that builds hospitals, makes for empathy, picks up someone who's fallen over out of their wheelchair. So I'm trying to consider this a learning experience for myself. There's very few times in my life so far that I've actually been in any kind of real pain, and it certainly didn't last. I think I probably have no, although I'm trying to study that. Like, I've noticed that when I'm in physical pain, I'm more defensive. And I've noticed that I don't really want people to be near me. I want some like physical distance because it feels unsafe. Because I know that human beings are some of the most unpredictable animals on the planet. So I get defensive, and I kind of feel, I don't know, vulnerable. I suppose I feel vulnerable, right? And so I get defensive to compensate for the vulnerability that I don't normally experience, right? And that's interesting. What would that mean long term to someone who is like permanently injured? Do they just stay that way? Do they ever get over that? These are the kind of empathetic questions I have in my mind because of even just short-term pain that lasts just a couple days or whatever. Oh, good for you. That's a brilliant attitude, Shadow and Light. Good for you. Yes, when someone tells me that they're in pain or that they've been in pain, I say, well, I hope you gain empathy. So I also should take my own advice and say, well, I'm trying to gain empathy. I want to. And more than just in pain, I should have empathy in from my own ignorance. I should say that first. I should have empathy in others' ignorance, shouldn't I? I mean, is someone to blame for not knowing something? There's certain things. Well, if you subscribe to this, the three kinds of knowledge. There's what you do know. That is, you know it and you know that you know it. So there's the known known, right? That's things you do every day, things you're aware of, things you can perform. And then there's the known unknown, like open heart surgery. I know it exists. No idea how to give somebody a heart transplant. I got no idea. Like, where would you even start with that? I don't know, but I know it exists. I know other people know. So that's a known unknown. But peace and respect, dirty varmint, and good day to you as well. Yes, at first it is very isolating. Plus, I don't expect to be a downer for others, right? But I have been a blessing to others as it goes. Good. That's maybe the best you can do. Very good. Um. Oh my gosh, got a little nervous. Off topic. Trying to get it back. This is like my chart. Yeah. Okay. So Yep. Anybody want to remind me what I was talking about? Because I just got completely derailed. Known unknown. Thank you, Halsey. Yes. And then you have the unknown unknowns, right? Which are things that are outside of your knowledge range completely, and you don't know they exist, and you don't know anything about them. That is, there are other experiences, right? Yes, that's correct. Halsey, the unknown unknowns, of course. Peace and respect, Dave at SFB Mod. Yep. I still live, or I'm still live, although the show hasn't been going that long, so you can't mean still live. Or at least you probably shouldn't mean that. Yes, the unknown unknown. Things I am unaware of and know nothing about. Now, I learn new things, which tells me that there's more things out there that I could learn. But what they are, literally can't know. I might stumble across something, or maybe someone says something to me about something I've never heard about. What you got there? What you got there? Did I call you Dave and you're Joel? I am so sorry. Peace and respect, Joel. I called you Dave. I'm so sorry.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. Lima
Awesome.
Charlie,
Yeah.
5x5.
You sound like the telecom guy. I love it. Now I'm using
Yeah.
this phone app version, so I'm still testing to make sure it works. But
Oh,
yeah,
what app version? What
phone on my phone app.
phone app? Okay.
Yeah. Normally I use the computer.
Yeah.
So
See,
do
like
you have
every
any?
time, Joel, I
uh,
speak to you, I learn of an unknown unknown, and then I
Yeah.
have questions. Yeah,
How? Then it's no longer unknown, is it?
that's correct. It becomes a known unknown, thus the
Right.
questions.
Then you get to have the fun to even further discover more to know about something that you didn't know before.
True. It's very, I mean, I find it stimulating. I find it very interesting. I
Yes,
love
I
hearing
would call
things like
that.
that.
Yes, very scientific.
I think it was you that introduced me to the AI framing problem. Pretty sure it was you.
Okay.
It might not have been.
Very cool.
And that just spurned a ton of questions right away.
You know what the supposed Greek etymology for the verb science is?
To know.
See?
Yeah.
I love it. Hey,
As in a
my
way of knowing things. And it's not the only way of knowing things. There are
yes,
other
sir.
ways.
One of my old YouTube chat nicknames was Joel Wants to Know.
Joel wants to know. Right on.
Yeah.
That's a healthy
So
attitude.
AI framework.
Well, I didn't really want to get into that, but we could for a minute, I suppose.
Oh
I'd
no.
rather talk about theological issues and poor thinking and anything that can help me be better adjusted to the actuality. Anything at all.
Okay. Okay. That actually can correlate into how you teach AI to do the same thing. But let's go.
Okay,
What was
talk
your
to me about
unknown?
teaching AI to do that. How do I know what my unknown is?
What, what was your unknown? Apparently, it's known now, but I'm just trying to have
that
fun
that
here.
there was something called the framing problem and what that meant. That was
Okay.
at the time an unknown, of course. Of course, it's at least semi-known now because I couldn't even refer to it if it was completely unknown. Because
Right. Right.
as I was completely ignorant to even the idea of it, I couldn't have spoken of it. Right.
Is that describable as pseudo unknown? I'm not sure.
Yeah. As soon as you hear
Quasi.
about it, I guess it's now a pseudo unknown.
Yeah. Quasi
My
unknown.
mic is too quiet compared to Joel's. Well, allow me to do something about that.
And again, I'm on this funky phone app, so my settings may be all kinds of wackadoodles. One of my friends like to say.
What's my volume like now?
I hear you fine.
No, no, it's not a question of whether or not you can hear me fine. I have to ask the studio audience
Yeah.
because they're the only one that can hear both of our mics and compare them. I can't do that without a third person.
Well, I
What
guess we're
about
waiting on
now?
confirmation.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd be waiting for them to say something.
it's even quieter now. He says,
Okay.
"Dirty varmint."
How about now? What is it now?
It's louder to me.
It's louder to you. I don't know what's going on with this. Maybe, I don't know, there's like small particulates on the microphone itself, on the bladder,
It's
or
technology on the
yeah,
bladder.
yeah,
That's
the
cute. So
the
I'm being
drum.
reminded how many years ago, which is crazy that you, much less anybody, we've been talking about things like this for years now.
Mm-hmm.
Used to talk about the biblical framework. You use the word framework many times. I've heard you discuss. So the
Sure.
concept of frameworks, however, seems very well known to you. So what is exactly this recent unknown that you're trying to discover or talk about?
Concerning what? Concerning like religious stuff?
Yeah, well, I was trying to get more specific,
Right.
if there is a specificity.
I don't think I made any such claim whatsoever, but I'm
Okay.
open to new ideas. It's
Oh.
like it's like okay, so until recently, remember Sammy Jenkins introduced me what was written at a children's storybook level of Aboriginal Dreamtime, but I'd literally never heard anything about it my whole life other than it existed. Right, so it was a known complete unknown,
Hmm.
and he
Hmm.
started telling me something about those stories. Of course, the only way that you find them, because those peoples don't proselytize, is in like um, third person representations of what they've been told in private, something like that,
Hmm.
and then they can make a storybook out of that, and they have, but it's mostly like for teaching like societal differentiation and broadening the mind of young persons. It's mostly how it's used. So
Which
then,
group is this again? Aborigines?
Aboriginal Australian, yeah,
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
yeah. So when he started telling me these stories, the interpretation of them under the paradigm that I've accepted, the way of reading, the reading frame that I've adopted, had easy explanations for all the stories that he brought forward that I've never heard before. Immediately and in the moment. So
Hmm.
that's, to me, that's great explanatory power. To be able to do something like that right away. even it having predictive power, what the story will say next, how the
Hmm.
story ends, those kinds of things. And there's really no better, in my opinion. You may say I'm wrong. I would love to hear that. There's no better evidence to a don't want to say theory because that's the wrong word, to a hypothesis. There's no better evidence to a hypothesis being correct than it having predictive power. You know,
Yeah, I think that's called intuition, what you're describing. And
intuition.
yeah, you can
It's been
intuit.
labeled that. It's been
Yeah.
labeled that. I'm just not sure that's a great label.
Well, in my mind, if I'm understanding you correctly, of course, is that is exactly not it. Further explained by the difference between HI, human intelligence, versus AI, artificial intelligence. AI cannot be intuitive. You can try to mimic
Right.
it, but humans, we have an intuition. We can predict things like you're talking about. We can try
Right.
to analyze and come to seemingly logical, however ambiguous conclusions of things, as you just
Sure.
described. So that's
Right.
intuition, and it's non-corporeal. It's not something that's programmable, so to say. It's not material.
It's now that's interesting. It's not programmable.
Right. If it was, we
You're
could make
kidding
AI
me.
intuitive. Huh?
You're kidding me. How is it? Go
Well,
ahead.
because if we could program it, then we could make AI intuitive, and we can't. We try.
Wow. I did not know that. See, every
Mm-hmm,
time I talk to you.
mm-hmm. Same. Why we get along so much. We always learn something. So Richard wants to know is what I'm also getting, by the way. Richard wants to know something new.
Always.
Mm-hmm. The inquiring, inquisitive mind.
Yeah, is it. Why would I object to using the term intuition to describe that?
Mm. Sure.
Oh, okay.
Let's
So,
analyze it.
so in my personal definition of what intuition is I don't know, maybe not near enough um, evidences to come to a conclusion, but then the conclusion is reached anyway and
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
is correct.
Sometimes, oftentimes, right? That gut feeling, that gut, whatever, instinct,
Right.
intuition. Where does it
So
come from?
it's like
Much less, how's
inductive
it
rather
correct?
than it's not exactly
Mhm.
deductive, right?
It can be. In fact, as an AI developer, LOL, we've tried to come up with deductive patterns to mimic it, to recreate it.
Yeah.
But and so you can do that. You can mimic into if you can come up with your own intuition, your human intuition, you can program that. You can teach a computer, an AI, to use your intuition, and then whether or not it's correct or not, is a gamble. But the computer itself cannot have its own intuition. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. I can understand, programming it to make it seem that way.
Hmm,
And
hmm.
who was that guy that said if you're fooled by it, it's an AI? Who was that? I can't.
That's the Turing test.
Turing Turing test.
Tur-
Yeah, that's what it was.
Turing, Alan Turing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. PRE
Peace
is
and respect. PRE, whose
he is
first
here to.
initials are not peace or respect. But anyway.
See, I didn't catch that. That was actually good. He's here to teach you the
Um,
truth.
yes. Yes. Great. Come on in and do so, please. I mean, I think you have a day off in your part of the world. I think so.
So, okay, so we're mincing the word intuition about Aboriginal teaching with their youth,
Right,
it
and that's why
seems.
I don't think this is really intuitive
Okay.
because I'm using a known model to judge a thing, right? And I'm just applying the known model. And as long as I keep applying well, accurately, that model, it keeps working. Now, if I
Okay.
experiment outside of the model, often wrong. It doesn't work.
Okay.
So I don't think that's intuition.
Um, See, to me, that would be, again, that verb use of science. In
Yeah.
science, we think we know something. We think, so science itself, just a caveat, can never explain the truth.
Right.
Science never says what's right or wrong. Science just helps us to know what seems right at the time. So even if you do experiment with something or study something, as you just said, and it seems right, it seems true,
Mm-hmm.
you still have to retest it always
Mm-hmm.
because there's that one chance it might be false. And so what you just described, where you keep retesting it, but it still always seems true so far. That's
Right.
basically using science.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the total idea.
Hmm.
Yeah. Mom was actually a teacher of sciences.
I
So,
remember.
and she just like lived her life that way. So we
Nice,
just naturally picked up on that from the time we were very small.
nice mom.
Yeah, she was brilliant.
And let me
Um,
know if you hear snoring in my background. By the way.
I do not.
Okay.
Unless you change position severely, I mean, I'm picking up absolutely none of it. I don't expect it to change unless you moved much closer.
Okay. Someone started snoring was all, so make sure it's not good.
I, I wouldn't be so worried about it. I'm sure that's fine.
Very nice.
So PRE, also known as heretic, has a tendency to be very tongue in cheek in comments, and I'm sure that was a
Mm,
tongue in cheek comment. And
nice.
that person actually would not claim to know any objective truth, I would think,
Yeah. Yeah.
because they like being more logical. So, which
I
I
see.
appreciate deeply.
Nice. As long as they're funny.
Gosh, I just have trouble valuing that in any real way. Funny to me
Well,
is like I'm not sure that's valuable.
I would generally agree, except for people that use tongue in cheek, because you can get really insulting and abrasive and just annoying. But if they're funny, then it's good. It's fun. It's cute.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I have, my family has a natural tendency towards sarcasm, but it's
Hmm.
obviously sarcasm, so no one has to guess whether or not it's sarcasm. And I find it very frustrating to try to guess whether or not someone is being sarcastic. To me, that's just
There,
horrible, and I'm just
oh,
bad at it. I'm
there was
often
somebody.
wrong when I'm guessing that.
Yeah, yeah. Somebody recently, you're reminding me of, so something about the best sarcasm is to them was when the person didn't realize it was sarcasm or something. I forget.
Sure, sure. That's another interesting level of game, but which is fine if you know that person is doing that. You know,
Okay.
if they're trying to be super subtle, and that's part of the challenge, is detecting the sarcasm when it's very, very subtle. Like a
Yeah.
better developed idea of them, and that might show a relationship and a depth of understanding of the other that is kind of an inside joke within itself. And that might be beautiful.
Yeah.
But if,
See that?
if you if you
Mhm.
just do it unknowingly to people who are completely unsuspecting with no observer who would know the difference, then you're really just entertaining yourself, I suppose.
And that may help prelude into that previous comment about intuition, where I think that if you don't know that person, then you'd have to rely on that your intuition, your intuitive, whatever belief of that person to be able to judge that or not, if they're being serious or not. Versus
Mm-hmm.
if you built that relationship with them, that's what AI is actually very good at, is developing patterns. If there
Mm-hmm.
is a sequence of events that is repetitious, like which is what happens when you actually, it's basically getting to know somebody. You've interacted with them, enough. You can predict their patterns.
Mm-hmm.
You no longer have to rely on intuition, as you just described. You just know if they're being sarcastic or not. Pretty cool.
Is one more accurate than the other?
That's a good variable. That's something to test, Mr. Scientist. Break out your machine learning code and test it.
I have no idea how to even start that. Maybe you do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Uh,
you remind me actually quite a bit of my next eldest brother, who and you're about that same age. What was the original language you started to learn machine code in?
Machine code? Let's see.
Like, what your first programming was in what format? I
Oh,
don't know how to
I
say
taught
it.
myself BASIC when I was 8 years old in the 80s.
Okay, now in timeline, because I don't know these things,
Yeah.
how does BASIC compare to Fortran and Cobalt? Because my next eldest brother learned in Fortran and Cobalt, in which order I can't remember.
Well, remarkably enough, both Fortran and COBOL are BASIC based.
Okay,
In fact, COBOL, I forget what the rest of the letters stand for, but the B in COBOL stands for BASIC.
okay. So it's Cobol, not Cobalt. See, I just learned something. I had
Yeah,
no idea.
COBOL. Yeah, it's been a
Never seen
long
it
time.
written down. Yeah,
Well, okay. Your brain has organized it well enough, I would say.
yeah. At least presents the idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are both basic, right?
Hmm.
Called basic.
Yes,
That is the underlying language was called basic.
correct.
Okay. So that makes you, having studied something relatively old when you first began, or about 60 years old.
I mean, I'll turn 50 this year. I'm younger than you, remember? I
Oh,
think.
well, no, I don't remember that, but that's okay. I'll
Oh,
believe you.
okay. Yeah. The
I
the
guess it wasn't important to me.
the greater underlying point was I am a supercomputer nerd.
A
Who
super
teaches?
computer nerd.
Yes. Who
I
teaches
love that.
themselves basic programming at 8 years old? Especially before computers was really a thing.
Right. Yeah,
Oh, my
same
dad's
with Walter.
Timex. Walter.
Yeah, same with Walter, my next eldest brother.
Uh,
It was not a popular thing to do, not at all.
yeah. Right. That's pretty cool. So is he like supercomputer nerd geek whatever now today?
Oh, definitely. In fact, he does it
Mm.
professionally
Yeah.
for private companies. He's done
Cool.
like arranging systems, installing systems, programming systems. I guess
Oh.
pretty much all of it, but never at like one of the higher levels. And I don't really know why he never got one of the substantial like recognizable company names that he was working for. I don't know why.
Yeah, I was gonna say it reminds me of myself, but I worked for a couple of high-end companies, but Purple Blues just corrected me. I thought B stood for basic. It's business. Okay.
Hmm. Life happens. That's good.
Well, it shows that the old saying that the memory is the first thing to go as you get older.
Well, that's not going to work well in this case because Harpo Blues is actually 15 years my senior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Darn it. Okay.
Maybe it's just how many times you reviewed it.
Yeah. He's
I
making
mean,
me
what
want to
it
go look
stands
it up.
for isn't nearly as important as what it does.
Agreed. But I'm gonna look it up anyways. I remember
It's like
COBOL. I haven't touched COBOL since the 90s.
a chair isn't a structure with a flat surface about 16 and a half inches from the ground with legs and a backrest. That's not what a chair is. A chair is something you sit on. It's how you use it. It's not what's it good for. You know what I'm saying? It's not
Hmm.
it's not about like the physical structure.
Dang. COBOL first appeared in 1959. That's
Okay.
crazy. I remember it just looking and acting almost exactly like Basic is all. I don't know, it's been too long ago, I guess.
Well, I know my brain does those things.
Yeah. I did not know COBOL was that old. Okay. Through internal software. Okay.
Just what is a common business, George? I don't know what that means. I'm kidding though. I know it means that the language was common to business for computing. I get that, but it was funnier the other way. All right. I suppose that I don't know much about some of the nuances of the things that you believe, Joel.
Okay.
But I
And
would
which time?
want to know, and I want to be upfront and honest about it.
Sure.
Because twofold, I wouldn't want to straw man you or
Okay.
make any kind of assumption that is not correct. At the other time, on the other hand, I would like to challenge you on anything that I think isn't true.
I love that.
Right on. So let's get to some like detailed stuff. Um, the basics. You are a someone who considers themselves Christian. That's super
Yes.
basic, yeah. Okay,
Hmm.
and you believe in the historicity of the stories from within the Old and New Testament, or is there some variation there?
Yeah, no, this strong archaeological evidence. That's what you're asking.
Okay, and then thereby, um, the persons accounted for, the places accounted for, the events accounted for, should be or are, at least to your mind, justifiably believable as historically accurate and did happen.
As far as I've discovered so far in life, every place in the Bible, I'm trying to think of, before I even say this, of places that have not been confirmed archaeologically. In fact, just 2 or 3 days ago, I ran across an article about something about Sodom and Gomorrah,
Mm-hmm.
some recent new dig, some finding about Sodom,
Mm-hmm.
confirming that it did not get burned or something. I forget. But yes, I almost every, especially in my, traveling overseas throughout the Middle East and parts of Bosnia. There's all kinds of stories of the Bible, all going all throughout Mesopotamia, and that all the cultures there are steeped in the stories from the Bible. And
This
then,
is
of course,
true.
you got Chinese. The Chinese language itself, the Mandarin language, is just filled with biblical stories and testimonies, and supposedly thousands of years old. It's all collaborative.
Mm-hmm.
Such as the word for boat supposedly is 8 people in a ark. You know, I'm assuming you've probably what I'm talking about.
You mean like the Chinese word for boat, the Mandarin word for boat
Hmm.
would represent a boat with exactly 8 people in it.
Yes, it's a combination of the letters or the whatever the symbology for 8 people in a boat, or 8 people in a whatever.
A water going vessel of some kind.
Correct.
Okay. Peace and respect and good morning, trusty ape. Is it still morning where you are? I forget where you are.
I
It's
am
not
currently in
morning
the
everywhere right now,
Philippines.
is it? Sorry, go ahead, Joel. Go ahead.
It is 1 o'clock in the morning here in the Philippines.
Did not know you were in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Um, surprising you should even be here.
Yeah.
Why are you awake this time, this hour? I mean, this local
Uh,
hour to you.
many reasons. Yeah. I don't know. I've always been a night owl, but
Okay.
um, yeah. I don't know. I
Insomnia?
saw. No, no. I'm
No.
actually. I was tired earlier, but I saw your. I got your channel on the bell thing. I saw your notice, and I was like, hey, let's see what Richard's talking about.
Yeah. Well, apparently it's whatever you want to talk about. Okay, so all
So
right. So
yes,
so then continuing on within that idea
that
of
was
me
a very
trying to
long yes.
understand you is a very long yes. um, okay, so then whichever whatever places have not been confirmed by archaeology, should archaeology go on far enough, long enough, surveying enough, those places would be discovered.
Agreed. In fact, it just dawned on me the primary place that I don't have good evidence for location or confirmation of from the biblical history is Eden. I think the
Uh huh.
Human Genome Project's genetic historic trace project showing mankind originated somewhere in the Sudan, out of
Mm-hmm.
Africa, does confirm the Tower of Babel origins, at least. And there's other strong archaeological evidence of a large, potentially a large collapsed structure there in the Sudan, near the
Mm-hmm.
twin rivers of the Blue and the White Nile rivers, which has all kinds of other correlation, but it does not point necessarily to Eden. So Eden very well maybe in Iraq has been popularized over the centuries.
Okay. Here's some interesting stuff. Not this would not be a refutation of what you've just recently said, but it
Mm-hmm.
would be an adding to.
Okay.
Um, you know something of geology, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of the tones of colors that onyx occur in?
I know that there are multiple colors of it, but not I don't know the reasons behind why. If that's what you're
Well, I
asking.
don't know. I don't know the chemical reasons behind why, but just
Okay.
in gross appearance, the color range of onyx.
Yes.
Okay, so for those who don't, onyx can be very very dark, very close to black. It
Mm-hmm.
can then it goes through a lighter black turning brownish with a little bit of red in it, getting to medium tones of lighter brown, all the way to pink, which is
Mm-hmm.
referred to as sardonyx. Okay, in the New Testament, it's called sardonyx. Anyway, it's the full range of what we actually see in human skin color. That is, it
Ooh.
matches. It matches us. Okay, um, and part of the problem that I see with the Old Testament is that in the description of the Garden of Eden, there are certain things like the word onyx that they didn't translate. But you are probably familiar with the idea of a ben or son, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is the idea in that culture is that they are something that builds you a family. So they're part of your family, but they also build you further family. So they're a family building block or stone. You ever
Okay.
heard of that? Yeah.
Oh, like such as Jesus referring to himself as the
Yes.
cornerstone. Okay.
Precisely. That's why stone. Yeah. It's not arbitrary, but the structure is family, not the structure is not some architecture. It's not literally meant to be architecture, but talking about building family.
Or I guess in Christ's context, the kingdom of God, his church, his family,
Yeah. Right. But
community. Yeah.
whereas God can't be housed in a building, it can be housed in us. Right. So it's talking about family, not a physical structure, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Okay. Further, more than just the word onyx, there are plenty of like that. The PRE wrote, the onyx colors you see are all dependent on your mastery of Minecraft, because
Very
this is
cute.
just a simulation, obviously. Okay, so going on from there, or away from there. Okay, so they didn't translate the word onyx to mean flesh tones, but it
Okay.
does. Other things they didn't translate. Pishon, Heshon, Tigris, Euphrates, gold. Um, Basically, all the words that you see in that part of the text, they're from some foreign language that weren't translated. They obviously didn't translate them. Now, do
Okay.
they mean the same thing in those other languages? No. Nope. You can't literally translate them because you end up with a bunch of gobbledygook that doesn't actually make sense. But if you do translate them according to the people of the time, let me give you an example. Um, the Jews, this one's real obvious. The Jews did not call Egypt Egypt. Like they didn't adopt a word out of another language and pronounce it the way the original people did. They had their own name for it. But
Mm-hmm.
when the scholars saw the Hebrew word Mitzrayim for to be divided, as in to be conquered, to be trapped, to be divided from your natural situation, your natural people, meaning slavery, then they interpreted that to be the word Egypt. Okay, but that's not what the Hebrew meant by it. So when we read the translation, it should read divided. But since they recognize Mitzrayim as referring to the division in Egypt, when you read it in the English, it comes out Egypt. But they did that with all of the words. Okay. Mm-hmm. They said they were trying to be considerate of the culture and say, what would the Jew, the ancient Jew, mean by this? And they translated it that way, but it doesn't mean that at all. And the same with the whole list I just gave and some that I left out. The land of Havilah, for instance. The word Havilah is not an English word, and you don't know what it means from reading Havilah. So you just go, oh, it's someplace over there, right? Okay. But here's what you get if you translate all of what's the description of the Garden of Eden, and you don't take any as being like the word spaghetti, but you find out what spaghetti means instead, right? And you stick the definition of spaghetti in the text. Here's what you get. You get a spinning pearl orbiting a light where there is clear air and shimmering water and family building block sons and daughters.
It's very allegoric. Love it.
Yes, it's a bit poetic, yeah. But I personally know of a place where there is a pearl that is orbiting a light, and that on that pearl is, at least originally, clear air and shimmering water where there are building block sons and daughters.
That was the first image that came to my mind when you said it the first time, was the Earth in orbit, the solar system.
Yes, that's correct. You see, there's a good justification for no one being able to find the exact location of the Garden of Eden, because it's not a place on the Earth.
Or maybe it is the entire Earth?
Right. It's precisely the entirety of the Earth. Which is why you can't find it.
Yeah, well, that would help explain why it's probably one of the few, if not only, place I think that hasn't been confirmed yet.
Right. The whole planet. That's pretty easy to confirm yet not looked for. Which, if you take the perspective of the angelic, which have never been long-term citizens of this planet. They just never were. From their perspective of writing about, it's completely justified for them to say that this little tiny speck of almost nothing that is very secluded, it's a walled garden, it's separate from all the big stuff. Well, yeah, from their perspective, that's completely true. But when we take it from our two-dimensional surface on the planet perspective, we're looking for some tiny place on the planet. Well, that's just the wrong way to look at it. It's just from the wrong perspective. It wasn't man who wrote the Bible. Author.
Not only do I agree with all of that, but PRE just helped expand it even further. I have long suspected, with very little to zero evidence, that mankind has not always been stuck on just the Earth. That there is some, at least plausible hypotheses that mankind has left the Garden of Eden, left this planet in ancient times, and has left a mark out there. There's some things to talk about regarding that, as a space scientist kind of guy. But yeah, I've ever since I became a Christian, and I've had dreams and visions of heaven and things, and talked with my grandfather who had those near-death experiences like that. We've long talked about how Earth is the starter home, as Elon Musk would call it, and how the rest of the universe is just our backyard. So whether mankind has left the Earth, left the Garden of Eden before or not, the fact that we are on the cusp of doing so now helps explain that. I think that this is just the starter home. This is just this is the womb. I've heard guys in my fields call it. We're about to be born as humanity's true destination is to expand out the rest of the universe.
So my challenge to that would be, how do we know that hasn't already happened?
That's what I'm saying. There is
Peace
there's
and
not
respect, Ewan.
there's not
Which
solid
probably said
evidence,
that poorly.
but there are good hypotheses that mankind has explored, other planets before in the past.
Well, take what you just said
Hmm.
and consider the following. Were you part of that group
Which group?
of the off-Earth ancient human? Okay.
Uh, oh, sorry. I laugh because I often joke that I think I may have been from Alpha Centauri, but that's it's true.
Maybe not so funny. We'll find out.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, so let's say that even if it were cyclical, that development of societies was cyclical in nature, and this Earth has already seen the survival into becoming a space-based society 3 times before. Let's just go with that, right? Just
Sure.
for ease, because we don't even require another Earth-like planet if we go with that. Just keep it super simple.
Agreed.
And those ancient human beings from this Earth had already become a space-based society, and when they left this Earth and they saw, the destruction of it and the rebirth of it and another set of humans coming forward, it's easy to intuit or guess that they would have some kind of empathy for us and our situation and see where we were going with that and see ourselves in them, especially being the same animal, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that being the
Family.
case, if you put yourself in that position, what are the moral repercussions of positively interacting with those future humans, and of not interacting with those future humans?
Well, like I was just saying, if this is the true hypothesis, then they're part of the family. They're long
Okay,
lost
so if
relatives.
they're part of the family, do you tell them where they're headed, or do you just let them go about their own way?
That's the moral question. I think
Yes.
the good moral is to warn, try to protect your family. Hey, if they're making bad decisions or not.
Sure. Okay, and what if they make ultimate bad decisions, but you have every resource? Say you're a Kardashev Class 2 civilization, and they're a
Mm-hmm.
point 0.5 like we are now,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you have every ability to pull their butt out of the fire.
Right.
And even though you warn them, doesn't mean they understand the warning, right? And they continue along the path that they had originally been on, which your people had originally been on too. So not surprising, right? And you presented to them these issues. You told them about these issues.
Mm-hmm.
You told them that they were going to do it anyway. You told them that they were going to fail, and here's the reasons you're going to fail, and then we're going to show up and we're going to pull your butt out of the fire right before it kills you. Right?
Well, see, that's easy, Richard. It's like that's how we are ourselves today with our own children.
Sure. It's
Some
completely
children,
natural.
yeah, some children have to learn the hard way.
And that's fine.
Yeah,
But the parent doesn't let them perish
they try
because
not
the
to.
child made bad decisions. Yeah, you try to prevent that, right? That's what
Right.
family means, right? Okay, so let's say you presented them these ancient, undeveloped, greatly ignorant society stuck on a planet, right?
These child civilizations, you're saying?
This child, yes, this infant civilization. You presented them these truths.
Mm-hmm.
How would they not make it into a religion? Just try to create a paradigm where they wouldn't make that into a religion.
Let me answer PRE's question real quick. It's real simple, PRE. That if the first human could be from anywhere, and then the idea that they lived thousands of years individually means that they could have, if they were a space-faring civilization, they could have been anywhere. It could have even been more than 1,000 years. It's just all kinds of hypotheticals.
And I would answer to the same set by Heretic. Heretic, we're doing an internal critique here of what's plausible to believe from within the claims that the text says about itself.
Right.
Now, you can say these things are not true in reality. That would be fine. But the only way you'd really be able to refute them is by saying they're not logically plausible. Now, if you can say that, I would hear it. But I don't think you can because they are logically plausible. Okay?
Right, right.
So
As
the
a
text
scientist,
itself makes
hmm
certain claims about where the text came from and who the text came from. And that includes that they were never people who lived here long term, but were visitors and left again, and visit and left again.
hmm
Okay, so go ahead.
and I was gonna say, is that as the open-minded scientist would argue that that's probably the primary reason why the Bible itself, the source, is actually ambiguous in all of this stuff, is to leave room for these discoveries. And so to say that somebody knows for a fact one way or the other, that's just completely unscientific. I would argue for the contrary to be confirmed, as you were suggesting, Richard, they'd have to literally see either uh, map the entire universe, know everything possibly knowable, or meet these other civilizations somehow, and that's the only way to scientifically confirm or deny it.
Right.
In
But
other
we
words, we
can
really can't know right now.
hypothesize based on things we do
Yes.
know. Like, for instance, we know that life can occur. Well, if life can occur once, then there's some chance it could occur twice, just for
Or
instance.
more precisely, what we think we know. Because what you were describing earlier, that I believe it's called transliteration. It's what
Yeah.
I got all these concordances and the what do you call it? Lexicons is they used to do that. You were far more into it than I ever was, but I understand that there's hidden meanings, lost meanings of the different translations. And so, like today, I don't use one translation or another. I'll go to like Bible Hub, where there's like 50 translations to try to understand. And you're even better at it, man. God's given you an amazing intuition. I love it.
Well, you showed me some stuff that's pretty wild, and I just keep
Hmm.
applying it. And as long as it keeps working, I'm going to keep applying it. I mean, you'd be
See,
dumb not to. Yes.
nice. Yeah, and what you
So,
said, what you taught me tonight about the pearl
yeah,
analogy, like whatever. That's again, I didn't think of that before. I love it.
yeah, yeah. Very few people. I was just made aware of it some time ago, more than a decade ago. Okay, so PRE, an internal critique. Adam and Eve were the first, lived in Eden only.
Mm,
Cain and Abel were their offspring, and there was zero evidence they ever left Earth or came back. I don't know how you're forgetting so much of this story other than you're not a theist. Because you are forgetting that they leave the Garden of Eden, which is described as the whole planet. You're
mm,
forgetting that. You're forgetting that Cain, firstborn, all right, and has some amount of younger siblings, but it doesn't say how many, goes to a different city that's already populated. It's already a full-sized city. You're
right?
forgetting that. The land of Nod,
Where there
which
were
I
other
believe is a
people,
reference
allegedly.
to heaven, because he leaves the earth and goes to heaven where there's these other people, where he also finds a wife and builds a city.
Uh-huh.
Yes,
Exactly. He found some sisters somewhere out there.
right. Things he could reproduce with. He had children. Okay?
Yeah.
They don't get kicked out of. Don't be such a Christian, George. You're not a Christian. Reject
Uh-oh.
Christianity or don't. They don't get kicked out of the Garden of Eden. They get promoted out of the Garden of Eden. They can't stay there because their time there is finished. Not forgetting it. That was referenced in my previous comment. Okay, don't make me guess so much what you mean. Be more literal. I need hyper literal.
Well,
Sorry,
and
sorry, heretic.
if I may add to that commentary, sir, the not only is the text, the source itself, ambiguous is the wrong word. It's steeped in multiple literal and non-literal allegorical meanings. It's just a wealth of poetry and science combined. It's crazy. But evidence, again, and as a career scientist, the only way I would have evidence of any of this stuff is if I had a freaking time machine. So I don't know where PRE gets his evidence or
All
lack
right.
thereof. Zero evidence. That's there's never zero evidence of anything. That's an appeal to ignorance fallacy, I think.
Yeah, it is.
But go ahead.
And there is actually. I may have never said this to you. I
Mm-hmm.
did a 150-page paper. This is I probably said it to you, Joel, but
Mm-hmm.
not to Heretic. I did a 150-page paper including 32 points of falsification that that shows that mankind on this earth cannot have been the author of at least the story of David and Goliath. I can do it with several other stories. Because of what is claimed from within the story in the actual definitions of the actual words. Again, translation, not transliteration. And there's a problem there that the scholars had that I just don't have, because I don't have that kind of like foundational traditional respect for the story. The story to me is just whatever the story says.
You weren't trained.
Right.
AI
I
has to
wasn't.
be trained. You weren't trained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't trained. It never really took. I mean, I got to age 12 in Catholicism, but I
Mm,
really never bought into it.
mm.
And then of course, having the brain that I have, I kind of naturally doubt everything. So
And your
I've
mom.
always been skeptical. What's that?
It's your brain and your mom.
Yes, yes, she helped a lot with that. Yeah, she was someone who did compartmentalization. She had her religious side, and then she had her scientific side,
Yep.
right? And never the twain shall meet. You know, she
Well,
just did not ever try to justify the two things.
well, if you listen to guys like me or Einstein, we talk about how you have to use both. I loved how Einstein himself put it. He said that science and religion are what's the word he used? Not interchangeable, interdependent. Basically, you have to have
Hmm.
both. Science
Of
can
course,
never.
others
Hmm?
have said that it's non-overlapping magisteria. That
Yeah,
was more like how my mom thought of it, like that. But
yeah. No,
I
I
don't
think
agree.
that actually works. Yeah, Einstein's summary was basically that since science can never discover truth, it can only discover what is or what seems to be right now. Religion or philosophy is what is required to understand the evidence you observe.
What do you make of this comment, Joel? You are adding in the extra planets aspect, not based on any element of the fictional stories in the Bible.
Yeah,
Forget evidence and replace with claim.
to me, that I mean, no offense to you, Pierre. I'm sure you're a wonderful individual otherwise, but to me, that just says you've not been listening for the last 10, 20 minutes at all. Everything that we've talked about has been based on the Bible, as far as what we've studied, in our separate lives together. And I, we could say that whatever story is fictional. We can say that you're fictional. As far as me as an AI programmer is concerned, you're probably a chatbot. So you're fiction, but that's not evidence, nor does that help the topic really.
It's not useful. Yeah.
Right.
And in retort to this, and in a different retort to this, actually, the Bible claims there are multiple planets like this one. It
Right.
uses the term eon or earths, but it means a place where there is mankind for the life of mankind. That's what it
There's
means.
a there's somewhere I keep forgetting. So I think it's in Isaiah where he talks about worlds in the plural in the millennia.
Actually, it's in Hebrews, Hebrews
Okay,
1 and Hebrews 10.
nice.
And so it does it twice in just the book of Hebrews. So, yeah, it says, with these invisible things, God so made the worlds. And what
The
worlds there
sworn,
means is the life of mankind on a planet.
right? And it's in the plural form. And I could have sworn there was an Old Testament reference, but
There
I've heard
probably
the
maybe, yeah.
yeah, the millennial old debates apparently of whether that is referring to different nations or whatever geographic locations as different parts of the worlds or
Sure.
other planets. It could go either way in my mind.
Right. And the difference between a planet and a world is whether or not there's children of God on it. There's plenty of
Okay.
planets out there. That's not a world. We don't say Jupiter is a world. That's ridiculous.
Well,
So not and on the scientific end of that same argument, peace and respect, Hillary's emails, we have found that there are planets out there that are at least somewhat Earth-like. That are like this planet in certain aspects. And let's just think about the size of what is the actual universe. Nope. Let's narrow that down to the knowable universe. Nope. Let's narrow that down to just the Milky Way. We have found planets that have some of the same aspects as this planet.
yeah.
Like having a gaseous atmosphere, for instance. Having a gaseous atmosphere that contains some of the things that we need for life. Having a gaseous atmosphere that contains some of the things that we need for life, including carbon dioxide. Okay?
Yeah, I can go into great
And all you
detail
have
with
to
that
do
for
is
you.
all you have to do is extrapolate that out, and you have to say places in the universe contain somewhere a planet just like this one.
Yeah, and if you want
And
to hear from the space guy, so two obvious, I guess, to my mind, examples: the moon. The debate is whether or not it was formed by nearby nebular material or if it was
mm-hmm.
a chunk of the Earth itself. So it's obviously another part of the world, but it's not on this planet. And then there's all kinds of theories about Mars itself. That's why we call it the first fixer upper at SpaceX. It's why that's why it's better to go to Mars first instead of the moon, because Mars has more resources, and there's all kinds of very interesting hypotheses that it was very, very Earth-like, and
At
including the
some distant
hypotheses.
past.
Right. And so whether the theory was that it lost its atmosphere, even though it still has one, there's some sort of other, pseudo natural properties or whatever that made it change that we can reverse and make it habitable again. Or, as this topic would pertain to, mankind traveled there in the eons past and screwed something up and destroyed the life, capabilities of Mars. And we're going to go back and fix it. And
Mm-hmm.
PRE, all your irrelevant waffle comment says is that you are closed-minded, sir. So enjoy your religion. We're going to talk about things you don't want to open your mind to.
To defend heretic or PRE, I would say that he does not always say things that he believes, but sometimes is being provocative just for the sake of the argument itself. So don't take everything that he says as being representative of who he is.
He's just fake being rude, you saying?
Sometimes.
Okay. All right.
On a very fundamental level, he's actually pretty darn rational. I've had a lot of really good conversations with him.
Okay, cool. I'd love to have a rational conversation with everybody.
Of course, he's welcome to hit the link like anyone else is, but he's probably like busy with something else actually, and paying half attention and just typing things that he thinks will be provocative.
Yeah, the problem with that theory, Hillary's emails, was that the solar atmosphere is not actually strong enough to blow away any atmospheres. There's a probable, again, this is all probable hypotheses, that the Mars somehow lost its magnetic capability to maintain its own atmosphere. But again, that's speculative. It does not erode the idea that there is some sort of presence of mankind that did something that caused the planet to lose its integrity. That can't be undone was the larger point.
And Joel, meet Hillary's now in stream with us.
Well, Joel,
Hello. Hi.
yeah, I'm not saying that it's irreversible or anything like that. I'm just saying that we can, as we've sent probes past Mars, we've noticed that it doesn't have its magnetosphere, and that's why they hypothesize that so much of its atmosphere has been blown away. But yeah, if
Well,
we could
sure.
reinvigorate the because it has the iron in that it needs, so if we could restart it, then sure it would be able to retain it.
Well, yeah, and then the landed probes, that's what their primary function is to do as well, is to monitor the changes. But you don't necessarily always need a magnetosphere for an atmosphere. And Harple Blues, I did answer the question. So you guys, to me, as an observer here, is that you guys really aren't following the conversation, because you're just here to criticize, which is rude. Just want to say. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to take up for Heretic on a slightly different way. He's being honestly rude. He just, like Richard said, sometimes he'll say things that are intentionally provocative just to see
Yeah.
a response rather than actually believing the questions or statements he's making. But he is honestly very rude.
Yeah, and the true intellect would want to explore ideas outside of their own biases. So that's what PRE is not doing. He is just spewing his own bias.
And I'm sure Heretic would appreciate me saying he's rude. He's very proud of it.
That's actually true. Peace and respect, nerdy rodent. Welcome.
Hello. So, but yeah, so I mean, there's all kinds. There's I don't know how many theories out there now of not only what might have happened to Mars and other planets, but certainly how to undo whatever changes have happened. The point is that these planets can, in my opinion, very likely, unless the Lord comes back early than we expect, as we say, will become Earth-like again. We've got a lot of money going in plans and ideas of doing that right now today. Make humanity a multi-planetary species, as Elon likes to say.
There's a story in the text of the Bible where this outcast who's thrown into slavery becomes of high position. In fact, becomes of the second highest possible position.
Is it Joseph?
And yes, it is. And he says, on seeing some of his brothers, he says, I will not accept but seeing all of my brothers. Right?
Nice.
So he sends out to have the rest of his brothers fetched by means of, let's just call it manipulation. That works. But he does end up seeing all of his brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on a larger scale, looking down at this planet, I think that part of the story of Joseph is a foreshadowing of the Christ and him sending to fetch back his brothers that are not with him. That is to say, perhaps on Mars.
Well, could that be indications of 12 entirely different spacefaring civilizations? He had 12 brothers, if I remember correctly, or 11 brothers. He was.
Yes, but he's only missing like.
I could be wrong. It's been a while.
I think there's only 2, maybe 3 that I can't remember the. I'm not. I should back down from that. I can't remember how many of his brothers didn't originally come for taxation.
Okay. I bet you, Richard. What do you think about the illustration that Joseph was given a multicolored robe as well, if I remember correctly?
Peace and respect, James Apperson. Welcome as well. What do I think the coat of many colors, as it's often referred to, is talking about?
Yeah.
Actually, that his mother is goddess, that his father is God, that he is the one who becomes enlightened, which is why the sheaves of wheat, the stars, bow down to the one. That's why. So he is the ordained. He is the Christos, literally. He's selected for that. Peace and respect, Mac the human. And that it's talking about this coat of many colors is, I think, in reference to his understanding that humanity is not restricted to just this one situation, this one time space.
Well, I was wanting to see if you could intuit what I started to consider, which again I'm still trying to think it through. The correlate it's pure speculative correlation, but the idea that so most of the planets in Sol are not they're monocolored. Earth is blue with some white speckles around it. Mars is red, etc. Venus is kind of orange puke. I guess so. Jupiter is the second largest, whatever
body.
Object, and is multicolored.
Yes, true.
So I wonder if there's a correlation there.
I don't think they're using the planets in that way in that story. Okay. At least I'm not persuaded yet to think that
certainly other worlds. It sounds like we're agreeing. Whether or not there's the other planets in Sol or not is a further debate, maybe. But I am seeing your take that the brothers could be other spacefaring civilizations, basically.
Yes, that's what I think it's talking about. Those that are local and those that are non-local.
Yep.
Of course, that also means that he's working side by side with the Antichrist at some point.
Joseph?
Yes. The Christos, the one who was selected, has to work side by side, not in cooperation with. Don't get me wrong.
No. Okay.
He's not working in cooperation with, but they are side by side at the same time space. Something like that.
Especially when Lucifer was tempting Jesus, maybe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're definitely like in proximity.
They are interacting, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, that's I mean, this is a good observation and could be true. Harpo Blues. We'll probably get to heaven of our own accord long before the spaceships come. This is part of the irony that I find striking. This is exactly part of the irony. What are the sciences trying to do as you and I sit here and talk about it? Let's see. Defeat diseases, make human beings a space-based society living forever in a utopia. In other words, a huge portion, it's just in our nature. Whether you're a theist, whether you're an anti-theist, it's in our nature to want and to even try to create heaven.
Or recreate it.
Yes. It's literally what the sciences are trying to do is make heaven.
I was going to share, Richard.
Let me wrap that up real quick.
Please.
Then I would lovingly give you the floor. That all I'm suggesting is that there have already been humans old enough, long enough that they already did that, and they're offering it to us free of charge. And it was in their nature to make it, just like it's in our nature to make it. Floor's yours, Joel.
They were trying to protect their kids.
Yes. Why would you not?
His comment instantly reminded me of my grandfather. He was one of the top NASA scientists and engineers forever. He was at NASA for like 40 years, right? He started with the Pioneer program all the way up to the shuttle, the STS. And of course taught me probably more about anything, technology and space stuff than anybody. But so he died, passed away. He actually had what they call a near-death experience, whatever, where he said he wasn't very religious. He was Christian, but he rarely went to church, whatever. But he claimed he went to heaven, and amazing story. I'd love to share with you sometime. And came back, talked about it. He didn't evangelize it. I had to ask him about it. It was back when I was a teenager in high school. But the conversations that I had had with him throughout my life, it caused me to kind of come to a conclusion based on my own experiences as well, that when I see him again in heaven, in the afterlife, that my grandfather and I, we're going to, I'm very convinced, to continue to develop spacecraft, spaceships, whatever you call it, and we're going to continue to explore the galaxy together, unhindered by physical technology limitations and stuff, and not because we probably have to, just because we want to. We love technology. My grandfather and I, we love to solve problems. That's going to be our heaven. It's to work on how to go out to the other places that we couldn't go out together with on our limited time here on Earth.
Oh, that's really good and deep.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it too. That was extreme summary. But
Peace and respect, Robert Marley. Welcome. I like what you wrote already. All right, guys, I'm gonna have a cigarette. Joel, you don't know much of Hillary's. You know much of Joel?
No.
Okay. Well, if you guys are up for it, now's the time. I need a cigarette.
Okay.
Yeah, you're saying we can fix that?
Yeah, please remedy that.
All right.
Both of you are brains that I really enjoy, and I think you could enjoy each other.
Nice, thank you. So what's on your mind then? Did you go by a different name, or just Hillary's, or what?
No, I just go by Hillary's.
Okay, well, I'm Joel.
I really don't have anything on my mind yet so far today.
What did you hope to have on your mind when you joined tonight?
I just really like Richard and thought I would join.
Nice.
Richard
and I. Hey,
I'm here to distract you. Hello. I am here to distract Richard from his pain, whatever that means.
Well, he's on a smoke break right now.
Oh, well, he let me in, so he's not really on a smoke break.
Good point. Yeah, I was going to say, I've never had a dull conversation with Richard ever. He's a fascinating, amazing brain.
Yeah. I'm going to move my microphone, so Just give me a sec.
Well, Sparkle and I, you and I've talked often, right? Fairly often.
Yep.
Richard asked for Hillary's and I to try to get to know each other. What's your main topics? I guess there's lack of better things to talk about.
Oh, I'm a simulation theorist. I think we're living in
Really?
a simulation, but
Do you do any?
but I don't think that would affect the way that we live our life in any way.
Do you do any actual coding? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe the universe is the computer, and like the ones and zeros are the quarks. I have no idea.
No, Hillary, I think he asked you whether you actually program yourself.
Right. Do you do any programming? Simulation programming?
I have in the past. I'm not very good at it.
Okay. Can you share your past, what you've done? I'm curious.
Most of it was in BASIC back in the 80s.
Oh, wow.
I am somewhat familiar with what's it called? Visual Basic 5, I think.
Okay.
And a few of the...
We are way past Visual Basic.
And like C++ a little bit. I know a tiny bit about Python, and then that's it.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm I guess fairly advanced. I guess my second undergrad degree was in game and simulation programming, and I've written simulations. Yeah, for like SpaceX and I do AI today and just
wow.
Yeah, that's my career.
This programming. Well, that's really awesome.
Yeah. So that's what I was asking. Of course, I've shared ideas with Elon about his because he also agrees with the simulation universe concept. So it sounds like a good conversation to have.
So would that mean that Jesus was like Tron?
Oh, well, if from the Christian perspective, Jesus would be the whatever the creator is, the programmer, the user. No, so that's not true. Yeah, he'd be whatever. Who is the actor's name in Tron?
Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, the primary user. Jesus would be the creator.
Oh, all right.
Or Jesus would be whoever made the guy that wrote the program. How's that? Jesus would still be Jesus.
So could we make that work with Richard's alien theory?
Oh, heck yeah. All
right, we're onto something now.
Simulation theory is that the all of reality is just. In fact, I love how Elon would put it. He says that if this is all just a simulation, which he said he puts numbers to it, which is silly, but there's an extreme possibility that this is only a simulation. That the final conclusion is that every simulation requires a programmer. So
yeah,
that would be God.
Sure.
An old conclusion I came back to, and when I first became a Christian back in when I was in high school, people would ask, well, who created God? I was like, well, whoever created God would be God. So it's just one of those infinite paradoxes, I guess.
Sure. Now, Dark Matter 2525 has a cartoon series about this, where he explains Jeffrey and Yahweh within a context of a simulation.
Jeffrey and Yahweh?
Very good series.
So Jeffrey's the angel character that's normally in his cartoons.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. It's pretty thought-provoking. It's really cerebral, really layered with meaning and ideas that propose not just that this could be a simulation, but uses the setting of simulation theory as a way to highlight critical flaws in the character of Yahweh and his relationship to the creation.
Interesting. So how would the simulated entity have the ability, much less right, to criticize its creator?
He addresses that in the cartoons. He answers that.
I would love, yeah. How does the pot tell the potter he's doing it wrong, as the Bible puts it? I'd love to hear the answer if you know it.
Right. So to really boil it down, he's directly challenging the idea that might makes right. In one of his cartoons, he has this is kind of a separate addendum to the series. He has this creator who makes intelligent robots.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's the same kind of quandary. If you made a robot that was not just artificially intelligent, but genuinely acquired sentience, what would how would you interact with that robot? What would your premise of authority be? Would you presume that you have the right to do anything that you want to that robot, including make it suffer for your own amusement or for the glorification of your own name, or for whatever? Or would you feel like, no, now that they exist, that they have certain autonomous rights via the fact that they simply exist and that they didn't even choose to exist, right? So he talks about the different ideas and proposes that even if there is a super being, and even if we are the creations of that being, that an ethical being, just as an ethical person, you or I, would still treat those created entities ethically.
So that's odd to me. So that doesn't sound like he's referring to the God of the Bible, because the God of the Bible is very benevolent. Might does not make right in the Bible. In fact, the whole story of Christianity is that God's lamb willingly sacrificed to save, humanity.
Are you a Christian?
Opposite.
Are you a Christian?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, I see.
But so it's just that's the exact opposite of the biblical God, I would say, to begin with. And second of all, it sounds more of a correlation in regards to slavery, maybe, or conquest than anything religious.
Right. So when I read those books, I read them differently than you do. I get an entirely different idea of who this conceptualized character is, what his character traits are, what his reasoning is, what his behaviors are, how he relates to humans, what this is all about. Like, I get a completely different idea from those stories than you do.
Well, I mean, if that's the topic you want to get into, we could, but that would be more of a critical analysis of what the text says versus what people just wanted to say, I guess.
Well, Dan McClellan, actually, I don't know, do you follow Dan McClellan at all on YouTube?
I don't think so. I'm not I used to be more into YouTube years ago. Today I'm more selective.
Sure, that's fair. So he's a scholar of Bibles and religion, and he's also like a linguist and cultural. He studies cultures from a sociological perspective, so he's got a couple of different degrees relevant to that. But he's really popular. Eventually, you're going to see him somewhere. Someone's going to share a video of his on some topic.
Dave McClellan. Okay.
Dan McClellan. So he's a Christian himself.
Okay.
Yeah, Dan McClellan. He's been on Mythvision several times, and he's in tight with that whole pool of specialists, right? So he has several different videos about this, and in those videos, he talks about how Bibles don't give us meaning; we give meaning to Bibles, because he's talking about the science of language and how language works. So a given writer will have a set of ideas in their head about what they intend to convey, but then when they write things down, these squiggles on paper represent the concepts they had in their mind, and they are hoping, they are unrealistically optimistic, not realistically, unrealistically optimistic, that when a reader reads those squiggles and translates them into sounds in their own mind, and ideas come from that the ideas that he had in mind when he wrote the squiggles on the paper are
conveyed properly, right?
That those are going to be what the reader unpacks and gets from the experience of reading the words.
Right.
But through the science of language, one of the things that Dan realized is, and this is the common point of knowledge amongst everybody who's into the science of language, is it doesn't work that way. It doesn't, no matter what ideas you have in your head when you go to write something down, what the reader gets out of it will be determined by their own life experiences, so their own culture, their own unique relationship to language, how they associate different words with other words and concepts, because that's how our brain learns things. It builds things through association. And because those are unique to every single person, when a person reads something, especially from a completely alien culture, from a completely alien place and time, and even from a dead language that's been translated in bias, because we can't help but have some bias in translation. So there's all these different layers of removal from the original source. And so the problem is magnified. So if I write something in a today from my cultural perspective, and somebody reads what I write and they're from my culture, my time, my place, they're going to at least have a closer approximation of understanding to what I intended than if somebody thousands of years wrote something and then you and I are reading a translated version of it. And so what happens is all these different sects of Christianity think that they're right and the other ones are wrong, because when they read something, they're reading it within the context of how they were taught to read it by the religious niche that they're in. And other people have grown up in a different niche and being taught to read those words differently. And so they read the same Bible, and to them it clearly says A, B, and C. But to this other sect of Christianity, it clearly says something else, because they're reading it within the context of how their brain stores ideas and associates ideas. So when people say that the Bible, says one particular set of ideas, they're usually just wrong. And
Well, I can give you an extreme counter example if you like.
Okay.
Because I actually happen to be an information scientist as well. You're talking about semiotics and symbology. So
Sure.
that problem you're describing happens both for human and artificial intelligence. AI
Sure.
also has a huge problem of misunderstanding itself, much less other AI. So there's all kinds of ways of trying to address that, identify it.
Right. I've watched two AIs talk to each other, and it got pretty hilarious pretty quick.
Yeah, it's terrible. But you might be interested. I guess one very glaring counterexample was Richard and I earlier. Probably about 10 or 20 minutes into his stream tonight. If you want to play it back later, doing the exact opposite. You're talking about transliterations and stuff like that. And so Richard, that's what Richard really impresses me the most with, has what I believe is just intuition, something that's outside of that dogma that you're talking about. And I think my experience is the opposite. Most Christians are not dogmatic. There are certainly religions that are, and some Christians are as well. But by and large, most Christians are not dogmatic. And there are constant, the reason why there are constant debates and disagreements and sects and whatever you call it, denominations, is because people are constantly challenging what they believe and is what God is, which is the unanimous source, of course, is trying to convey. And so different people are convinced by different things, and you talk about it, but we all still agree Christ is Lord, and Master of the universe kind of thing. But that adds to the complexity and the evidence of, I think, that the Bible itself is it's not dogmatic. It seems ambiguous to the I would say the amateur, but the more you study the Bible, the more complex it gets, and the more multilateral it gets. The meanings become so deep and so different. In fact, just again earlier tonight, we're talking about things of the Bible that most people just kind of gloss over.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard is talking about the pearls. Different things that are descriptions of planet Earth, and how we started talking about the idea that humanity has visited other planets before using biblical text, and how crazy some other Christians or even whoever, like the PRE guy here in text earlier was making that think that could sound. It's very plausible. I used to work for SpaceX. I could go into great detail of the ideas of humanity trying to become a multiplanetary species, as Elon puts it today.
Sure.
There's extreme work going into that, and so all of this correlates. All of the stuff with that ideas that are not commonly, I would agree with you, taught from the Bible, but it's there. The ideas are there, and so it's just a matter of how creative and open-minded and non-dogmatic someone wants to be.
Yeah, I missed that discussion, so I can't really comment on it specifically.
I was trying not to get too much into it, but yeah,
Sure.
Definitely watch it if you want. That's what I love about my friend Richard. Him and I, we get, and just him and with other people, get into some really, really seemingly off the wall concepts using the Bible, and to me, they're 100% plausible, if not just true.
Right.
So it's the opposite of what you're talking about.
Sure. So one thing I've noticed, like for example, I used to participate in a Christian channel on YouTube called Bread of Life. Most people here know Rebecca, and
I know her.
All right, so I've been on her stream before. I used to be like one of the people that would usually hop on and we talk or whatever. One of the things I noticed is that her biggest regrets weren't in those moments that an atheist or skeptic would say something that challenged her paradigm, because she always had some kind of an answer she could give to it. Even if it was a get out of answering free card, there was always something she could play on that. Her greatest frustration was in Christians, because they'd come on here and almost any topic she'd pick, before you know it, everybody on the panel that's a Christian is disagreeing with each other about what the Holy Spirit has revealed to them about the issues that they're talking about, whether it's how husbands should relate to their wives, or whether it's about what God thinks about homosexuality. You name it. Pretty soon they're all disagreeing with each other, and God definitely revealed to them that they're right through the Holy Spirit. And it's so frustrating for her, because she got to the point where she's like, I don't want Christians arguing on my channel anymore. Just stop it. Right?
I don't blame her. Yeah.
And so it's difficult for me to want to say that I agree or disagree about how all Christians either are or aren't dogmatic, because I just would need to do a deep dive research on that. And I'm not sure that Pew or Gallup or anybody else has really probed the consciousness of entire societies well enough for us to have a really informed view about what percentage of people are this amount dogmatic versus this versus this. All I know is that my personal experience with Christians has been a fantastic amount of dogmatism, and that when I've been on random Christians channels before, they've encountered the same.
Well, if Christians were generally dogmatic, as you're saying you're observing, then they would agree more. I think the disagreement and the controversies and the sometimes direct contradictions shows that they are not dogmatic in general.
I'm not sure I follow that logic.
An individual Christian may be dogmatic, but in general, they are not.
All right. So when you have 5 different Christians disagreeing with each other on any given topic, and they're all saying it's because they know it's true because the Holy Spirit has revealed it to them, they are talking about a dogma, and they are unwilling to renegotiate their position on it. That to me seems like the definition of being dogmatic.
Again, individually, they can be dogmatic, but the fact that there exists controversy and disagreement means that is not dogmatic. It's the opposite of dogmatism.
I'm still not following your logic at all. Can somebody help me with this? Somebody?
I'm trying my best. I'm trying to think of another way of putting it, but so say, for example, atheists, right? Atheists are all individually dogmatic for their various reasons. And in fact, there's very few reasons why atheists like to disagree or disbelieve that God exists. So, and there's the debates I've had with certain specific individual atheists. They stay with those reasons that they work for them or whatever. But in general, it's the same concept with Christians, I guess, that there's still disagreements amongst a group, I guess, because people don't want to come off as disagreeing with themselves usually. That usually discredits their own positions, basically. And so atheists in general are not necessarily dogmatic. Some might disagree, but same reason why Christians. So if Christian, the concept, at least the idea, the whole pursuit, the reason why Christians even invented science from Sir Francis Bacon onward was to try to challenge the different multiple concepts, like you're talking about, the different beliefs, and see which become scientifically more accurate or observable.
All right. So there have been Christians whom helped pioneer the scientific revolution. I don't credit that to Christianity, although I understand that there were some Christians who had religious reasons for caring and religious suppositions for investigating. I understand that. But sure.
It was more political. It was more political, I think, in Bacon's case, but go ahead.
Sure. So, and that's all fine. We can say that Christians helped with that enterprise or whatever. I don't have a problem with that at all. But what are we doing with that? I mean, what point are we building with it?
Well, again, it gives us that quote unquote scientific ability to try to challenge our beliefs, to try to challenge our biases and come to as much of a scientific agreement as possible. Because prior to Bacon, the world relied on what's commonly called Aristotelian truth statements. The Greek philosophers, they try to use true-false statement type logic, mostly through deductive reasoning, which works well enough. But the scientific method that Christians exclusively started, that is a complete difference between the Greek philosophical truth statements. They wanted to try to show what is directly observable with evidence in real time, to be more specific. So it gets away from true false. In fact, science can never say what's true or not. It's just showing what seems to be observable at a given time, and you're constantly using science. And that's why the Christians made that distinction, because the different debates or concepts or whatever the controversies that different denominations would have, especially in the Anglican Church at the time that Bacon was trying to help unwind, so to say, was because people thought, like you just said, that, well, I've got this reason that makes it true. Well, philosophically, okay, that's true. That logically can hold or whatever. So Bacon's idea was to, hey, let's observe this. If God said this or God meant this, let's test that theory. Let's put that hypothetical, the hypothesis to
Can
the
you give me an
test.
example of something said in Bibles that somebody set out to
Yeah.
scientifically test and then proved?
Oh my gosh, the entire field of science, all of science is that way. From Mendel's genetics to Planck's quantum physics to
So when you read a Bible,
yeah,
you see it talking about genetics and quantum physics.
not only me but all scientists who study it, including the people that founded it. That's why I mentioned Mendel. Mendel started the field of genetics, for example, modern genetics. He was using the Bible. Same with Bacon. Not Bacon, sorry, Planck.
Okay,
Planck was.
Give me a verse. Give me a verse.
I'm giving you the example. You're interrupting me in the middle of examples.
Well, I just want to know where he got it from. I don't mind the examples. I want to know what verse he got it from.
Which one? Mendel?
What Bible verse says anything about genetics?
It's about how basically God created the different kinds, essentially. But if you read, the best correlation to answer that, I would say, is if you read Mendel's his famous sermon. He made an Easter sermon about how Jesus is like a gardener and how the different perceptions of how God presents himself and basically how life, the life cycle works to create life, essentially. That sermon, it goes brilliantly, and he talks about the genetics that he discovered, the dominant recessive gene structures and things that correlated to his discovery of how genetics works. He goes into the deep comparisons of that.
Right. So if I'm alive back in, say, the Iron Age, Bronze Age, pick an age, and I happen to notice that a bunch of different kinds of creatures exist, sure, later on I could pass that idea on to somebody who passes that idea to somebody, which I don't need to, right? Because anybody born into this world that lives long enough to outgrow being a toddler is going to look around and notice a bunch of different kinds of life exist. And anybody that's old enough to be part of an agricultural society is going to notice that, you plant a certain kind of seed, you get more of that kind of a plant, right? It's just but that doesn't mean that they realize genetiks are a thing. Like
No. That's I think I'm afraid that's extraordinarily naive. For example, the Bolsheviks, for example, the first Russian Revolution, they wanted to take Darwin's theory, for example, and just assume that if you add enough water or other things to a certain genetic structure to a crop, that would cause it to mutate into whatever they just imagined would be better, and it turned into an absolute failure and literally murdered millions of people.
Okay.
So no, that's not a given. It's we wish it would be nice that people would build upon scientific precepts, but no, it's not.
I don't. That's not what I was. That's not what I was saying. But I get what you're saying, okay. So that's fine, right? This does remind me of when the Muslims want to prove that the Quran is true, and they'll cite things in there that people couldn't have known unless Allah told them, and then they'll take these statements which are vague or simple, and then they'll make them complex in how they interpret them, and they'll make them complex in such a way where it now builds a bridge between what was said there and how it clearly was referring to the scientific discovery that we have had, which and it's the same exact thing. I think the Muslim learned that trick from the Christians, and I just I see it happening. I'm like, well, I'm not impressed with that. Just people noticing obvious things about life back in the Bronze Age, and then other people, and I can see somebody using that as an inspiration to say, I want to know more about how God did this thing, and then go do research about the thing. Sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to challenge you. So first of all, I got to be careful. I want to warn you to say things about Bronze Ages and whatnot. That's what's called an appeal to novelty, where you.
That's why I said just any age, pick any age. That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay. And then I challenge everybody. I would challenge you to read the research. Go study what Mendel, these other scientists that start these fields of science. Go read what they wrote that inspired them, through their discoveries, and that you'll get the correlations directly from them.
Oh,
And I think that's what caused me to be a Christian. I think that's the best way to learn the answers to these questions they're asking.
So I'm fine with the idea. Like I could go read anything that you give me. I'm fine with the idea that there have been scientists or science-minded individuals whom felt inspired by something that they read in their favorite holy book and wanted to know more about how their God did the thing. And so then, picked up a microscope or invented a microscope, whatever they had to do to look. That's fine. I'm not challenging that ever happened. Of course it did. Right. So, but that's a completely different claim than, God revealed to somebody back in biblical eras, pick an era, where he clued them in about genetics in some way that they couldn't have known unless he told them. For that claim, I don't need to read what some modern scientist wrote, any scientist wrote. I only need to read what the book says, what the Bible book, the chapter and the verse, because either there's something in there about genetics or there's not. Either there's something in there about quantum physics or there's not.
So okay, yeah. So that's dealing with scientific correlations, is what I think what you're describing. No, so, like for example,
go ahead.
When Planck was talking about how matter itself does not exist, that everything is a vibration in a minute solar system, whatever, and that we must assume that everything is regulated by the mind. There's a mind that holds together creation by these vibrations and whatnot, et cetera, et cetera. He's talking about John, the first chapter of John, the idea that God created and everything's created through God's mind, or logos, as the Greek word is used. And they go into details of those correlations. And Planck did not, and the others, that were coming up with the different ideas of what seemed at the time just random, Bosnian point, data of the quanta, did not assume the Bible. He found out that this correlated with biblical texts after the discovery, after he invented quanta or discovered quanta. And I think the same thing with Mendel and every other field scientist. They don't necessarily use the Bible chapter and verse to do science. God teaches, and I love how Einstein himself put it. He said he wasn't interested in this or that phenomenon, spectrum of this or that element. He just wants to know how God created the world. He wants to know God's thoughts. The rest are details. And so we discover these things just trying to just satisfy our own curiosity, not necessarily to prove God exists or not.
Right. So this is a good example of why the word God isn't really useful in its context, because Einstein went out of his way to say that Christians have been misrepresenting him when he talks about God. He specifically said that he's been misrepresented. He does not believe in a personal deity. He thought that the idea of a personal deity involved in our lives was childish nonsense. So when he used the word God, he was talking about Spinoza's God, which was not a literal.
Right. Okay. No. That's completely wrong. That's totally. No, that's an internet lie, sir.
No, oh my God, I'm sorry, but I did research on this. I didn't take any.
No, you did not. Yes, so Einstein said he didn't believe in a personal God, which means that he does not believe.
Wait, somebody
that Jesus is a personal Lord and Savior.
How can you say that Richard did not do the research unless you were there to
because for one, Spinoza himself in his own first primary reference literally said Jesus is God. And so everybody that says that Einstein believed in Spinoza's God, they're inadvertently, I think, based on false internet disinformation, admitting that Einstein was a Christian. Directly.
Come on.
Primary reference.
No, you're just wrong. I'm sorry.
Well, you have to see. You just proved you're religiously biased. Instead of wanting to actually analyze the reference and look at what Spinoza actually wrote, you're just saying that everything is wrong.
What do you say?
That's bias.
No, I'm not saying everything.
That's extreme bias.
Oh, come on! I did the research.
No, I'm saying
Midnight. What are you saying, Midnight?
No, he said, hold on, he said you're religiously biased, and I pointed out, well, you're atheistically biased. So congratulations, everybody's biased on this panel.
Sure. I agree. Almost everybody's biased, yes.
What do you mean?
But those that don't want to be biased will go and look at the data together, as Richard, if he were here, would try to, I think, interrupt to get us to conclude together and analyze the evidence.
Come on.
I'm serious. Spinoza said Jesus is God. Literally.
I don't know. I've never researched. You know what? All I know is
it's on page 12 of his political.
Einstein believes. I know what Einstein said about what Einstein believes. Or
So
believe.
the idea that Christianity or whatever religion was childish was actually a mistranslation on a fraudulent letter from
Oh,
Gutkind.
no, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. I've got
All right,
all kinds of articles that prove it.
That's fine. I'll do a live stream later on my time where we can dissect it
Sure.
properly.
I've been teaching people about it for years. Yep.
I'm sure that you have.
Yeah. And you don't want to know. You don't want to challenge your bias.
Hey,
is what you just told everybody.
Come on now.
You just said it.
No, I didn't.
Did
anybody else hear me say that I don't want to challenge my bias?
If you wanted to challenge your bias, you would be excited. You'd be like, okay, to prove it to you scientifically, if you did want to challenge your bias, you'd be excited. You say, Joel, I've never heard these facts, these ideas before. Let's examine it. Show me this evidence.
Heard them before. That's the thing.
Yes, that's the
Correct
point.
me if I'm wrong, right?
And did do the research. Yes.
There you go. So he has heard them before.
No, you're just scoffing. You're just dismissing out of hand religiously.
Come on now.
See, that's scoffing.
Yeah, no. First of all, Christianity deserves to be mocked. In fact, that's the title of.
Well, that's your bias. That's your religious bias. That's your bigotry.
I don't have a religious bias.
Thank you for confessing. Yes, you do. That's all you have. You just proved it.
All
Look,
I have.
I don't want to argue with that. I don't want to. Okay, I'm not here to argue with religious bigots.
All I have, really.
It doesn't matter what you have. You're a bigot.
How do you
Because you just proved it to me scientifically. You just admitted it.
Can anybody else see
you just admitted that the religions other than yours, like Christianity, deserve to be mocked. You are a bigot by definition. Stop.
Religion.
Yes, you do. All you have is religion. All you have is a religion. I don't want to hear anymore. You're not honest. You're not truthful. You're not interested in anything other than your religion.
Would anybody else here like to chime in on this?
Yeah, please. Other than me, I'm here to talk with Richard about things that most Christians don't even want to talk about. That's what I'm here for. I don't want to hear a dogmatic atheist.
Midnight, go ahead.
No, I just want to say, like, Joel, he literally told you that he's heard of these arguments before and has looked into them.
No, he hasn't.
What?
He didn't say that. He just said he wanted to have a live stream about it later.
James, let me ask you this question. Have you heard what the claims Joel is saying before, and have you looked into them? I'm asking you directly so I can get a direct answer.
Yes, you are right that I had already clarified that, and I'm clarifying it again. Have heard, did research, and follow up. Yep.
So you've researched the fact that Spinoza literally called Jesus God.
I researched what Einstein said about what Einstein believed.
Okay, and Einstein believed in Spinoza's God Jesus.
So what you're saying
research those arguments.
So what you're saying is that Einstein misunderstood Spinoza's God.
No, I think people like you, religious dogmatics, misunderstood English, or the English translation of Spinoza's book. Most people, if not all people that I've talked to of your position, have never.
What is my position?
People tend to generally only read secondary sources. They seldom read primary sources. So when I showed them that, it ends the debate. They usually just call me names and go away. They don't actually want to honestly examine the primary sources.
So you're not honestly engaging with me, and I think that's what matters most here.
Which is just bias. You know, I'd love to find a friendly, non-biased, genuinely interested analytical discussion. You know,
I understand what you think of me. I understand the assumptions that you're making about me. I do get them. Message heard loud and clear. All I have and all I am.
Where is Mr. Richard, by the way?
He's smoking.
Not the long smoke break, sir.
That's a hell of a smoke. Holy shit. He usually takes like 7 minutes, and he's got to sign, be right back. What's he doing?
It's a very, very fat blunt.
I don't think Richard smokes weed.
Hey, Midnight, did you get super quiet?
I mean, I
can barely hear you, man.
My headset is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Midnight.
Hillary's emails, you have anything to say about
You're like super, super quiet.
You were both talking, so I didn't hear.
James asked you if you had anything to say, Hillary's.
Hold on, what is going on here?
I don't know. I know your position, James. I don't think that you're bigoted. I think that, like we've all said, we're all approaching this from some sort of bias, and we're
I
trying to
can't hear
overcome that
anybody.
bias. And I think that is
I
very
hear
admirable.
a voice, but I can't understand it. It's so quiet. I got my volume all the way up.
Maybe Joel should leave and return to reset the
Yeah,
whatever.
apparently Richard is back considering he let Odin in.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So, Batman, what's your thoughts about this?
Terrible. Everybody's terrible on this panel. That's his thoughts.
You're all terrible.
Respect.
But go ahead. I don't mean to speak for you.
So I did do some research on a few of these topics, but I will say that okay. So I'll just address each thing at a time in quick succession. So Einstein, at least based on the stuff that I've read, he never claimed to be an atheist. He's always kind of made sure, made it clear that he was more of a agnostic. And especially when he was questioned about the possibility that, referring to whether or not he would be a pantheist, and his response was, I don't really know, mainly because how I can't conceive of how a even a pantheistic God might exist, and so or any God might exist. A lot of his criticism in relation to his belief has to do with religions, not necessarily the deity itself, because you cannot really conceive how that God would exist in the first place because of your limited existence. So that's my comment on the Einstein thing.
I agree with all that.
Can you all hear
Um,
me okay? So I can counter
yeah,
that if you like.
I can hear you, Joel.
Sure.
Now,
So
for the scientific method, I had posted who in the chat who came up with the traditional method that we use nowadays, and it was Sir Francis Bacon, who
right.
was an Orthodox Christian.
Well,
Um,
actually, I think he was Anglican, but go ahead.
yeah. So he was the one that kind of came up with the specific method, and it
Hmm.
was influenced by, I guess, his religious belief and the idea that he wants to learn how God does things and why God does this,
Hmm.
essentially.
Right.
Well, more specifically,
Now,
he was trying to prevent the Anglican Church itself from trying to pass some laws because he was also a statesman, politician in Britain as well. And they
yeah,
were starting to get some funky, and I forget now the details, some of the weird stuff they're trying to pass, saying, oh, well, the Bible says this. And Bacon's like, whoa, 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 hold on. No, it doesn't. So he developed that method that's now become the scientific method to challenge his church, to say, hey, wait a minute, does the Bible really say this? Does this really mean this? Does God really do that? And so he created this method to test the theology, the scientific study of God, theo being God, ology being study of, to see what was right, what was more observable and repeatably observable. And so that's what he used to try to
Well,
kind of
Joe,
protect Britain from Anglican.
I wanted to quickly
now
Mm.
for
say
the
that. Well, since I
hold
wanted
on
to.
before I lose my train of thought. The other thing I would like to address is the concept or idea that Christians are dogmatic. James, I vehemently disagree with you,
Okay.
mainly because if Christians were dogmatic in the first place, you would not see as much divide in terms of how they view the Bible, view God, how people maintain salvation, and even get saved. Now, the getting saved part, there's not like a ton of division on that part, but you will see division on, for example, stuff that has to do with the law, right? How the law should be followed. You'll see division on hell, God's judgment, what Revelation says, right? So there's not a lot of dogma. Now, dogmas can exist on a local level, right? In terms of like individual churches. But a lot of that is influenced, a lot of that dogma is influenced by personalities, not necessarily the Bible or Jesus' message, because Jesus literally came to destroy dogma.
All right. So, as I understand it,
Hmm.
what you're saying is that Christians are dogmatic about a lot of things, but not everything.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is that so being dogmatic means like you will always stick, you are always inclined to stick to specific principles,
Right.
right?
So,
And you believe and you stick to them because you think they are true.
right.
The only reason for you to not stick to them is because you don't think they are true, right? And so, what the stratification that exists within Christianity, right? It exists because a lot of the doctrines, in terms of they are not seen as being true. So that's the reason
Oh,
why dogma doesn't really exist. However, I will grant at the local level, like the individual church level, you absolutely,
yeah.
I would make the argument that it is dogmatic.
I think
Yeah,
that James's assertion isn't just to the church level, but the individual person making the claims, and
that's
that's
what I was
why,
saying earlier. Yeah,
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 yeah.
but that's
Christians
my position,
individually, or
guys.
anybody, yeah, everybody
That's
individually could be dogmatic.
I
Generally, there would not be the controversies if Christianity as a whole was dogmatic.
so I have been listening very intently because it's
Very
such a
good.
good
Me
conversation.
too
Yep.
intently. Mm.
Thanks,
Don't
man.
judge me, bro.
Well, no,
I
because
obviously
go ahead. Sorry.
I obviously don't need to encourage you guys to be cordial. You are being cordial, but I should say thank you.
You're
I
welcome, man.
mean,
Thank you.
it got pretty spicy a little bit before. I don't know if
Yeah, I
I don't
think
know
we
if you were
missed it.
here for that.
Ah, man, we're all brothers in here. A little friction, don't hurt.
I mean, even atheists are brothers.
Yes.
Well, according to Christianity and the Bible, we're all technically family.
Well, you know what, bro? I got you. I may live in New Jersey and you in New York, but I got you, bro. And no, I didn't
You,
dox you because those are cities, those, those are states. I didn't give specifics, so fuck you.
Okay.
I don't know, man. I'm in a
yeah,
weird mood today.
So I
yeah.
No,
I
did.
go
got a little
ahead.
heated over Einstein versus Spinoza, is all, Richard. The old, yeah,
You guys seem to have recovered from it.
yeah.
Maybe it remains to be seen.
It's a very dogmatic view among atheists.
Which thing
Haha.
is?
Huh? Which what?
Which thing?
Oh, I said I was teasing. It's a very dogmatic view amongst most
Oh,
atheists.
okay. You're just making a joke. I got you.
Well,
And to that point,
truth is,
Joel, you never gave your evidence in quote that you normally give of Einstein in the contrary view.
I'm on my phone. It's much
Okay,
more difficult. So yes.
I see.
and just because Spinoza made one statement that Jesus was God, wasn't Spinoza himself Jewish?
He was until it became what we call Messianic Jews today. That's why
Okay,
he was.
well, that's okay. I understood your point. He became a Messianic Jew and was excommunicated by his synagogue or whatever. His
Oh, I think,
connection dropped.
yeah, his connection dropped.
That
There's
must
a
be
good
God's
chance he'll
will.
try again.
But yeah, the Jew Spinoza and Einstein were both Jews, at least originally, and their concept of God would have been a more pantheistic or deistic. There's some force of nature out there. We'll call it God, but we don't really believe it has human qualities or even a personality.
I think, at least from what I remember with Spinoza, he seemed to be focused on the infinitude that
Hmm.
exists within how a god of this universe would be, considering I guess his knowledge back then of how how the world exists, right? Because to I guess it's hard to imagine that something that could create such a intelligible universe would be interested in personal things, considering that there are greater things and bigger things that exist within the universe type thing.
Yeah, that's deism in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't I don't think I know enough necessarily in terms of his relationship with Jesus Christ. The only thing I recall was he did made clear that the things that Jesus taught was basically the highest truths, so to speak,
Mm-hmm.
right? From like an
Very
ethical,
high.
moral standpoint.
And there he is. He's back.
Hey, yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you for letting me back in. I was on my
Honestly,
phone earlier.
honestly, am I the only one who thinks Jewel is high in this picture?
Oh man,
I'm sorry, but just look. I don't know. He just was like, dude.
he's
I'm
just
not
way
gonna lie,
laid back.
Joe. He does have a point. Did you take
Yeah.
a hit when he took that?
It's okay.
That's fair. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go start my live stream where I bash Christianity for about an hour. And if anybody wants to catch me over there, you know where to find me.
To be fair, James, both thank you for coming by. I appreciate your adding to all of our experiences, especially mine, because I'm selfish that way. And just be sure to pick a sect of Christianity to bash. Don't bash a strawman conglomerate of Christians.
I will make sure to make the necessary distinctions.
Lovely.
God damn it, Richard. Be more selfish and tell him to stay.
Grace, you know where to find me.
Right.
All right.
He's saying we're not
Post-
interesting enough.
Can someone post a link to his channel?
I
in
have
the
no
chat?
idea. I was just about to ask that. Hey, James, if you're still here, post a link to your channel in the YouTube chat, because I don't know.
Because nobody can find him otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need an address.
Yeah, I was trying to share.
Hey, don't dox the man.
I think it was either with him or Hillary's emails, Richard, our earlier conversation this evening about how not only is Christianity probably one of the least dogmatic, religions ever believed, but how Christians, at least in I think maybe both, hopefully our perspective, certainly with you and I here, we challenge and look at things in the Bible specifically in all kinds of different lights in non-biased lenses, as demonstrated earlier, I think, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. One of the most important things that a lot of people do not understand, and Richard says it a lot. He says that we are Israel, in that the what it means is to wrestle with God, as in literally the whole religion, right? Being under the roof, right? You were expected to wrestle. Hence, why it's your faith, right? Is what would allow for being saved, right? Or for consideration, right? Because to have faith, right? A lot of the times, typically you have to wrestle with something that you are experiencing and you are trying to make it make sense or cope or whatever.
Challenge. I was also instantly reminded when you said that about how the nation of Israel was once considered the bride of God until God divorced Israel in Jeremiah, and now the New Testament, the new marriage is we're still the bride of Christ, the bride of God. So in that sense, I thought we're like Israel.
And of course, that includes those who still need a physician. Now, if you are one of the rare, and I've never met this person who just had no interest in the topic of God and did not wrestle with the idea of God at all. If you know somebody, introduce me to them. then they are not part of Israel. But all the rest of us are part of Israel.
The true agnostic, you're saying?
No, I don't know. I would think the person would say, I don't know. I don't have a position on that.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even say if to be an agnostic is to have a position on God.
Yeah, I
Well-
think he means an apatheist, someone who's totally apathetic about it.
Yeah,
Doesn't care
they would
very
have to be. But then they have that label. Why?
Well, I was going to add the reason why I chose that word was because, as a computer guy, agnostic in technology at least means you truly do not care. So it's only applicable to technology such as like a server client type network, where the server just literally does not care who the client is as long as you have the correct credential. It doesn't care what protocol you use. As long as you give it the answer it's looking for, that's what agnostic means.
So would you say that agnostic?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In original
Agnostic
Greek, it means
cannot
something
exist
different.
religiously. Because, like Richard just pointed out, even if you don't claim, you pretend to not know what or who God is or whatever the agnostic religious position claims to be, that's still a position, as he just pointed out. So agnosticism does not work religiously, or at least on the questions of God. I hope that makes sense.
I don't know. I have to think about it, but maybe Nerdy has something here. I don't really care if I believe in God or not. So that's something close to a neutral position.
Well,
But-
yeah, and if that's true agnosticism, that means
Nerdy,
you
you
cannot
better
have an
believe,
opinion.
because once you die, you'll find out. You'll be in trouble.
Well, it just, to be
there
more
is no
technical,
God that's a God of the dead, if you don't mind me saying so, Midnight, no matter
I
what
know.
Christians say.
I was just making a joke. My bad.
And just to be super technical nerdy about it, if you truly do not care, nerdy, then you cannot have an opinion. If you have an opinion, then you care. See how that works?
That's what I'm saying.
So
Right.
I think it is truly near impossible, if not impossible, to be religiously agnostic. Everybody has an opinion. By God.
Which means if you formed an opinion, you've had consideration of it. Consideration is the struggle that the word Israel is referring to. Whether you're on the positive side or the negative side of it is irrelevant.
True.
It's still part of the struggle.
And that would further correlate to the idea, the biblical science ideas that we're all children of God.
Yeah.
Whether we agree or disagree.
Of course, right now it's all very, very subjective. Heaven arriving into our atmosphere becomes a non-subjective thing. It becomes a fact of the matter. It becomes part of reality. And of course, I always say that it's perfectly rational for someone to deny the existence of God now. That's absolutely fine. But whether you die before end times or you live into it and are recreated in the flesh and come to the age of responsibility, whatever age in heaven that is, and you stand for judgment, that is that not only are you being judged, but you are also the judge. There's something to be decided there. Or if you live into end times, you experience the end times firsthand. Either way, you'll have adequate evidence to make an informed decision.
Like, was it James or was it Hillary? Somebody here was recently saying that Christians seldom seem to agree, even if they say that they're directly inspired by the Holy Spirit. You hear?
Yeah, which
It wasn't me. There, and you had said something else. You said it was either me or James, and it was James.
Thank you. But did you hear all
James
that?
is more whispery.
Okay. This is my first time to meet both you guys.
It's perfectly understandable. Absolutely.
I was asking if you heard what he was talking about back then.
I don't know. It takes me a long time to have a cigarette or two now. So I was gone for several minutes. I obviously can't know what I missed without rewatching the stream.
Sure. Well,
But if you ask me something specific, I can tell you whether or not I recall the occurrence.
sounds like you missed it then. Yeah, he was bashing Christianity, saying how he was talking about Rebecca's channel specifically, how she's asked Christians to not opine any longer on her commentary because too many Christians say that the Holy Spirit told them this, that, the other, that contradict each other.
Sure. Which is my justification for throwing out all the churches and all the church fathers. After all, okay, let's take the binary attitude. The Holy Ghost spoke to them all, but is sometimes a liar. No way to sort that out, right? The Holy Ghost didn't speak to them. Well, then they're uninspired. So either way, I have no reason to give them any credit whatsoever, no matter which of those cases it might be. It really doesn't matter. It's not my job to sort something like that out. However, if I just start from scratch and primarily, I don't know, not the perfect word, the best way, I think, to understand what you have written, Joel, or what Hillary's has written, and what they meant by those things, unless there's some kind of a perfect poet, is to ask the author.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what I intend. If you ask me what I intended, I could give you more words and explain it to you, no matter what the topic might have been.
Go to the primary source, like I was talking about Spinoza's writings about who God is.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people just assume the internet is always correct. They think Spinoza is talking about nature, God, or spanpermia, or not. No, that's a pantheism. But no, he was very specifically. He said that Jesus is the way to salvation, quote unquote, direct. So yeah,
this is a really good point right here. In fact, everything is special revelation, because each of us have our own brain, right? And we interpret whatever way our brain is going to interpret it. So really, I'm not abnormal or fringe in having a religion with one member. Actually, every religion across the whole planet ever had a religion of one member only, because every brain is different, right?
I have my religion of midnight.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Richard,
So,
your comment instantly reminded me how we are all also the temple of God.
Yes, that's also absolutely true.
We are God staring back at itself.
So it's not different. It's extremely normal to be in a religion of one person. In fact, there's no other choice about it. Now the greater question is can I do much to confirm the view that I've adopted? Well, actually, I can't confirm a thing. I can only show that certain things are impossible, right? And maybe hopefully, I'm left with only one choice, which is what I think I'm doing and have done. So what I'm saying is it's not possible for something to be both omniscient and omnipotent, because prior knowledge would prevent further decision. So they just lost a power that you and I both have. So things like that I can say that it's impossible for any God to have both of those qualities, or any being to have both of those qualities in one mind at the same time. It's just cannot happen. So I can eliminate things. If I eliminate enough things, what I should be left with, and yes, I'm aware of the logical fallacy of what was presented by, I can't remember the author, Sherlock Holmes, that it's not necessarily the truth because you've eliminated it, but it is the best we can do.
Whatever concept or theory remains, however improbable.
Yes.
So in scientific circles, Richard, what you just described is called falsification. You can falsify ideas, but science can never be used to say what's true about it.
That's right. And I don't think that's poor thinking. I think it's the best we can do in the moment that we have with whatever knowledge we have, or whatever beliefs we have.
Yep, it's often said that if you can't falsify a concept, then you cannot analyze it scientifically. It has to be falsifiable.
Right. Yeah, it's bad thinking. It's illogical to say I assert this thing. There's no way to disprove it, and it's good thinking. You can't have those things simultaneously. There's a Russian space station on the opposite side of the moon that we never see, and I don't own a spacecraft, and neither do you. Well, good
China
luck
just
with
landed.
that.
China just claimed that they landed on the other side of the moon. Maybe they know. I'm kidding.
Right, it might be Chinese, for all I know.
Yeah.
Blessed be he. I would wonder. I would wonder what is wrong with me going on a Muslim channel and agreeing with everything that they'd said. Is there something amiss there? What if everything they said in the reading frame that I've adopted is completely in perfect harmony with every other religion on the planet, including Christianity?
Yeah, I
Should
replied
I
to her.
still disagree?
No, I replied to her, so the differences must have been unstated.
I mean, I don't always get the chance to say, but I do normally try to say, look, I look at it differently than you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's your personal religion, I look at it differently than you, and here's how I justify what I believe is true about your religion. Now, either that's going to be falsifiable or not, either it's going to be, the most likely answer or not. But I do believe that all these different religions, the only difference is whatever society developed when they became successful enough that they could sit down for 3 hours a day and were given a religion so they could have time to talk about it. Not just hunter-gatherer foraging constantly and trying to survive. When you get to some of the higher levels of surviving, that what is that, Hillary? You probably know that someone's hierarchy. What's the name of that chart?
Maslov.
The hierarchy of
Maslow.
needs.
Maslow's law. Yeah.
Yeah,
Also
Maslow's hierarchy
interesting-
needs.
Also,
Yeah.
interestingly enough, the whole pyramid shape was actually was actually created by a corporation trying to push a certain narrative. Maslow never. He did whatever, you got the point. He didn't believe that the pyramid was. Well, I can't speak, but yeah.
In his view, it may have been more like a column. That would be
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
The ladder. Yep.
Okay. First of all, I do think you're an infant. And I think to say
Wow.
you're 9 years old and that I am too is completely accurate in an off-world, fully advanced societal view. So to say that Muhammad, who represents in that story the hero, the Christ, had sex with, which it doesn't say sex. Actually, you're wrong. It says he wed. Okay? A very innocent feminine, that is to say the bride, which Aisha means bride. It's literally the word bride. Could easily be talking about Jesus' perception of the masses of population being ignorant of the truth. Now, would that be true necessary to form in Jesus' personality within all of the story? Absolutely. Jesus thinks of the other people as being ignorant and kind of innocent, and in certain ways, kind of cute in their ignorance. And that's why he spends all of his time correcting others. So does Muhammad have a bride who is 9? Yes. Is that immoral or talking about sex? No. It's talking about how innocent you are viewed by God. Chew on that.
I'd rather.
Listen, Muslim and Islam just mean obedient or submissive. So saying that someone is defending obedience is really not any sort of Islam.
No, it really wouldn't be. I'm actually not defending Islam. I'm defending Quran. So you should try to get that correct. As I already stated, I look at it very different than the actual practitioners do. See, they try to work mathematics and look at other testimony from within Quran and say, well, actually, we think it's a typo. She was 19. Okay? I don't try to justify what they believe. I'm saying there's a way to look at Quran that makes it true and coherent, and it would make sense in the total paradigm. Now,
Wow,
just because
wow, blessed be he.
yeah. Now, blessed be he. Just because you're look, I don't want to be rude, man, but you've been conditioned to think a certain way by your society. And if you can't get beyond that, I'm not certain you're an adult.
Hey,
I
Richard.
mean, to be fair, Richard, most adults can't get past that. So are they really adults?
Yeah, but in whose definition of adult? In mine, they're not.
Hey, I got some questions for you, man. If I may. But just to confirm, you did not serve Oconus, right? You're only Oconus when you were active duty.
Yeah, I was, in fact.
You were Oconus.
No, I was never assigned a permanent duty station overseas.
So you never had an opportunity to serve with Muslims in the military?
Actually, I have served with Muslim, French, German, Australian. Yeah, because I was in a war.
But
that's not a war is never a permanent duty station.
Well, okay, that's another awesome conversation. But I have witnessed to and have helped convert many Muslim friends over those years, because the basic conclusion of the what we're going to call it, the debate. So the Quran says that the Bible is true, and to believe everything that the previous prophets said were true, which includes Isaiah and Daniel and Jesus himself. And so, since all of the prophets, including Jesus himself, literally claimed that he...
Hey, Richard, thanks for having me. I'm going to go.
Have peace.
Bye.
Yeah, take care, man. The Quran says Jesus is God. And every Muslim I've talked to, they get confused and upset. They go through the 5 stages of grief. the ones that are at least, open-minded enough, I guess, they agree. Jesus is God, according to the Quran.
Yeah, most Christians are unaware that the Quran places... I'm going to have to hit your echo cancellation. Hold on a second.
Is that mine? But I see my bubble.
Yeah. It's you, Joel.
What's that?
I had to turn it back on. I was trying to get your volume up to everyone else's. I did the best I could. Yeah.
Joel, you're quiet and there's a lot of wind noise in your background.
Yeah. No, automatically. Okay. Reduce background noise. Okay. I moved from my phone to my computer. Does this sound better?
Okay. Yep. And I'm about to lose everything we were talking about.
Quran and Muslims agreeing with Christians.
Right. Most Christians are unaware that the Quran places the Christ Jesus at a higher position than Muhammad. And Muhammad himself testifies to this.
Right.
So what it's saying is, when you encounter Christ in end times, believe him. Never mind anything you think I'm saying now. And the Quran says so. So there you have it.
Yeah. That was my point. The Quran says Jesus is God. And that the Bible is correct. Some Muslims, I've had these debates, again, many decades. They'll try to say, oh, well, the Bible, especially the New Testament, has been corrupted. And I'm saying, okay, well, you'd have to prove that. But the Quran itself still says to believe all past prophets, including Jesus. The only way to know what Jesus said specifically is the New Testament. So you can take what Jesus said himself and confirm that he was God, according to all the other prophets.
I would even take that a step further and say the only one who could understand what Jesus was saying would be Jesus. And the same idea as the author understands what they intended.
True. That's a really good point. That was my answer I wanted to give earlier to the conversation of how Christians can claim to have multiple personal, whatever, inspirations, but contradict each other. Was that in my non-online Christian walk, in real life, when I'm talking to fellow believers and we do believe something differently, especially if it's contradictory, our first instinct is to pray. Say, wait a minute, where do you get this idea from? Okay, you get this from this verse. We always pray first, whether before we agree or disagree. And the only time I see people fight generally is online. people that have access to crime.
Yeah, it's absolutely true that I'm a zealot. I think a person weren't a zealot, they wouldn't be here. And speaking of being here, welcome, peace and respect. This one guy, did you have anything immediately to add? You've been quite polite.
No, not really. Just listening.
If I may speak in Richard's defense, blessed be he's not necessarily demolishing Christianity, or he's trying to get away from quote unquote religion. My understanding of your entomology, basically, Richard, your beliefs, is that you follow Christ. You know Christ is God. Christ is you believe in Christianity, but all philosophies can be religions, quote unquote. It's like my brother, for example. He had an old car license plate cover thing frame. It said, "I'm not religious. I just love the Lord." There's following Christ, and then there's inventing, an antichrist religion in the name of God, in the name of Christ, right?
Yeah.
Jesus himself said, "Many will come in that day, in the last day, and say, 'Lord, Lord, didn't we do all these miracles and raise the dead and heal the sick and cast out demons?'" And Jesus said, "I never knew you. Get away from me."
Right.
He's talking to Christians, people that are pretending to be Christian.
Yeah, I am not very religious, but I do believe in Christ.
Yes, when we make observations about the text, I would point out that, spoken very colloquially and kind of tongue-in-cheek, but just to make a point, Christ tells a story in parable form. The apostles take him aside and say, "Cool story, JC. What did it mean?" Now, what does that show us? That shows us you could live with Christ for 3.5 years and have no idea what he's talking about. Now, how is it that you think, whomever, that you have some objective view of what Christ was talking about when you can't even hear the inflection of his voice? You don't even have that. And it's been translated, right? So when you say something like, "I understand Christ and I'm following Christ," you're following your perception of Christ. That's what you're doing. And it's doctrinal, it's dogmatic, and it's personal. And I do not want to destroy Christianity, meaning to follow Christ. I believe in Christ. I believe Christ is right. I believe in following Christ. And I'm subject to the same problems I just pointed out. I do want to demolish doctrine. Thus, the name of the channel is not Demolish Christian, it's Demolish Doctrine. How you missed that, I have no idea, but it seems you're not a great fan of logic, because I put it in the title of the channel to be really obvious what I mean, and I mean precisely that.
Well, you did change it back to Richard Madsen.
I never changed it from the time that it was put there. It's always been demolish_doctrine Richard Madsen. It's always been that.
So is there a better topic?
Sure, something challenging.
This is distracting.
That's what I came in for. I came in for like the meat. Anyone had it? I didn't know where you guys were, so I just came in blinded. And I'm like, Richard usually has something going on, so.
Right on. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate you dropping in.
Is that mental? Have we met? Joel.
Maybe not. I don't think personally, no.
You would know Momentia by this one guy.
Which one guy?
He literally calls himself this one guy.
Oh, Tig. Yeah, I think I follow your channel. Yeah, I think I remember meeting you, if not talking with you, real briefly. Gosh,
Maybe
years ago
before,
on
yeah.
Praise's channel. You remember Praise? Is he still around?
Yeah, he still does stuff.
Wow, I love that.
I don't go on there as well as often.
Yeah, gosh, it's so weird how long ago that was now. I'm gonna go check on him. Remember him and his sister.
There's nothing wrong with a passionate debate. But if someone hollers enough on my channel, I allow them their freedom. That is, I let them off the channel.
I think that is very benevolent.
I once had to fire a guy because it was better for him, and I wanted to keep him, but since he had issues with the work situation, I wanted to point out to him that he was free to do other things, and then when I offered the idea and he rejected it, although he was miserable, I just forced it onto him.
Love hurts sometimes.
Oh, I'm sure he was much happier in very, very short order. The guy was plenty hireable. I'm sure he got a job right away.
Hey, Richard, am I still having background noise issues?
Yes, just nobody cares.
Oh, well,
Damn,
what does
bro.
it sound like? Does it sound like fans? I got a bunch of fans on. What does it sound like? Or is it the...
Okay, it's actually a minor echo of your voice that comes out as if puffs of wind.
Weird. So, like, the noise
Not a big
cancellation
deal.
feature is not working?
It's lightly annoying. It's not like we can't understand you.
Well, I'd like to fix it if I can.
Well, fine. Fix it if you can, but if you can't, just do it and just stay anyway.
It might be the fan directions. If you have them pointing at you, try pointing them slightly adjacent.
Well, it's 90
You have
degrees
multiple
here,
fans.
and the air conditioner doesn't reach this room, so... Literal third world problems, right?
Yeah.
And
on that topic, it's not temperature that kills human beings. It's sudden change in temperature. That is, I'm saying old people should never have air conditioning.
Really now? Interesting.
It reminds me of people that like to jump into ice water.
Yeah, but that's usually healthy people whose body can handle the shock.
Yeah.
You do that with an old person, they can't handle the shock, and they're probably going to perish.
Yeah.
We had a wonderful day here earlier in the Philippines. I was introduced to one of her aunts close by, and she's a farmer. She loves to farm. She has 10 hectares, she said, and she had a little farm plot going around her home, which was a different area entirely, and so much she loves farming. And they're literally picking herbs off of the front yard fence. This is growing. It seemed wild, but it's very organized. They knocked fruit off this tree right there while we were standing next to it. Palmetto, I think there's palmetto, something like that. I forget. It's like a large grapefruit.
Oh, I've seen those.
Yeah, this place is literal paradise on earth.
Well, since it's a walled garden, and that's the definition of paradise, you are correct.
Yep,
Peace and respect, Marty.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Am I muted?
Yeah.
Am I muted?
No,
we can hear you.
Okay.
I think I remember you. It's just not clear.
Oh, what's going on now?
You were slightly muffled, and I am slightly echoey apparently.
we'll live with it. Poor Harples can't stand it, but Harples has the same option as the rest of us. That is to leave. Love you, but you could just leave if it really gets on your nerves. Now, come on, guys. This is a silly question.
Yes.
Is Joel a Christian? Well, by your definition, no, because his brain's not yours. But does he identify himself as a Christian, being a Christian the best he can, the best way he knows how? Well, yes.
That's funny because I used to have almost very heated fights back in the military because my fellow Christians that were soldiers, they're, oh, Joel, you're a Christian. Or, well, I'm not going to say my last name, but like you have to tell everybody, you're supposed to be a witness for Christ. You need to make it clear, with the company. And I kept telling them, no, I don't. In fact, my dog tag said non-religious. I said, I want people to think that I'm a Christian based on my actions. They said, I want them to see me and say, hey, that guy seems like Christ. I didn't want to call myself a Christian.
Biggest compliment I got ever my entire life. And I compare it to, when I was in school and a child, and I called my female teacher mom accidentally, knowing that that's not my mom. But you know, my brain made that association at some other than perfectly conscious level, and I accidentally, and lots of people have done that. Somebody the other day actually accidentally called me Jesus. And I tell you, man, it brought a tear to my eye. I thought, you can't get a bigger compliment than that.
Yeah.
Can I just want to address Blessed Be He real quick because it'll be easier to do it here rather than continuing to type to her. Blessed Be He. Richard's not a Christian. He's a believer. He's a believer in the Christ. He's not a Christian, which we would say is the same thing if you believe in Christ, you're a Christian. No, hang out and talk to a Christian, and then hang out and talk to Richard. And they're two different things. Richard is a follower of Christ. Richard is Christ-like, where most Christians are not. I don't have respect for Christians, but I have respect for Richard because of his stance on Christianity and on religion in general. So there's a big difference. So when you ask, is Richard a Christian or is this a Christian channel? Neither of those things.
Someone help remind me, wasn't it somewhere in the book of Acts where it was the pagans or the Jews that first called the first Christians Christian, right? And it was not as a compliment.
I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
As a pagan, I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it was. I forget who it was exactly, but it was a non-Christian group calling what we call the Christians now, calling them Christian. And someone, I don't know how true this is, but I've heard it often cited over the years that the Roman Empire, referred to Christians, quote unquote, as, or followers of Christ as, quote, atheists.
Correct.
Yeah.
I've heard those same things. Yeah.
Yeah, Blessed, this is all your projection. You want Richard to be demolishing Christ's doctrine. That's not what he's saying. He wants to demolish all the separation of all the different churches. He wants them to get back to what Jesus said and not what their individual preachers are telling them that he said.
Yeah, Blessed. But Richard wants to demolish doctrine. Exactly. That's the point. That's why his channel is called Demolish Doctrine. That's the point.
How could he be following his doctrine if he's gonna demolish it?
Right. I'm not doctrinal on anything, which is how I'm always able to learn.
Well, in my observation, you're doing what I consider the most scientific thing, which is to challenge everything.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine doing it a different way, really.
Yeah. And
not be intellectually honest. And if you don't do that, you're literally irresponsible and intellectually dishonest. You just are.
I think that the basic tenets, quote, doctrine, whatever you say, of Christ himself, challenge everything. He says, challenge every spirit.
Yeah, the text of the Bible, if you recall, says, believe not what is received in the Spirit, but test everything. Test every spirit. Do not just accept things. That means from your preacher. That means from what you perceive as God. Do not just accept things that you think came from God. Don't do that.
1 John
and
4:1. Dear friends, do not believe everyone who claims to speak by the Spirit. You must test them to see if the Spirit they have comes from God. For there are many false prophets in the world.
There you have it. So that's not a suggestion, by the way. That's a commandment. Does that sound like a suggestion? No, it says do it. It doesn't say you should.
Well, and I'm also reminded of Paul talking about what the tests of the Spirit are. There's tests.
Sure, of course.
The fruit of the Spirit.
Actually, I didn't, BBH, and it's not a contradiction. If you sit down and talk to a Christian like Darth, you think Darth is a Christian. Darth is an example of a Christian. Richard is not. Darth is not a follower of Christ. Richard is. If you hear the hate and venom and just animosity and all the terrible things that come out of Darth's mouth, and you think he's a true warrior for a true warrior or whatever the hell you said, then you stick with that. I will gladly listen to Richard any day of the week. And if all Christians became believers like Richard rather than staying in Christian doctrine, the world would probably be a lot better place.
I mean, is to Marty's point, if I said what were the basic tenets that Jesus Christ is obviously trying to promote? Love, acceptance, empathy, understanding, things like that. Now, does that sound like you're going to hell and I'm right? Does that sound the same? No, but a lot of who claim to be Christ followers will say things like that. That you're stupid and I'm smart. Does that sound like something Christ would say? No. But you catch Darth saying stuff like that all the time.
Exactly.
Now, you could say something like, those combative people who claim to be Christian have a very skewed view of Christ that they're perfectly following. Or you could say they're not following Christ. But you can't say they have an accurate view of Christ and are trying to... Look, let me just make this really clear. Our sister Marty here is a self-proclaimed witch. I love Marty. I'm really actually genuinely concerned with Marty being happy and being well adjusted to reality as it is. So should I persecute Marty for being a self-proclaimed witch? No. I should bring her in as my sister. I should hope to be her brother and be a true and honest friend to Marty is what I should do.
Richard?
Sir.
The first point you made about how Christians should be, about love and acceptance, was from the verse I wanted to read that shows how the Bible has science in it. There's a scientific criteria for testing the Spirit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Galatians 5:22. But the Holy Spirit produces this kind of fruit in our lives: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. There is no law against these things. Those who belong to Christ Jesus have nailed the passions and desires of their sinful nature to his cross and crucified them there. Since we are living by the Spirit, let us follow the Spirit's heading in every part of our lives. Let us not become conceited or provoke one another or be jealous of one another. I also like to promote the 2 Timothy chapter 2 when we do get it. And I'm guilty of getting into heated debates too sometimes. Paul said to run from, let me find it better. Wealthy home. Run from anything that stimulates you from lust. Again, I say don't get involved in foolish, ignorant arguments that only start fights. A servant of the Lord must not quarrel, but must be kind to everyone, be able to teach, and be patient with difficult people. Gently instruct those who oppose the truth. Perhaps God will change those people's hearts, and they will learn the truth. Then they will come to their senses and escape from the devil's trap, for they have been held captive by him to do whatever he wants. Clear scientific criteria.
So there you go. I think most of that's pretty clear. And frankly, if you're not following this, you're following some church and not the Bible. And to you, your church and your preacher override the Bible. Obviously. So just throw it aside, believe what you want, because you don't value it as a source of information in the first place.
Yeah, what I like to kind of caution people is with people like Darth Dawkins and them. The Bible also talks about how the body of Christ is multifaceted. The hand can't tell the foot, we don't need you. So Darth, whether we agree or disagree with his methods, we have to be careful. Christ is the head. Jesus, if Darth, whether he's a Christian or not, anybody wants to argue, any of us, we have to see if we follow these tests of this fruit of the Spirit. And if he feels like he's doing what God asks him to do, then God bless him. I'm not the head. I can't tell the foot how to do its job.
And Marty, you were trying to say something, but I'm sure Joel couldn't hear you.
No, you're fine. I was just saying, I was just kind of scoffing at the fact that Darth is a true warrior for Christ. Really? If you looked up the word hate in the dictionary, dictionary, there's Darth.
Well, that's not
That's
nice.
a
They
totally
can't just take
unrelated
away my
topic,
picture.
Blessed be.
That's not
Sure.
nice.
Hey, you're only king for a minute, man. That's all of us.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a weird topic, Blessed be. Yes, I think people should be allowed to immigrate. In fact, I'm getting married to a foreigner this week or next week, so I can help get her to immigrate into America. How's that?
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. Sucks. It's going to take a year, but that's a.
From which
Now here,
country?
I have a question now on the flip. Do you think other countries do that for like Americans? Like, I want to be married outside of my country. Will you take me in? Like,
Yes.
is that a thing?
Everybody has. Yeah,
Yeah.
Where's
they
the
do, but everybody
websites
has
for
a
that? Why don't we hear about those? Why aren't we passing these around? We've like taking
It's the
free
same thing. You
trips
still
to
have to have
Europe,
a
getting
visa to come
divorced.
into the country. You still have to make sure your marriage isn't, I had a, it's the same thing. They still have to make sure that your marriage isn't a sham marriage so that you can get into like the UK for free healthcare or something like that. They still, it's the same thing.
Is that like international Tinder, but like ancient because people have been doing it forever? It's like the old school exchange, just now Tinder is just the application on a wider scale. Wow, man, it's crazy.
I don't know.
Think
They
about
would
it
work
like
so
that.
global on Tinder, which doesn't help if you live in the States and you're looking for someone in like Brazil. I don't know. So I don't understand how why they have that.
Well, I'm sure everybody has different reasons. My personal reasons, if anyone's to hear, was we started to do what's called the K1 fiance 90-day fiance visa, but it turned out it's not 90 days anymore. It takes almost a year. 13 months is the current wait time to process. And so I didn't want to wait a year, another year. And so the current theory was if we just get married here overseas, then we can get the visa for me to be an immigrant to this country, and then at the same time get her visa to immigrate to America. At least we're married and we're together for that year while we wait. Yeah.
What country is she from?
Philippines.
Okay.
Which is amazing. I strongly recommend everybody visit. Richard, are the other guys that do the YouTube Christian stuff? Are you guys familiar with Paul? What's his name?
#passport, bro.
Pardon?
Yeah.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
You said Paul?
I'm trying to remember his last name. He makes amazing. He's an Australian, and he makes amazing videos, apologetics videos.
I'm gonna need a last name. I need more to go on than just a singular first name. I have no idea.
I'm trying to look him up. Yeah,
Okay. As soon as you find that.
I'm making perfect sense, blessed BBH. You might not like what I'm saying, but I'm making perfect sense.
In fact, he uses. Oh, I'm sorry, Paul Ross. He uses all of Darth Dawkins' material as well from Discord, and he makes these phenomenal YouTube videos. But,
if you want to link the channel, you'd be more than welcome.
Okay, but yeah, I've been listening to him for years as well, and he was in Manila just last month. So I got to finally meet him in person. That was awesome. I linked it in the private chat. Can I link it in the regular chat?
I don't know. You have Blue. You can put it in the regular chat.
There you go. Yeah. So he is awesome. I think he largely would side on the side with Darth Dawkins because again he promotes his material a lot, but he's very down to earth still. He's not hostile. He's very chill. So it's a good example of how you can still agree with angry people, but still yourself be very peaceful. The diversity.
I think Darth Dawkins needs to have a talk with Richard, and I think Richard would show him what it's like to be a believer rather than a Christian.
Actually, that did happen, and I can tell you what happened as a result of the conversation between myself and Darth Dawkins.
You talked to him?
He got banned and he called you a troll.
Yeah.
That's what happens every time. It's a script.
Yeah. At first, he pretended that I wasn't talking about things in the Bible, even though he knew where they were located. In other words, he thought that if I can't show off by quoting chapter and verse, then I don't know what I'm talking about. Now, that's just silly. And then once he admitted that what I was saying is obviously in the text, he found another way to skirt around it by saying that I'm just a very confused person. But did he actually address anything that I was suggesting, making observations about from within the text? No. He spent 45 minutes not addressing anything I said.
Yeah, that's the script.
Hey guys, I will be back in a few.
Yeah, I'm gonna split too because I just got up from a nap. I'm not terribly sharp right now. I just wanted to address what Blessed be He was saying in the chat. It would be easier to just say it than just continue typing for it. So, but I'm gonna be in the side chat. I'm gonna have the show on if you're still gonna do the show, Richard.
Yes, of course, and you're always welcome back and whatever.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll hop back in a minute. Like I said, I just woke up from a nap, so I'm not terribly with it right now.
Have a coffee.
Coffee doesn't do anything to me. Coffee doesn't even register. I like
Pepsi?
coffee, and it doesn't. Caffeine doesn't really register for me because I have ADHD and I don't take Adderall. So, like, they used to a cup of coffee used to make me tired, but now it doesn't do anything. So, what are you gonna do? All right, I'm gonna get out of here, but I'm gonna still be in the chat. I'll talk to you later.
Later.
Take care.
Bye.
I love her cute little accent.
Where's she from?
Somewhere New Jersey-ish.
Yeah,
Okay.
New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Yep.
Lock the car in the yard. Did I do it right? Sorry.
I don't know. That was close to Rhode Island, but you're in the right neck of the woods for sure.
So there's a seldom common hypothesis. So the way what caffeine does, all it does metabolically in our systems is it constricts blood vessels.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's what that causes that call it that high that wakes us up is makes our blood pressure rise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so for those that are very healthy, that have a very strong, steady cardiovascular system, that's why caffeine doesn't work very well, because your system's already working at peak optimization. So,
right. My family has that genetic whatever switch turned on that caffeine really doesn't affect us at all. My mom gets a slight headache if she doesn't drink coffee in the morning, but she doesn't really get any of the stimulant effects.
Yeah, and I've had that myself. And I've heard that's when you know you're addicted. You can get addicted to caffeine. It's a mild addiction, but yeah, you'll get headaches if you have withdrawal.
Yep. And me, I can go from drinking 8 cups a day to none, and it has no effect on me whatsoever.
Okay. Dude, there's this one guy, I forget where he's from. He was a short little, he was like 4 foot, maybe 10, right? Back in the Army, stationed in Korea, and he would drink 2 pots of espresso. He bought his own personal espresso machine in his barracks room. He'd drink 2 pots a day. He was a tiny little guy, and he would literally shake, when he vibrate. Like, dude, you might want to lay off. But he couldn't seem to live without it, he said. So, all right.
I guess it's fine if you don't mind the jitters. It's fine.
We were worried about him, yeah. But yeah, what are you gonna do?
Okay, guys. This will be my probably second or third cigarette, and I have to go and pee and stuff. And you guys want to keep going? I'm going to be gone for a good 20 minutes. You got okay?
I'd love to get to know you a little more as to Hillary's. Seems like a good opportunity.
Okay.
Hillary's, do you have control over this channel?
No. You did it under your profile instead of the other one.
Instead of the other one? What's the other one? Because there's like 10 in a row there.
There's a drop-down menu, and you can choose between your own profile and the one that is communal with all of us. And you did it under your own personal one, which means you're limited to 6 people, and the other people can't control it.
Okay.
Which I would say was wise. But it does have the downside of not being able to have other people control things.
Right.
You already wrote in. It reminded me of a topic I was seldom to bring up. When I was in right before high school, my freshman year of high school. My friend Daniel and I, we were massive computer geek programmers, and we were working on this old computer programming game idea, and we stayed up like 24 hours for a literal week, staying up on what he ended up calling, quote, death tea. We would take 1 tablespoon of instant tea, just regular old Lipton, and then 4 tablespoons of sugar mixed in about a liter of a cup, and just would drink that like every 4 hours or so. And it literally kept us up the entire week trying to finish that program. And then when high school started, we stopped and we just crashed. I mean, it was total metabolic failure. And for about a year after that, every time I drank that tea again, it would actually put me to sleep. Is that what you were saying, Hillary? When you drink caffeine, and somebody was saying it puts them to sleep. Or was it Marty?
I didn't say it. No.
Okay, it's probably Marty.
It has no effect on me whatsoever. Hello, Jamie.
Yeah. Well, Blessed, actually had that revelation, I guess, that some guys just, I had what I call it my Adam moment, where some guys, like I got a friend from high school, John, he's been single all his life. He's never been married. He never had kids, even though we're the same age, from the same school. He's a multimillionaire today, We're both technology guys. I had families. I've been divorced. I've got a bunch of kids. So, I'm very technically astute, but I was getting close to being a millionaire, but not quite. But he can be happy being alone. He's happy not finding a wife. And I got divorced, and he was trying to, counsel me, trying to say, Joel, women are all liars. You don't need a woman in your life. I was like, well, John, you're probably right. Especially based on my failed marriages, women do tend to lie, just like most guys do. But I still wanted a companion. I still, Adam had everything. Adam walked with God daily. He owned the whole planet. He was a man unto himself. Adam had everything humanly possible I think any human could ever want, but he was still lonely. God still made him a wife. So I had my Adam moment.
Hillary's, what does managing moderator mean?
It means that on StreamYard or YouTube?
Both.
YouTube? Well, on YouTube, it means that you have control over the lesser mods. So if you need to time one out or whatever, I guess you could.
I was trying to add you as someone who can control all things on the channel, and I don't seem to be able to figure out how.
In StreamYard, isn't there like a co-ownership or something?
Yeah. You'd have
Peace
to
and respect, Jamie Russell.
And if you got the free one, I think maybe you can add one person and that's it.
Yeah, in StreamYard though.
Yeah, and then you'd have to send me a link, and then I'd have to read.
This isn't something we can do easily. We should do this sometime though.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't mind being locked in the channel forever. How long with Hillary's? I mean, Hillary, you seem like a good guy. Odd name.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hillary's biggest gift is probably something that I would approximate as open-minded effort toward acceptance of objective things. Gosh, I don't know. Something like that.
So he's reasonable. So.
Mm-hmm.
We may agree politically as well if you're based on your Hillary's emails. Are you critical of Hillary's emails?
I am indeed.
Okay. Yeah, we probably agree politically. So all kinds of things we could talk about.
Yep. I'm loving the side chat comments.
You love what? Side chat? Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving the side chat comments.
Yeah, it's pretty.
The charmer are Hillary. Imagine being stuck in a room with Hillary's for 20 minutes.
Well, I'm going to just ask. So you sound like you're probably thinking she committed treason.
Yes, and espionage, definitely.
Yeah.
And they knew about it and covered up for her.
Yeah. I remember Donald Trump running on a campaign promise he was going to lock her up.
Yeah, I was disappointed that he didn't. I bet you he's
Yeah.
regretting it now.
Well, do you ever understand the reasoning he gave why he didn't?
No, not really.
It's the 11th Amendment to politics, they call it, where they try their best to not hyper criticize or certainly not try to commit legal processes to political opponents. When Hillary ran against him the following year, or not her specifically, the idea if he had convicted or prosecuted and convicted her as a president, then he would have made himself equivalent to Soviet Union, Stalin, whatever typical fascists that use legal processes to silence or punish legal opponents. It's the 11th commandment, they say, of American politics. So he didn't want to violate that. They convinced him to chill out. And then lo and behold, this year, her political party just violated the 11th commandment and have prosecuted him as a political opponent. So he was trying to be the better man, the better politician, and look where it got him.
I agree with the 11th commandment as far as minor crimes, but when it's something as severe as espionage, I definitely would have gone after her.
Well, I'm prior military and I'm an information scientist by trade, so I talked to a lot of people about this as well. And the general consensus, if there is such a one, seems to be that they want to go after more of the people that helped instigate, help basically create her illegal network. They go after those people, which I think some quietly have, and not go up. She's just the pawn. She's the political talking head. She's the least important figure.
Yeah. Yeah, but they wouldn't have created the network for her if she hadn't wanted it. I mean, it's kind of like going after all the crackheads and leaving the dealers and the smugglers alone.
That's the hidden controversy is that she was the fall guy. She was the patsy. The true, whatever you call it, instigators are the ones that were trying to leak that information. It could have been anybody. It could have been any politician. She was just pardon my French, she was one of the stupider ones that got caught.
Right, but I don't think that that's accurate. I think that she was the ringleader, and she was the one profiting off of it. That's why they got the Clinton Foundation. They're not getting money to actually do any good for anybody else. They're doing it to enrich themselves and to live off that money.
Well, I mean, again, it's highly plausible, and I would actually tend to agree that the problem catch to that though is that part of this massive corruption in American politics is that the Clinton Foundation was never fully audited. There's been a few fake audits, but since we can't seem to somehow, since Democrats basically are above the law, we haven't been able to audit the foundation yet, so we can't confirm that she actually profited on it. It's all speculation. It's good speculation.
Yeah, but when anybody questions, okay, what has the Clinton Foundation done? They haven't given money to water purification efforts. They haven't given money for anybody that they're supposedly there to benefit. So I think that they need to be audited and they need to be shut down as a criminal organization.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, it's not only common, but it's unfortunate. Most foundations, political or non-political, have corruption. A Salvation Army, for example, 9/11, they've got an influx of $200 million because everybody was trying to see if they could help 9/11 victims. What did they use it for? Updating computers. So there's all kinds of misappropriations, and so that's a plausible deniability. So yes, in fact, again, there have been minor audits, but nothing fully to honestly figure out where that money went.
Yeah, and as far as the using these foundations and charities to launder money and that, Sadly,
Yeah.
that's kind of written into the tax code. So it's like they've created loopholes to make sure that they can do these things. But when she is putting information, highly sensitive information, on a private server, which itself is illegal because she is, violating the Records Act, Official Records Act, and then my contention is she's basically giving backdoor access to all these other countries or entities that are willing to pay her enough money. So give me $1 million and you can get access to this information.
Right. And
So I
the,
think,
the theories are that not just her, but other people in her party. But to make it even worse, just as a common reminder, she also accessed those confidential emails on her cell phone. She
right,
admitted in Congress, cell phones are never secured.
correct.
Never. You put a man in the middle of the device, you will capture everything on a cell phone.
Yep.
She's claimed ignorance, but you're right. So that's where the FBI had a little bit of egg on its face, because the FBI is part of their job, part of the NSA FBI, training, so to say, for all accessors, is that they have to either give you their specialized secured phone, which is not secure. All it does is it sends alerts to the intelligence community if you use it, if you access it, so that they know what you tried to use it for, because it's actually not secure. So they themselves did not do their job with her phone. So there's all kinds of facets to who's to blame. But
Well, first off, she's a lawyer. Her first case, when she bragged about getting the guy off for sexually assaulting an 8-year-old. I mean, that's disgusting just to begin with. But she's a lawyer, so she knows that destruction of evidence is a crime in and of itself. Yet she did it. She destroyed 30,000 plus of her emails. She took hammers to her devices and bleach bitted them and all that. She knew that she was violating federal law. So there's no excuse. And yeah, she did have people, working on her behalf. But again, as far as I'm concerned, those are the street level dealers. Usually in a drug operation, you want to work your way up. So you get informants at the bottom to go after Mr. Big. Well, her and Obama were the Mr. Big of that private server, because Obama was communicating with her under a pseudonym. So he knew about it too.
Well, and just to further give deeper details, when they did do that willful destruction, that proved intent. So that I don't know if I forget the name of the FBI special counsel. They tried to say that Hillary did not intend to release this information, but the fact that she destroyed it, like you said, that proved intent.
Correct.
And so that was the case that the Trump administration, DOJ, whoever, could have used, or still can use. There's no statute of limitations on treason. Prosecute this eventually.
Yeah, but treason is a higher standard than espionage. I wish they would have just gone after for espionage. That could have been plenty. And then if they could have elevated to treason, great. But I can understand why they might not want to get her the death sentence.
Well, if it's any encouragement, which you may or may not, it's not really much encouragement, but there are cases where traitors have been convicted 20, sometimes 40 years after the fact, and back, to the point where anybody that, alive during the time didn't really care. So, yeah, even if she passes away, this can still be prosecuted. She can still be labeled as a convicted traitor in the future.
Mm-hmm.
If America ever actually followed its own law.
Right.
I think so you and I would agree. Yeah, that was the reason, to not violate the 11th commandment. Here they punished him for it anyways. First with the false impeachment trials, and then second with this New York conviction. These other 4 court cases. It's all the silence of political opponent. If Democrats were ever honest with themselves about this stuff, they would never have started any of these lawsuits. But they're not. That's the more important issue. The Democrats are flaming. Whether you agree with Democrats or Republicans, Democrats have factually demonstrated forever throughout all the rest of human history to be flaming hypocrites. Republicans aren't angels either, obviously. Democrats are forever tainted themselves as a political party.
Yeah.
Democrats have no excuses anymore.
Yeah, it's disgusting to me how they claim the moral high ground, but yet they're such hypocrites, and
Yep.
most of their accusations are just projections of their own beliefs onto others.
Yeah, even her husband's impeachment trial, many Republicans were screaming the same thing. The 11th commandment, that Reagan talked about: don't prosecute your political opponents.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he wasn't, he was impeached, but he wasn't convicted. A lot of Republicans, not just Strom Thurmond, were basically concerned that if they can do it to a Democrat, Democrats can do it to them. And so they that's why. It would have been Trump trying to persecute a political opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the reasoning. I just think that espionage is a high enough level that it does need to be gone after.
Yep, that's what
And
I'm saying. Hopefully in the future.
I don't think the Congress should be able to make laws about itself either, because they gave themselves exemptions from insider trading and a whole bunch of other laws. I think that Congress should have to live by the same laws that they pass for the rest of us.
Yeah, that's basic corruption. It's what the founding fathers warned us about.
Yeah.
So I'm over here in the Philippines these days, and the Filipinos love America. They're I think I'm meeting more Filipinos here that are more pro-American than most Americans I've met.
Right.
Which is crazy. And so they're always telling me, no, America's great. America, they're born and raised to believe America is like heaven on earth. I keep trying to tell them it used to be. Maybe it used to be a lot, but not anymore. It's not easy to convince them. It's cute.
I lived in Russia for a year, and it's the same over there. They all believe all the stuff that they see on TV and films, and they think that like none of us work at all unless we just want to. That somehow we all just the moment we're born are given all these stocks and all these multinational companies, and that's where we make all of our money. We just go to work for a couple hours a day, just to socialize, really, not to actually do anything.
Well, and if you looked at if that was being judged by our social media, it seems true. Most people,
Right.
We still get along, still get by. We're talking about unions. What's your stance on unions?
Oh boy, it is very complex.
A different topic. Mine's very simple. Unions. I like to believe that unions only exist because employees are either incompetent or themselves corrupt. Because every corporation I've worked for, we were always that hired union workers. We were always looking for union members that proved to be better than their fellow union members, that actually took pride in their work. And we would specifically watch those people. Like I used to work for Texas Instruments, for example. We had hired Halliburton, Keller Brown and Root union workers for the plumbing, for the facilities things. And there's a lot of very delicate 1/8-inch type stainless steel for a lot of the chemicals and a lot of the hazardous material stuff. And you have to be very, very careful. It has to be extreme, expert handiwork to do that kind of stuff. And so we would watch the union workers that would come, and we look for the guy that was making every bend perfect, and was making all of his orbital welds just last forever. And then we would find that top union guy and say, hey, you want to come work for us? We'll pay you 3 times or more than what you're making right now, give you better benefits than union can ever dream of. That's my experience in the corporate versus union world.
Right. Yeah.
My thought that if somebody can't find a corporation that does that does better than the unions can ever dream of, then you're just in the wrong area. Go find somebody that does. They exist. Good companies exist. Make yourself better, you will get hired. and I can't speak for everybody, of course, but my general experience is people that work for unions do so they don't have to be better than their fellow,
Right. Yeah.
They can get away with sloppy work, still get paid top dollar. It's like that. So my basic stance on that is, I want people to have the freedom, of course, to choose. Basic America, be in union or not, it's up to you. But if you feel like you have to have a union, that means that your local area sucks, or that you're too incompetent to start the better business that can do what the unions can't do. So the union is a bully because the corporations in that area suck. Unions cannot exist in areas that have good companies, that have good businesses, basically. Or at least they can't exist for very long.
I guess an argument for unions would be that because corporations are a form of union themselves. They got all the stockholders together to pool their funds and then to lobby Congress. So the union just might want to give their own workers representation that the stockholders also have access to.
Or more specifically, the corporation, union, whatever you call it, has to fight for market share. So that's the ultimate, stock.
True.
The share itself, the market itself. And so a union is another corporation trying to bully or strong arm the other corporation that's trying to compete in the actual market, and usually hurts both of them.
Yeah, it's like a parasite. It's drawing strength away from its host, and if it does it long enough and severely enough, like they'll kill the goose that's laying the golden eggs, and then nobody will have any job, just like this happening with this minimum wage nonsense.
Yeah, I've it reminded me of several discussions I've seen over the many decades that the minimum wage law only exists for the unions, and that the unions use it. Again, it's just I'm not sure if I believe this fully or not. It sounds plausible that the minimum wage increases are specifically designed by and through unions lobbying Congress as well to justify increasing wages and ultimately union fees. The basic premise that if the non-union person gets a pay raise, then the union, the special union, whatever, skilled workers also need an even more raise. If you're going to give McDonald's guy $1 or $2 raise, then Mr. Union guy, he gets a $20 raise. Basically, which of course drives inflation, which of course wrecks the whole economy. As you see right now.
Yeah, Sandy brings up a good point. The unions, what she's saying began as, I'm not sure if I'd say began, but 150 years ago, like unions were coming in because of the industrialization of mines and factories and stuff like that. And it was to get better working conditions for the employees. And I think that as the collective bargaining is good for that. An individual employee might just get fired if they say, I want to have a reasonable chance of making it out alive. But a union can put pressure on the company to say, okay, yeah, you do need to have sufficient bracing inside this mine so it's not going to collapse.
Well, and the catch to that is that unfortunately, that philosophy, that belief, confirms the concept that means the employee himself, the laborer, is incompetent. Because as every company I've ever worked for highly stresses safety is our own individual greatest concern. And every safety expert, policy I've ever, I've been a part of a few myself, have all stressed safety is everybody's concern. So what that's saying is that those miners were so grossly, stupidly incompetent that they not only help make things safe for themselves, but they need somebody to tell them how to be safe.
Well,
It's
no,
lack of competence.
Okay, you're approaching it from the modern perspective, and I'll get to that. That yeah, unions have largely made themselves irrelevant, but 150 years ago, the workers were dependent upon the company for the wood for the bracing. So if they didn't have sufficient materials to put in the bracing, it didn't matter how great a job they did. And then second, they're not structural engineers. They just have pickaxes and shovels. So yeah, they are going to be incompetent when it comes to rigging the bracing.
Well, I mean, so again, based on my own professional experience alone, much less stuff that I would try to figure out the site, it still says the same thing to me, because you don't need to be a structural engineer to know how to shore things, how to be safe. In fact, the people that do the actual work day to day, day in, day out, they are more of an expert than anybody that might pretend to be otherwise an academic or whatever. You doing the work yourself, what's you should be able to know, I guess. That's the definition of competency. So the guy that's doing the work should be able to say, and if he's not allowed to do what he knows is safe, then it's on you to not work there. And if there's enough competent workers, then the company folds because nobody wants to work there.
That's with modern technology and modern exchange of information. 150 years ago, that might be the only person that's willing to hire 200 people, and you got 200 people that need to work, but none of them have any mining experience. So the mine says, okay, well, we'll just hire you 200, but just do your best. And if the mine collapses, tough luck.
Right, but that's confessing that they hired 200 incompetent people. So again, the union, that's where it confirms that theory. The unions only exist to help incompetent people. If the person's if he's not incompetent, then you don't need a union. You can fix your own problems. And I agree. I don't know if it's a modern thing or not. I wasn't around 150 years ago, but today, the companies I work for, the technology companies, if you can't improve things, we really don't like it.
Right. Yeah, if you're not adding value, then you're a needless expense and need to be cut.
Like I was saying, like that example of TI, if you're just there to bend the pipe and just do a basic weld, then I hope to God that you don't kill somebody. But if you can take a mundane task and just be epic at it, and hey, let's go do this real work. Let me reintroduce you how plasma physics works. Let's do what we got to do to move you up and get you, big pay. Come help me do the pipes over here. Eventually, do more than pipes.
And that could be another argument too, that modern torts for negligent safety on a company's part have also made unions redundant, because the union really isn't doing anything that the market isn't performing any function the market isn't already doing.
Right. A healthy market, I agree. So if it's an unhealthy market, like I was trying to describe earlier, then I can see where unions can be a good bully if you can't get good companies in an area. While you have bad companies, and then there's that use for the union, that bully. Ideally, we just find good companies though. That's my theory. Yeah. I don't know if I've just been very blessed. I don't know, but my career has been full of very competent people. And the few, I don't think I remember working with anybody incompetent, but the people that just weren't, as competent as some others, they were trainable. As long as they were willing to learn and improve, like you just said, they added value. I have not met very many people that are just totally incompetent.
It's the job that you picked, actually.
Yeah. Well, I've worked with a lot of different jobs, so I don't know.
It's the jobs that you picked.
Yeah.
I'll make it plural, no problem.
Yeah, if you're a janitor, they're not looking for the best janitor; they're looking for the cheapest. For most places. Obviously, not for high tech. Everybody wearing head covering and stuff.
I'll tell you, in the construction field, it is very easy to find people who are absolutely stubborn, unable to learn anything, no matter how obvious it is. and all they care about is NASCAR and beer. There's
Yeah.
plenty of that.
They don't care about safety. Can a union fix that?
Would a union fix that? Well, since I've mostly worked in non-union, I have no comparative. But when people say unions fix things like that, then I have to say a union would at least help.
Well, that was what Sandy, I think it was saying. Hillary was saying that unions, at least back in the olden days, created safety rules. I'm not sure.
Yeah. She said that unions began for that, but I dialed it back and said like 150 years ago when industrialization was picking up, so mining and factories.
Yeah, I think one of my first jobs out of high school before I joined the military, I chipped ice in a warehouse with this long pipe. That sucked. I only got to work 2 days at this one temp job that was punching some sort of aircraft gaskets out of aluminum. Just make 10,000 gaskets a day. I fell asleep laying on the mechanical press during lunch, and so they asked me not to come back. But I was a young man. That was brutal. But yeah, no, I've done plenty. I mean, military is fairly manual. Would you say? I mean, I was an electronics guy, but I still, had to prepare to.
You were in the Army, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally was like a shift supervisor over the last step of a metal manipulation factory, and told them that the present condition of some of their machines was unsafe to operate. And it's not like I had no standing in the company. I went and I was able to just knock on the door and come in, which most people are not allowed to do that, to the factory manager. And I said, look, this problem ABC, here's the suggested solutions, to this issue. And their reply was, that costs money. It's been run that way for a very long time. It's safe enough. And it was less than a week I saw someone's fingers pulled out of their hand. So it didn't matter if I was in good standing with the company. It didn't matter that my observations were well backed up. It didn't matter that I had solutions that were fairly cost effective. None of that mattered.
So would a union help prevent that, or is that a workers' comp thing that would have helped that company change?
But workers' comp as a lesson to the factory is post hoc. They're going to say, well, we don't want our insurance to go up again. And by the way, 3 weeks later, they started doing what I'd recommended 3 or 4 weeks earlier. So they started doing that because they didn't want their insurance to go up again.
And they should.
But the woman's fingers were already gone.
Right.
Well, that's where I guess what I call a good company. They proactively try to discover things like that to prevent. An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, as they say somewhere.
Sure.
Right. Yeah, I used to work for Tony's Frozen Pizza when I was in my late teens, early 20s, and they were very an anti-union company, but as a result, like they had a better working environment than unions ever would have made it. We had more training, more education, more internal promotion, better benefits, better benefit package, better what is that called? Shift incentives and stuff like that than any union ever would have gotten us.
Yeah, that's been my experience too. Yeah,
so I think unions, their biggest benefit is that they present a pressure on companies to be better companies so that they don't get unions.
If the company takes that attitude, that's beautiful,
Yeah. So that's what Elon does. But was it Sandy? It's not that I don't know that it's not a lack of understanding history. It's just a common sense critical analysis. If you're not competent to And again, this is the companies that I've enjoyed working with. If you're not competent enough to not only identify, much less demand, that your own work conditions are safe, then you're incompetent. It's a simple fact. And if you need somebody else, aka a union or whoever, even a safety director, to help discover things for you to be safe, then you're incompetent. If you can discover your own safety concerns and demand, and if not fix them yourself, then you're competent. Like Richard was talking about. Richard's competent.
Are you seeing the names of the people that are typing stuff in the side chat?
I do.
Okay, because it was Harple that said that.
Harples, thank you. Yeah, that's right. I see it. My apologies.
I don't know. As a Christian, blessed be He, I would that some part of what I earn goes automatically to those genuinely in need. And if that didn't happen, I would do it voluntarily. And because I'm an independent, I do that voluntarily. That is to say, tithe to the sojourner, the orphan, and also the widow. Because those people really do need help. I mean, it depends on what you're calling a government handout. Is it a government handout? Are they enabling people who would otherwise be productive, or are they doing the best they can? Although some people are going to manipulate, some percentage are going to manipulate that service. Are they doing more good than harm? I would say on average the government in their quote-unquote handouts do more good than harm.
I give you a clear-cut example, I guess, of that corruption was with the COVID tax, whatever you call it, COVID handouts. One of my stepkids manages the McDonald's over in Waco, and he's been complaining for years, even now, much less back when COVID was full swing. He couldn't get people, the few people that would, that he could hire for the positions, because he was saying the people, even the previous employees that he had that he was trying to get authorized to pay them more, said that no thanks, I get more money from the government just to stay home.
Yeah.
Than you can do it. They're paid to stay home.
And LBJ, when he ushered in the Great Society, he basically just copied the Lebensborn program from Germany and said, we will pay entire generations of people to be lazy consumers that don't really benefit society, just keep popping out babies and keep voting Democrat. So yeah, there are definitely wide swaths of society that are being harmed. Blacks did much better prior to 1965 than after. He took fathers out of the family and incentivized people to not work and not get educated. And I think that's had long-term lasting effects.
Are you familiar with that controversial quote he allegedly said?
I am.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not. One of you say it.
It was, I forget the name of the author who quoted it. He heard two Democrat governors over here talking with LBJ on Air Force One, I think the story goes, where they were talking about exactly what Hillary was just describing, with President Johnson saying that he'll get those N-words voting Democratic for the next 200 years.
Oh, that one. I've actually heard that, yeah.
And so apparently he was very smart. Got to figure it out. I guess.
I mean, none of us want unnecessary responsibilities, right? Who would want that? But there's like a program that I think by design is meant to be taken advantage of, and I don't know, maybe allows for or even encourages irresponsibility.
I'm going to quibble over your use of the word necessary. Historically, I have taken on unnecessary but beneficial responsibilities so that I could learn from them. So I use them as growth opportunities.
That's a good argument.
were those unnecessary then?
They were unnecessary but beneficial.
Well,
yeah,
if it's
but they were
beneficial,
only. But they were necessary to the learning that you wanted to do.
right? If you want to
Okay,
be
yeah. Well, no, necessary has a specific philosophical meaning, like it couldn't be otherwise. So I could have maybe learned it in a different way, but it would have been taken more time and been less efficient. So that's why I said
That's why I
beneficial.
thought that's a fair argument.
well, and I would argue counter argue that if whatever it was you're trying to learn was necessary or not, if it was necessary to learn that, then it was necessary.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, it wasn't necessary to learn, but it was beneficial because I could have gone through life never having gotten that betterment.
Could you obtain obtained the same experience having not accepted the new responsibilities?
Yes, but in a much less efficient way, and it would have taken much longer time.
Or
Okay, then it was a preference.
Yep.
or is it I guess that would be the preference, is always doing something that's beneficial necessary?
Only if you want to grow.
Well, I think that goes back to that competency issue.
That's kind of tying it into a knot that you'd have to tease out. No, doing
Man, I
something
love you guys.
beneficial isn't always necessary, even though
Word.
it is preferable.
Well, so okay, so I'm reminded. So like at SpaceX, right? There's what they call high velocity teamwork. There, it is necessary to constantly, because you're especially on bleeding edge science and technology. It is very, very necessary to constantly try to find the most beneficial concept or process and eliminate the things that are not beneficial. It is a necessity. The company will fail. Your mission to
I would think so.
do what we're doing at SpaceX will fail if you do not constantly find the most beneficial thing. That is a necessity.
In colloquial language, I would agree.
Well, no, see, and I would also agree that not every company needs to improve necessary. I was looking at working for the Mars company. Ironically, working from SpaceX and working for Mars was cute on my resume. They're a candy, chip manufacturer. They make food. And sure, it helps them to a little bit to benefit whatever processes in their factories, but they're mass producing candy. It's not easy to improve that, so it might not be necessary. What's been tried and true for the last century of making chocolate. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah.
And Harper Blues, you're making a good point. In Richard's case, if the company would have allowed him to go around to the coworkers and they all would have said, unless you make this change for safety, which will actually fiduciarily benefit the company because you'll have less lawsuits, then we're not going to continue working. That would be collective bargaining. But do they have legal protection before they call themselves a union? And I would say no. So, yeah, in that case, the legal protections that the unions afford the workers is beneficial.
And what I would like to say, again, based on experience, is if you can't do that as a team, as a department, on your own, then you suck. No offense. You don't need a union to be competent.
If they had better management, then I would agree. But if the management is the one that's incompetent and they can't understand Richard's argument, then you have to figure out another way to apply pressure.
Well, you have to leave.
Right.
Or start your own business. Right.
Yep.
By the way, that's why I'm not working there now.
Case in point.
I saw dangerous things. I pointed out dangerous things. They refused to correct dangerous things. Those dangerous things manifested as human injury. I said, look, if you can't at least consider what I'm saying to you, then really my effectiveness in my position is greatly restricted. I will not work under those conditions. I cannot do my job because of you.
I think there are many major businesses that exist almost exclusively on doing what another business could not, would not do.
My dad preached that when I was a kid. You want job security? do what others are not willing to do.
Yeah.
Which is that necessity.
Or not able, either way.
My grandfather, I was talking about earlier, that worked at NASA forever. It reminded me, what he taught me was to never trust somebody based on their pedigree. He showed me, I got to meet some of these people. You know, he showed me that his best engineers and scientists were those that tend to be the least educated, the least pedigree, because they had to, not only did they have to prove their worth, but through their work, but they enjoyed the work. They weren't there to just, you know, for any other purpose other than to do the work. While, you know, his most educated, you know, guys, they were resting on their laurels. You know, they said, well, look, I went to this school and et cetera, et cetera. And so they would lose some of that creativity or whatever, that thinking outside of the box. That correlated something how what you just said somehow.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, when someone is motivated by love rather than money, which I think the ultimately the job you should have is the thing that you love doing.
Yes.
And there's enough diversity between us that everyone could be doing what they love. And there's something about enjoying your work that makes you just infinitely, okay, I'm saying that expressively, not literally, that makes you much better at it than someone who's doing it for, I don't know, medical coverage. That's the career they got into when they were 19 and started into college, and maybe they don't even like it now, you know? But they're so invested in the education that they can hardly go back on it, you know?
That reminds me of the age-old adage I'm sure you've heard, that if you can find what you love to do for work, you never have to work a day in your life.
True story. There's a lot of time that I'm not working, but I'm getting paid.
Yep. Me too, usually. Not always.
Blessed be he, I'm not the person who lost my fingers. And I quit. They didn't fire me under false pretenses. I had no right to sue them. The woman who lost her fingers did sue them and won.
Good. That's funny. That gives me a flashback back again when I was in the army in Germany. The hangar that I worked at had a picture. I don't know if you guys have seen it before. You know, workplace injury type, you know, warning poster of a person's hand. And it was warning to make sure you take off your jewelry, you know, before you service with the equipment. And it had a literal color photo of somebody with the skin ripped off the. All you saw was the bone.
Right.
The blood around it. I was like, okay, take your ring off. Yes. I actually almost got into an accident. We were doing what they call a railhead. We were helping the Germans load something on a flatbed
on a train.
Yeah, and they've got those steel bolt that help hold the conics down. They crisscross, right? And they had this big giant lever thing, whatever. We were wearing leather gloves and all that stuff. We were cranking down on these leather bolts, steel bolts, and you know it's boring and monotonous. So I lost my concentration, I guess, and somehow my finger got pinned in one of the bolts, and I was, I guess stupidly, wearing my ring at the time, and so my ring got caught right there in that bolt. And if I hadn't been mistakenly wearing a ring, probably would have lost that finger. But it crimped the ring. I couldn't take my ring off after that. I had to put my finger back in that bolt. Yeah, you're laughing. I had to put my finger back in there and uncrimp the ring, twisting it the other way. So.
You found an immediate solution. Good for you.
Oh, well, because I would have gotten so much trouble. Still, not following the rules of the day saved my finger in theory.
You know, they've come out with elastic wedding bands now.
Yeah. Elastic?
Yep. You remember the What Would Jesus Do rubber bracelets?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They've downsized them and changed the style and made them prettier, and now you can buy those as wedding bands.
How long those last?
Don't know. I mean, I think they're made out of the same thing as Crocs shoes are made out of. Probably last pretty long. I mean, personally, I put on my wedding band when I was 19 and I wasn't done growing. And my finger got bigger than the band, so the band was actually a recessed area that was very unlikely to catch on anything in about 3 or 4 more years. So I wasn't able to take it off, and I didn't take it off, but it didn't get caught on things.
Okay.
Eventually, I assume you get cut off. Maybe?
Did not understand the last sentence from Joel.
Did you? I'm sure you eventually got it off somehow, right?
Sure. Yeah. First I wore through it, and then I had it repaired, and then I got divorced and cut it off.
Yeah. It's quite an imagery. You get the ring cut off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Brother Joe.
Side cutters. Did it myself. No problem.
Wow. Risky.
Yes, Bro Joe, it probably will last longer than the marriage. But that's part of the thing. The wedding band is supposed to represent permanence. So to have something that you know is going to wear away in 20 or 30 years kind of defeats the purpose.
I got one of those titanium wedding rings once. I didn't like it. It's very heavy.
Because for why?
It was just heavy. It was annoying.
How big are your fingers? How did you sense that it was heavy?
Yeah, how thick was the band?
Well, if you go wear one. Go try one on. You'll see.
It's probably about the same weight as a class ring, right?
No, it was very heavy.
Oh wow! Titanium's supposed to be light.
Wait. I was going to say, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it was a cobalt. It was one of those blue.
Oh yeah, cobalt would be.
I don't know, it was fancy. It looked fancy.
Oh, assembly, come on.
Peace and respect, Assembly of God. I pray to the good Lord above that you, yourself personally, someday may want an actual conversation with some human.
Yeah.
For now, every evidence you give me is that you do not want that.
He just wants to throw crap at a wall and see if anything can stick or smear on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even that's not necessarily permanent anymore these days, huh, Bro Joe?
Okay, I hope this is the last time I'll say this. You know, I said that not having read your present comment, and now I read it, and I see that I was right what you were about to do. And I'm going to maybe I can help you understand something. I believe Justin is innocent of the accusations. Thereby, I am not defending someone guilty of pedophilia. I am defending someone not guilty. Do you defend the not guilty? Of course you do. Now, I could be wrong. That's fine. But I'm literally not doing what you're accusing me of. Do you understand?
Is this an old conversation, I hope?
Years old. Yes. Not that I would not have a different position now, though. If statistically there's an adult male who is straight, right? And he's having intercourse with other adults that are female, right?
Okay.
And suddenly is accused of having sex with a minor when they were already admittedly, having successful sexual intercourse efforts with an adult. Statistically, that's almost impossible. That like never happens. Why? Because a person in that situation is already satisfied with their present situation. They don't need to experiment into the illegal and dangerous, and thereby they won't. Even if they wanted to, even if they had tendencies to, They still wouldn't, because they can be more easily satisfied. That is to say, people are lazy, okay? And they don't want to risk their life.
I would beg to ask, what's the relevancy? I mean, people could speculate.
No, just anything Assembly can say about me as an ad hom to try to tear me down in some way, they're going to say. Now, it's not going to work because I'm not guilty.
I guess I don't know if I can understand.
What's the hard part to understand? Why they would bother?
It's the relevancy.
They've never expressed that. I have no idea why they're so motivated. Perhaps Assembly, or maybe you could get them to answer.
Well, and more specifically, what's the reason? What's the cause? What's the relevancy?
I don't know. It just looks like doesn't like me. I mean, all I've ever said was things that I think are reasonable. If you want to show me it's not reasonable, I mean, you're going to have a hard time proving to me that against all statistical data and everything that I know, a jury was more correct than years and years and years of studies. I'm going to have a hard time with that.
Well, yes, I don't know. I wish I could help understand any kind of context. Juries make mistakes.
Sure. And besides, he's wrong. There wasn't a jury. That's not true. Or she. Assembly could be she. I don't know. There was no jury. The person chose a shorter sentence by admitting guilt. I'm not sure I wouldn't have done the same thing. Because that's hard to weigh right there, and it just depends on your life and your thoughts and how you feel about these things. Maybe you would take a lesser sentence and admit guilt of something you're not even guilty of in order to just get back to your life. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a weird distraction, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to encourage Assembly to have an honest conversation in hopes that in the future we might have other honest conversations. I'm not sure it's going to work.
Well, and I guess the obvious retort to this current weirdness is that yes, victims can lie. Right?
Sure. Peace and respect break the cycle.
Hello, good day.
Good day.
Hi, so what's the topic of conversation?
Anything that we think is important.
Yeah, trying to create a new one.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I just came on because I remember you from Do Not Watch's live stream, Demolish.
Oh, well, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate that. Yes. Were you in the panel, or were you in side chat, or?
No, we talked on the live.
And you didn't go by Break the Cycle before, so what did you go by?
JE.
JE. Do you have any recollection what we spoke about that we might carry on?
Oh, you talked to me about Christianity and how you don't believe in the what the modern church teaches. You have your own form of theology.
Mm-hmm.
Modern church.
Yeah, we talked about antinatalism as well. So.
Right. On that channel, I'm sure we would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really want to get into antinatalism here, if that's okay with you. Yes.
Yeah, that's not an issue.
Sure. Did you have anything that you think I'm thinking poorly about that you would help improve me with?
I mean, I guess I don't know. I just feel like if you should maybe give Gnosticism more of a chance, you know.
I'm sorry, give agnosticism? Is that what you said?
No, Gnosticism. Gnosticism.
Gnosticism. Okay, so what's Gnosticism in your definition?
Well, it's a belief that an evil entity basically created the material realm to try
Okay,
and copy
that's
the.
not all Gnosticism. That is.
Well, I'm only concerned with his definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Well, as far as I know it, they basically tried to like copy what the heavenly realm was like by creating this imperfect material copy, which is
Okay.
deeply flawed and full of suffering. And I think that
Okay.
looking around at how the world operates, I think it makes a lot of sense.
I
Okay.
thought Gnostics were supposed to be secret. You're not. If you believe in Gnosticism, you're not allowed to talk about it.
No, you can discuss it, but no, it's not meant to be this secret little cult or anything. Like, no.
I thought that's what it meant, secret knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, but knowledge itself is, you can maybe argue, was intended to be a bit of I guess a bit secretive, but the entire purpose of it is to spread knowledge to everyone.
But if you spread it, it's no longer a secret. So it's contradictory.
Well, I guess not, but that's the point, is that it isn't meant to be kept amongst a small group of people. It's meant to be shared with everyone, so that everyone can escape.
If I could, Joel, every religion believes that what they have is special, but is totally, ultimately revealed to everyone eventually.
It's all
exactly.
It's secret, non-secret.
No. You're misunderstanding the point.
Or you are. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not.
That's how I became a Christian years and years ago. I studied almost every religion I could get my hand on, including different various, Gnostic claims. So I probably explored things 20, 30 years ago. I'd love to hear what you want us to know, I guess.
No, it's just I personally feel like a lot of Gnosticism makes sense.
Well, feelings usually are wrong.
More important than whether or not Gnosticism makes sense, what are the falsifiable claims within Gnosticism that you're aware of?
Well, as far as I'm aware, for example, they posit that the material realm is such that it traps, I guess, consciousness within this material construct, and as far as I can see from my own experience, that seems to be true.
Okay, and your experience is from within that paradigm, yeah?
Yeah.
So what are you comparing it to?
Well, I guess I only have my own experience, but I feel like if you just observe the core of consciousness in this realm, it does seem to be trapped within these material contracts. I would even call them prisons called bodies.
Oh, okay. If you want to look at the body as a prison, I think it's beautiful to be able to taste chocolate myself, and I think there's a freedom in having a physical self. What's that?
No, it's not freeing, because if you think about it, like, all the needs that the body has are a form of micro torture. Because, for example, if you don't eat, for example, you will eventually suffer horribly and die. If you don't relieve waste from your body through, I guess, peeing and pooping, like, eventually you're going to suffer horribly and die. So in that sense, it is a bit of
or if you did
prison.
the opposite, or if you did the opposite, you would also perish. Yeah.
What do you mean the opposite? If you eat?
If you ate way too much instead of eating nothing, you would also die.
Well, yeah, true. But this is what I mean, is that, like, you can't. The body itself is structured in such a way that it has all these needs and limitations on it, that it feels very, very limiting and imprisoning.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not saying that isn't true. I'm saying it's ignoring what is maybe an equal percentage of the opposite statement. For instance, if I say my body is a trap and only a detriment to me, yet my body can smell flowers and my brain cannot without the body. The essential me cannot understand a flower without the body. How can I say that the body is only a restricting?
I mean, well, again, like I said, I'm just speaking from my own point of view.
Well, I know, and I'm speaking from my own point of view. And my point of view, seeing your point of view, says you're ignoring a huge amount of evidence.
I wanted to ask, if I may, so is what you're insinuating from the secret, non-secret knowledge that we have to kill ourselves to have a better life?
No, I'm not advocating any form of self-deletion at all.
Well, I mean, obviously you're alive, so you don't believe that that's the answer, because if you really believed that was the answer, you wouldn't be here talking.
What are you advocating for?
Not necessarily. I mean, like I said, it's a bit of a trap, because how I see it is that on the one hand, I feel trapped here in this physical form because I feel like it has too many needs and too much suffering attached to it. But at the same time, I'm not exactly sure what I will experience on the other side, and so I feel trapped either way. You know, like I would, if I'm being honest, like if euthanasia was a legal thing, I probably would end up taking it and end up exiting this realm. But since I don't have access to it, I feel basically
you don't have access to it. I don't understand.
You may be in luck. You can go to an atheist state known as China, and if you want to pretend that you're Muslim, you can fake it. They will kill you for you. They will gut you alive.
No, I don't want a painful, horrible death. I want like a dignified, painless death.
Oh, okay. I guess dignified.
Wait, what? How is that stupid?
I said you're out of luck.
Wait, what? So you said I'm out of luck? No. Well, look, for example, wasn't there this case of this Dutch woman recently who underwent euthanasia and she had a painless death because of all her mental issues? That's another way in which the body is a prison, by the way, all the mental issues that people experience, that they don't want to experience.
Okay, the observers may think that it was painless, but we really don't know what her experience was. It may have been horrible.
Right. Or
she might have just been too incapacitated to relate that she was in dire pain.
Yeah.
Well, and then the other caveat, you're appealing to what was, quote, on the other side. If you're going to hell, that sounds a hell of a lot more painful than having to, whatever problems you had.
I mean, well, as far as I can tell, hell doesn't make sense as a concept to me.
So you just make believe whatever you want.
No. It's not about make believe. I was a Christian too, by the way, so I know the ins and outs of it. I just, looking back on it now, I just feel like if there isn't enough evidence to stack up that it's true. And so I don't believe that hell exists. I believe, from my own point of view, my own personal theory is that after I pass on, from what little I know, is that I guess I'll have to encounter these evil beings called archons who are going to try to like reincarnate me back into a physical form on this planet. I have to use my intentionality to fight back against them and escape this matrix of suffering.
So as a scientist, it's irrelevant what I think anybody believes or wishes to believe. And I guess my definition, my understanding as a Christian of what other Christians are just those that follow Christ. To follow Christ, you have to know Christ. As Jesus said, he said, many will come in that day and say, Lord, didn't we do all these miracles in your name? And Jesus said, get away from me. I don't know you. So someone that says that they were a Christian is literally lying, because the only way to be a, quote, Christian is if you know Jesus. So if you knew Jesus, you can't become a non-Christian again. Otherwise, you just
if you say so.
Jesus.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, you can't prove that Jesus isn't just another creation of a demiurge who's meant to distract people and fake them into thinking that. You don't know. That's the problem.
A personal, relational being, just as much as I would you.
No, but that's what I mean. My own belief is that Jesus himself is just another creation of a demiurge to try and distract people from of the truth.
So that's your religious bias.
No, well, you have your own religious bias, so I guess we're all biased.
I've met God.
Right, but I don't need. Right, I've never met. I didn't have your experience, so I don't need to believe what you believe.
No, I totally agree. I think every Christian has met God. Therefore, someone that has not met God, as you just confessed, cannot ever. That you can pretend to be a Christian, but like Jesus said, that you're not. You're just even if on the last day you try to call him Lord, he's like, I didn't know. Go away. You break God's laws. So,
Well,
no,
by the way, how could you meet God if in the Bible it says that no man has ever seen the face of God, and no man can see God, since we're disgusting, messed up sinners who wouldn't be able to who would die in the presence of his holiness.
The same way the Bible says, if you pray and you ask, and you will find. If you seek, whatever. Yeah. No, the Bible doesn't. The Bible is not myopic, as you just contradicted yourself. You preached from the Bible, but then you contradicted yourself using the Bible.
Wait, how did I contradict myself? I literally just I pointed out a contradiction within the Bible. I didn't contradict myself.
No. What you did was it's commonly called, the mistake is called cherry picking, where you took one thing out of context and ignored the entirety of the rest of the context of the entire source to pretend something was true, and so you ignore the rest to contradict your point, not the biblical point.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just looking around at this world, it just seems to me that this world was not created with good intentions in mind. It's obvious to me.
Yeah, your opinion, your religious bias. Yeah.
No, it's not biased. Look at the fact that animals have to rip each other limb from limb and consume each other in this violent, disgusting, horrific manner just to survive. Like, what type of compassionate, empathic creator would create such a disgusting, messy, unempathic, uncompassionate system for animals to survive? That doesn't make any sense.
So you can have a choice to love him or not, as the Bible says. So you were never Christian. You know nothing about
but you're not answering my question about why would a loving creator create such a realm like this.
So you can have a choice to hate God or not. So
I have a slightly different answer. J.E.
I don't hate your God, man. No.
You just basically said that you want God to make you a robot. Go ahead, Richard.
No.
Yes.
Wow, whatever. Not true.
That's your bias.
J.E.
No, it's not my bias. It's facts.
Disagree. Oh, it's fact now. So now you're God. Okay. I knew this.
No. Oh man, this guy is something else, man.
You're a typical religious crazy person.
No, you're a crazy person. How again?
J-E.
You can't explain why a God would create such a mess up. Yeah, yes, the most.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for trying to pause when you did hear me. Okay, so I don't believe your laugh. Can you tell me what you're laughing about?
No, I'm just laughing at how I don't know who this, either Hillary's emails or Joel, whoever was speaking to me was.
Yeah, that would have been Joel. But
Joel,
go ahead.
yeah, the things he's saying are just they just don't make any sense. But anyway,
I find your laugh to be Joel. If you would pause, please.
Sure.
I find your laugh to be disingenuous. Why do I feel that way?
I don't. Well, I mean, that's your perception of it, but I really do find what he's saying to just be hilarious. In the sense that it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense to you.
No.
Does that mean it doesn't make any sense?
No, I mean, I just don't get how a loving creator would create such a horrific realm like this where animals rip each other limb from limb to survive. But that's just me, I guess.
Okay, well first, we don't do that. Do you agree that humans don't do that?
What do you mean we don't do? I mean, we kind of do, because look at the way we treat animals in slaughterhouses.
I'm sorry, are animals in slaughterhouses left sentient, left with all their facilities, ripped limb from limb, as you said? Is that true?
Yeah, they kind of are. I mean, we slit their throats and then we cut up their body parts into different...
What does slitting the throat do?
Right, well, it kills them. But other ways, we gas them as well in gas chambers.
That's fine. Could you stick to one thing at a time, though? You said slit their throats, and that does what to the brain?
Well, it incapacitates it, but we also use gas chambers at the same time.
I'm sorry. You don't do multiple topics. It's disingenuous.
No, I'm not doing multiple topics. I'm just showing you how...
No, you're trying to do multiple topics. The only reason you're not is because I'm not allowing it. Okay,
No,
so let's
I
stay to
swear I'm not trying to do
what you,
multiple topics.
sir. I
Okay.
will kick you from this if you continue. Either you're going to have
Okay.
a conversation or you're going to leave, voluntarily or otherwise. You're welcome to stay and have a good conversation. You said slitting throats. Slitting the throat of an animal in a slaughterhouse, which you're right, is done. Okay? It incapacitates the brain. It shuts the brain down. And pretty quickly. So describe to me how that's inhumane.
Don't they normally use a bolt gun to knock them
Or
out?
yeah,
It
exactly.
depends.
That too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so they
If I may,
promote it.
I can actually tie it how this commentary is all one topic, Richard. If I may, still.
Okay.
He's actually disagreeing with himself, because earlier, he was talking about euthanasia. He wants to painlessly kill himself or others, to stop the suffering, and that's what you're alluding to as well.
Oh, great.
So I actually did a PLC job in California for a butchery. They were making a brand new building. The old building was nasty, disgusting. The illegal migrants would go there, and then just like 200 people to do this job. It was nasty. The new building was doing twice the capacity, but with like 20 people, right? A tenth of the labor. And so the first process was this large hammer would come out of the ceiling, and the bull was or the cow, whatever, was in this little corral thing that guided it down this conveyor belt system, and it would just knock it right in the head. And it was just not lights out, and it never felt a thing. It did exactly what Break the Cycle of Slavery advocates for. But to really cut to the chase, he claims to be a Christian, but has no clue about the typical doctrine, I guess, or the cause of the fall of man.
No, I was a Christian, and yes, I do know about it. I just found it to just be unsatisfying and not make sense.
Why the fall of man's the biblical answer to your question is not viable.
Because it just doesn't make sense. So some random snake just talked to these two people and convinced them to. It just reads like a fairy tale, like a fable.
Okay, would you at least be able to consider a different view than you just represented?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, here's some facts of reality. Now you can test these. These are falsifiable. They are actual. I'm not pulling your leg.
Okay.
You probably would not be aware because you don't have my brain and my view. But you probably would not be aware that there's something called the Snake Nebula. Now, the scientists call it the Snake Nebula because there's an absence of stars in the middle of this nebula. It looks like a snake. It's part of the Black Horse Nebula, if you want to look it up. But Snake Nebula would do. Now, it has a mouth that's open. It has the appearance of ears facing backward. It has no legs. You can even see a star in the place of where the eyeball would be on such a serpent. And it is literally one of the most recently discovered objects in space. That is to say, it's subtle, and we were not going to see it until we became highly technologically advanced from the time when these things were written. Now, it has a really great distance, which the word enmity can mean emotional or physical distance. In this case, it's physical. Now, it is a truism that women have been fundamental and that generally women are provocative of men's discoveries anyway. That is, we're in competition with each other to win women. So it's often the case that women provoke men to do things like make a better telescope. So it is literally in the Taurus constellation. It is literally above the plane of the zodiac or the plane of our solar system. It is literally of great distance and thereby subtle. It is literally crawling on its belly all the days of its life, eating dust, because nebula it's made of dust, so its mouth is open. It is the fulfillment of all of the statements. Your thoughts?
I have a question.
Sir?
Does Joel share that understanding of what it means?
Not yet.
Heard my name. What?
Not yet.
Do you already agree with me, having heard it the first time?
About the Snake Nebula and about the
Yes.
less than obvious meanings beyond just common. Yes, yeah. This is all perfect mix. Well, it makes sense from that astrological framework. If you agree with astrology, then yeah. I mean, I know a lot of highly.
Actually, it's not astrological. It's astronomical. It's not a religious point of view. It's a fact of reality.
I consider the zodiac mostly astrology, but still.
No. Application of the actual star constellations to have other meanings is astrology.
Right. That's what I thought we were talking about.
To say that no, I'm talking about astronomy. I'm saying those stars are in those locations. They are.
Right. But we're talking about the meaning of the Snake Nebula.
No, I'm saying that the text was predicting the eventual discovery of the Snake Nebula.
Yeah.
I mean,
plausible. The text
makes it again, Joel.
It's very plausible, especially in light that biblical science makes common astronomical observations.
Okay, but did the Bible specify that this nebula thing was going to exist?
Did you hear what I just went over? Several points of falsification for you. There is nothing in the text that isn't true of the Snake Nebula. And although it does not describe everything everywhere, because that would be a book in and of itself, it wouldn't be a phrase or a paragraph. So it doesn't describe absolutely everything, but everything it does describe is true.
So how did the Snake Nebula communicate with Eve to let her know that she should eat the fruit?
That is to say, when we look in the sky, especially women are more dreamers than men. And that women are more compelled by their imaginations than males on average. And women are a lot of the reason that men even try to do certain things.
It's just the
Wait. So you're saying that women are the reason why men went looking for the Snake Nebula?
They're a big part of it, yes. I would say that if it weren't for the contest between males for breeding rights, that we wouldn't be nearly as advanced technologically as we are today in the same amount of time.
Is that suggesting?
Okay. I disagree. That doesn't make sense to me.
You think men are not in competition for mating? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think they are, but not to the extent that they do things like go and look for telescopes to find snake nebulas.
It's plausible. I mean, who knows why Aristotle and Newton, improved the lens technology? Maybe they're trying to get a date, trying to impress some lady.
But that's not even the point. The point is that there are falsifiable claims from within the text that we just did not have the science to even assert could be possible, and yet everything there is actual.
Well, in a correlative type of way, I agree. With all the representation of what Taurus means, etc., the correlations of these objects within these astrological observations does correlate with the whatever you want to call it, the plethora of human mating cycles, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
So
wait. It correlates with human mating cycles. What? Huh?
Yeah, the whole. There's stories in astrology for the zodiac. There's meanings behind all these constellations.
Yeah, I thought Christians didn't believe in the zodiac because they consider it to be a form of witchcraft.
Well, there's a big difference between the claims and the
zodiac to find Jesus in Bethlehem. So no.
Yeah, it's obviously using astrology to explain something. For instance, there's a tradition within Judaism, and I mean very old Judaism, even to today, that they have their own style of zodiac. Well, how many signs are there? 12. What are the signs? Well, they're the flags of Israel signs. That is, the 12 sons of Israel are the Jewish zodiac. That's the same thing.
A more specific example, guys, that the zodiac is in the Bible. The Orion constellation and others are in the scripture.
Yes, that's also true. For
I
instance,
mean, okay, well, all
for
right, go ahead.
instance, David is in Bethlehem, literally translates to house of bread, the proper name of Virgo. Just like Leo is a nickname and the lion is its proper name. The proper name of Virgo is house of bread. If you went from house of bread to tend the sheep and or Aries, you would be going counterclockwise. If you continued on this path, you would encounter a lion, and with the lion a bull. That is the Leo and Ursa Major, and you'd have to go through that and smite them to get back to Bethlehem.
Okay. Oh wait, look
because
at
all the
pull up,
planets go counterclockwise. Go ahead, sir.
Pull up Dirty Varmints comment, because what they said makes sense. Why did it say with an actual snake of a field, a beast of a field, rather than?
I'm sorry. I'm not responsible for the way that you've been taught to think of it, and I never suggested that you should read it the way you do. I never said that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
every
one in the text
Christian
didn't
I've-
say that.
I mean, but isn't this the issue with Christianity, is that everyone has their own little middle,
No.
interpretations
No.
of what the text means?
I'm
No,
sorry.
the
That's
exact opposite.
an
In fact, I was just going
excuse.
to say that every Christian I've ever met, any I guess honest Christian, we are constantly challenging each other to find the different, often hidden meanings, Mr. Gnostic person here, to challenge each other, what we understand. And like that's what I love about Richard so much. I love his channel. He's constantly finding things within the biblical context that correlate with what I know of in the scientific context. And I'm always learning something I would probably never have learned in a church, in a common church. So no, Christians do the exact opposite of that. I'm afraid you were miseducated. Afraid.
Well, I mean, this is the issue as to why it is I left Christianity as well too, is because
I don't
everyone
blame
has
you.
all these confusing interpretations of what the Bible
Right.
means. It's confusing. Why can't we just
No,
people just get
that-
on the
I-
same page and just make sense? This is
Well,
so
I agree.
frustrating.
I don't blame you. You didn't leave Christianity. You left some church cult. Someone told you wrong. Yeah, you've had a horrible
Well,
experience.
whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, like the whole confusing interpretations thing just is
Well,
it just makes no
Jay-
sense.
speaking
Okay,
as a
J.E.,
scientist, I
you've
challenge
already
you
said that
to
like,
your own
hold on,
mind.
Joel, hold on a second, sir. J.E., you've said the same thing like 5 times. And I believe you that you believe it. I'm not doubting that. Okay? But there is no conglomerate Christian thing.
Right.
And wherever you learned whatever thing that you object to, your objections may be reasonable. I'd love to hear them.
Right.
And yes, you can justify every astrological reference from the Bible to reality. For instance, Assembly of God, who doesn't particularly care for me, brought one up. How do you explain the man carrying a pitcher of water? Have you heard of Aquarius, the man carrying a pitcher of water? Are you aware that the limits of a constellation are called the gate? Are you aware that the center of the constellation is called the city? So when the apostles ask of the Christ, how will we get to the upper room? He makes an astrological statement. You will enter into the city through the gate. There you will find the man carrying a pitcher of water, which is Aquarius. Aquarius will take you to the upper room, meaning heaven. So Jesus says when it's going to happen, generally. So yeah, that's an astrological statement that he made there.
Makes me wonder.
Wait a second. I'll be back. Quickly.
Wait, before you go, consider the following.
No, I'll be here. I just mute myself.
Okay, anyone can say anything, and it could be possibly true, so long as it's not self-defeating, as long as it's not logically impossible in its own statement. Okay, but that's not why we think things are true. We think things are true because possibly it's all we have left after everything else has been eliminated. So the idea is to eliminate the impossible, not to try to self-confirm the plausible. That's not evidence of anything.
Yeah,
So think about what your old church used to do.
I think the ultimate best answer I've heard to date to answer his question, Richard, is that if God did not allow people to hate or disagree or show apathy, whatever, the opposite of love, then there's no choice, no free will. So for God to have children that freely can love him or otherwise requires for people to make bad decisions.
Sure, it absolutely does. I mean, how could you have the concept of what a good relationship would mean to you if you'd only ever had one relationship? Right? You would have nothing to compare it to. You wouldn't even know what you do and don't like. You know? So that doesn't mean I had a marriage, my marriage failed, I should stop in the idea of ever being married, which is what J.E. is saying. Whereas you are on the cusp of maybe getting married again. What? You didn't learn anything, Joel? What the hell are you thinking? You know what I'm saying?
I do. Don't worry.
So, and I'd like to take that one step further and say that the example of Lucifer's fall is to say that even in what is actually a utopian situation for the human animal, they could have perception and believe a lie that things could be better and strike out on their own, saying that they would become as God, right? And do their own thing. But the truth of the matter was that it wasn't better. In fact, it was much, much, much worse. But you can't understand that if you don't have a comparative. So it's just like the Matrix in the first program. People couldn't buy it, and they needed the suffering. Now, I think that's true in a limited way for a limited time of a small portion of the population. We, going into heaven, would not be able to maintain a utopian society, keeping true evil out, if we only had theories about what evil was. So instead, and because of the Lucifer problem, we are put on an earth purposefully to suffer for a limited time offer only, so that on ascension we would never believe lies again.
We wouldn't know how to prevent people.
That's my answer to the problem of suffering, and I think it's completely reasonable, and it's in coordination with actual human nature, to the best of my knowledge.
Another summary I like to share, if I may, is you cannot force love.
Yeah, James Apperson is a great conversationalist. I would really suggest that you give him a try. Absolutely.
Is that the guy who was saying you needed to hate on Christians? Christians deserve hate?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I wouldn't think so.
There's somebody that was here earlier that was talking about that. I apologize.
I don't know.
I just double checking.
That sounds like not the James Apperson that I know. That's all I can say. I can't say he wouldn't say it. I don't know.
No problem. Nice to meet you. But I don't think I've met you before. I'm Joel.
Joel James.
Yeah.
Me either.
That was the other ultimate summary of that question I've had over the years, Richard, is people that say, why does God not force us to be perfectly happy in the way that we wish to be happy, and that animals don't have to eat themselves, each should be free for others? Is that you cannot force love. If God forced us to love him and forced us to all behave a certain way, you can't be loved. God wanted to be loved voluntarily.
I mean, I wouldn't want my child to be disabled in such a way that they're never actually going to become an adult. Can't appreciate me as a fellow human and adult who just, happened to have coached them when they were very young and maybe even continuing to. And that we could never actually have an adult love relationship, an agape love between us. I would not prefer that. Now, would that be much easier? Well, yeah. It'd be a lot easier, but is that really an adult? Is that what you end up with as an adult human? No, you don't.
Certainly naive.
Yeah.
I think that was the moral of the story, that all the petty details people bicker about, whether it's a snake or an apple or whatever. The moral of the story was that they had the option to eat of the knowledge of good and evil, and the forbidden fruit was something about eternal life. So
the tree of
exercised because he didn't
tree
want
of you could say everlasting life, sure.
Yeah. So they ate of they gained the knowledge of good and evil, but he didn't want mankind to exist that way forever.
Break the cycle. Wouldn't you say that those slaughterhouses that you mentioned are actually doing God's work of spreading the gospel, because they're freeing those animals from their earthly prisons so they can attain enlightenment, right?
That was the point I made with his own commentary. He was
Yeah.
wanting to be euthanized to be free. So the slaughterhouses are doing what he advocates for.
Well, that gives
Should
me
be
a whole
happy with that.
that gives me a whole different perspective. I didn't think about that. Thanks, guys. So, if anybody out there has the big red button, let's go ahead and nuke the whole planet and all reach enlightenment together.
Yeah,
So-
that would be the correct answer. It would.
Nihilism. I want to ask any Douglas Adams
No,
fans here.
Annihilism.
Annihilism. Good pun. Nice.
So no, anybody read the Restaurant at the End of the Universe? I don't know why I'm being reminded.
My next eldest brother, when I was a child, related the stories that he read by, what was that, Adams?
Yes, Douglas Adams. Epic.
So I remember the story and never read it.
Yeah, if you get a chance. So the restaurant they're talking about, it's got built-in time dilation. People from all over the universe gather there, and right when the universe collapses on stuff and ends, the restaurant backs time back up. So every day, every 24-hour cycle, or every Earth day, whatever, you get to watch the end of the universe, over dinner. And the Arthur Dent, the last Earthling, second to last Earthling, he asks for steak, right? Beef. Earth is already destroyed, et cetera, et cetera. I think the whole story. And so they have a cow come over, live cow.
I love this.
Well, if you know the story. And so Arthur, the whatever you call it, the waiter guy introduces Arthur to the cow, and Arthur keeps talking to the waiter. And he's like, "Why are you talking to me? Just ask the cow."
Talk to the cow.
The cow starts talking. Yeah, the cow himself is talking, and the cow's asking, "What part of my body would you like? Can I serve you with today?" And Arthur's like, "Oh my gosh, this is so offensive. I'm not going to talk to the cow, much less, eat something off. This is." And the cow got offensive. I've been working all my life to be the best meal that I could make myself. I've been eating all the right things, doing all the right exercises. How dare you?
Yeah, the cattle at that point in the advancement of intelligent life forms has been bred to want to be eaten. And it's an extreme insult to say to a cow, you're a bad salesperson. You don't look yummy to me.
Right.
Love it.
The epitome of my life goal was to be an awesome meal to somebody when I die. I guess
Right
I'm not
on.
good at
Are you calling me a failure as a cow? Is that what you're saying?
We petty earthlings have so many misconceptions.
So I don't think Break the Cycle is back yet.
Yeah. But he can listen to the channeling.
Yeah.
So what are you about, Mr. James? I've talked to Richard off and on for years. What brings you here?
Oh, I just don't know. I don't know why I'm
Okay. So you are a Douglas Adams fan, it sounds like.
Well, sure, yeah.
Nice. So you know the secret of how to fly? Mm-hmm.
Stop doing everything that's not flight.
Oh. You aim for the ground and miss. Which technically that's what orbiting is, right? You orbit, you aim for the ground.
Yeah, on a sideways trajectory, you aim for the Earth and just miss it.
Yeah, Yeah, Douglas Adams he had not only a wicked sense of humor, but extremely creative and challenged common ethos.
I love the idea of the purely black object that just looks like an abyss. Because if there were something that were purely black, reflected no light, you'd be able to make nothing out of it but a silhouette. He was right. You know, I just loved that part of it.
This is the absence of light.
Yeah, that it would, if you looked at an object that was truly black in every way, you know, ultimately black, your eyes would see only, you know, a black thing with a defining line at its edge, and it would look like it is as deep as the universe, deeper, you know. So it just looked like an abyss. And there was one of the stories, I don't remember which of the trilogy, where someone had a spaceship that was purely black. So you couldn't distinguish a handle, you know, to open a door. You just have to know those things. It had to have been taught to you otherwise, or you wouldn't even know where to reach or anything, you know.
The irony to that, perhaps, is that the color black is the combination of all colors.
In pigmentation. But in light, it's exactly the opposite now, isn't it? The combination of all colors of light ends up with white.
I thought that was the rainbow colors.
Well, if you split white light through a prism, I don't need to finish that sentence. You end up with a rainbow. Right. The white is all the colors.
Interesting.
Of course, that makes sense if you think about it, because pigments reflect all light except for what you perceive it as. So, like, a pigment and the light are two exact opposite things, observationally.
This is reminding me of my favorite Neil deGrasse Tyson video. He describes Isaac Newton calls the greatest physicist who ever existed, because he helped invent not just lenses, but he discovered that white light is the color of the rainbows. And I love the way Tyson talks about it. Epic video. I've watched that video at least, I don't know how many hundreds of times. Described him as he was a man who was connected to the universe. Which I think goes back to some other conversations earlier. The intuition we were talking about. Humans can intuit things that otherwise have no other reference, but it's still true, as you were saying.
It is very interesting to me that the scientific method, as it was at least recalled to me, I never went to college. So an overly simplified explanation of the scientific method did not include intuition. Like, ideas come from nowhere, and then we start investigating them. Like, the first step of the process is apparently forming a hypothesis. Well, that's not true. It was observation. Well, I'm sorry, but observation doesn't do you any good without an intuition. You can just look at stuff all day long. If you don't have ideas about it, you're going nowhere with that. So why isn't intuition one of the steps? It seems to me to be a misinterpretation of what our actual experience.
Well, again, as a guy that's been doing science and tech forever, it's often that intuitive leap, as it's called, where, you know, I was asked a few times in my career, you know, Joel, how'd you get so smart about, you know, this, that, or the other? It's, you know, all these examples. And my common reply was, I guess I'm just a good guesser. You know, I just intuited it. I was like, hey, I'm serious. I don't know how I knew how to do this. I just did it. I had this thought. I tried it. It worked.
You tapped into the Jesus Wi-Fi.
Actually, that's closer to what I think is true.
I I don't want to toot my own horn too much, but as a research guy for 30, 40 years, yes, that's all science is. I loved how Einstein put it. He said he doesn't care about this or that particle or the spectrum or whatever atom or whatever. All he wants to know is how did God make the world? He wants to know God's thoughts. The rest are details. Love that. Science is, and that's what Kepler said directly. He said, science is thinking God's thoughts after them.
That was Kepler. I was about to quote it. I couldn't remember who did it. Who said it?
Johannes Kepler. Love it. Another favorite of mine, George Washington Carver. I don't know if you're familiar with him or not. Peanut guy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He famously said that he likes to think of nature as a broadcasting station that's God speaking to us every hour. If we just pay attention and tune in to listen. Marconi said the same thing. The guy that invented the wireless telegraph, aka Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
He said it literally. His quote's longer. If you're interested, I'll dig it up.
I'm sure there's people who'd like to hear it.
There is this particular Christian. His name is Hugh Ross.
Yep.
And he did this one of his talks or whatever, and he was discussing the intelligibility of the universe, and he was talking about the fine-tuning aspects of things. And he gave the numbers as to, okay, if this specific thing is fine-tuned to up to this point, imagine the mind that would be necessary in order to fine-tune this particular aspect of the universe, and it's like, he gives some number, bro. I'm like, that many zeros? I don't even know, man. But I get the point that he's trying to make, right? Like all these laws, these physical laws that govern the universe, there's a really good argument that can be made that they are fine-tuned, and they all kind of just work together in a specific way to get specific outcomes, right? But there is enough randomness that exists that generates a level of diversity also, right? And that's the tricky part that I've never necessarily seen him tackle before. Like, how do you account for the randomness? Like, how do you even put a number on that? But anyways, that's what popped up in my mind when you guys was talking a while ago.
Yeah, Roger Penrose actually is not better. It's the best word. I'm sorry. His conclusion with the quantum singularity theorem that he and his assistant Stephen Hawking came up with. I don't know if you're familiar with that. Are you talking about Penrose?
Oh no, sorry, my mic was muted. No, I know about Penrose and Hawkins, but I'm not familiar with the quote.
Yeah, they so him and
excuse me.
It took about 10 years. They got with about 100 different scientists all around the world. It took about 10 years. They wanted to calculate the minimum entropy rate it required for quantum gravity basically to be reversed temporarily, the current observable quantum gravity field, to explain the expansion of the universe, right? And they assumed there's a minimum entropy rate for it. They finally, in fact, he wrote about it. He shows the math. It's a very, very long, complex probability curve equation in his book he published in 1985. I've got the reference for it, but his quote, people often try to tell me Penrose was an atheist or whatever, but no, and I got the quote right here. He says, "This now tells how precise the creator's aim must have been, namely to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123.
Yeah, sorry, I'm back.
Sure.
Took a bit longer than I expected. Sorry.
Sure.
Welcome back.
One could not possibly even write the number down in full in the ordinary denary notation. It would be 1 followed by 10 to the power of 123 successive zeros. Even if we were to write a 0 on each separate proton and on each separate neutron in the entire universe, and we could throw in all the other particles for good measure, we should fall far short of writing down the figure.
Wait, just a second. Could we go back to the thing about the snake?
Sure.
Yeah. So going back to what you said, I don't know. I'm still not convinced because I feel like the whole explanation about men and women competing just to get a telescope, that just doesn't make any sense to me.
So your lack of understanding does not make sense to us. So leave it at that.
Okay, let me try to address that. Are you saying that men are not ever motivated by women?
No, I'm not saying I've been never motivated. I just don't get how it ties into building telescopes to seek out a constellation.
Let's not leap ahead too far because you're asking for it to be broken down. Do you want me to break it down?
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and break it down.
Okay. So you do believe that men are sometimes at least motivated by women?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I can show men that are competitive for the attention of women. I can show that. Can you show the opposite?
No, you don't need to explain that to me. I already know that men, can be competitive for women.
Okay. And do you agree that some of that motivation results in intellectual property, physical property, inventions, etc.?
I mean, maybe I guess it depends on what you're talking about, I guess. Yeah.
Do you need me to show that the inventor of the telescope was straight?
No, I don't need you to show that they were straight, but could you provide evidence that they were motivated because of competing with another man for a woman?
Do you need me to show that Galileo was in competition with others?
But for women.
I already said that he was straight and in competition for women, and you already said I didn't need to show that.
Rake, you're trying to make a weird argument. Men compete. We compete for status.
Yeah, men compete, but I just...
it's just... That is part of the women. If women are impressed by a guy's accomplishments, then he is more likely to reproduce. That's it. Very simple argument.
It's evolution. It's simple.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. I just when you said that it relates to the whole telescope thing, that's where it kind of threw me off a little bit.
It just says that women provoke men, and that it's claiming that women are more likely to dream about the stars than men were, which I find women to be better dreamers than men. I think that's true.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if there's any conclusive evidence for that, but okay, let's just assume that's true. I understand where you're coming from, but to me it still doesn't really add up as to how the interpretation of a snake being in outer space compared to what I've been taught, it just didn't add up for me.
Okay, well, I don't know exactly what you've been taught because you haven't told me.
Well, I grew up in a Pentecostal, or I guess you would call it charismatic church, so they taught me that it was literal, like what happened in Genesis was literal, that the serpent literally tricked Adam and Eve into, well, I guess Eve or whatever, into taking the fruit and getting Adam to eat it and whatnot. So I was taught a very literal interpretation from that point of view. But from my own point of view now, looking at that story, I feel like if the snake was actually the good one and they were trying to warn Adam and Eve and giving them gnosis, knowledge as to what it is really going on.
Okay, I'm looking something up for you so I can show you what I'm talking about better.
Okay.
and you're just going to have to be doing something else until I can get back to you, or maybe you don't want to get back to it at any time. Either way is fine.
No, you go ahead. So yeah, so like my own point of view now as a non-Christian is that the snake is actually was actually trying to warn Adam and Eve and give them gnosis or knowledge as to what's really going on around them. Because before they ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they were naive and ignorant. But when they ate of the fruit of knowledge and evil, they were aware and became aware of like good and evil and like what's happening. So I feel like if the snake is actually the good person in the story, not the bad person.
Yeah, that would be a Gnostic claim, no doubt.
Yeah. And again, too, as well, too, like the fact that another thing that I also found to be contradictory within that story is why would God say oh you pull it up, okay.
Yeah, I
Go
forget
ahead.
what
Why would
school
God
of
say?
Gnosticism that is, but yeah, I agree.
No, I was just about to say like why would like God said to them when you eat of a tree of a knowledge of good and evil you will surely die.
Can I show you
And
something?
yeah, okay.
I'd love to show you something that I'm sure your church never taught you, but is grammatically perfect. J.E. Thou shalt not, listen very closely, and think about the structure and what I'm saying and what it means. Thou shalt not kick me off your channel. Okay? Did you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
That's command. That's a command, right?
Yeah.
Thou shalt not kick me off my channel. What did I mean?
I shouldn't be.
Nope.
I shouldn't be.
It's not a shouldn't.
I shouldn't be allowed.
It's not a shouldn't.
Well, it says shall not. So
I said, thou shalt not kick me off my channel. What did I mean?
I'm not allowed to kick you off your channel, I guess.
Again, you're staying with a singular idea instead of looking at the phrase that's there. And Hillary's is right. You cannot. You are incapable. So one was a denial of right. You shall not kick me off your channel. And the other was a declaration of ability. You will not kick me off my channel.
Oh, okay.
Now, I used exactly the same phrase, thou shalt not. Okay? Just like thou shalt not drive your car on the street, thou shalt not lift up your own house using only your body. You can't do it.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why do you insist on reading thou shalt not as a denial of right rather than a declaration of inability? What makes you do that?
I don't know. I guess it's how my brain just interpreted the verbiage.
It's how
I
you
guess.
were told to interpret it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's free your mind a little bit. Okay? Now God says in the text of the Bible, thou shalt not several times, right? One of them is thou shalt not kill murder. I don't care which one you choose, doesn't matter. Now, do you know otherwise in the text it says, fear not him who can, referring to Satan, fear not him who can, what was the exact threat? Something like end your physical life now, but fear him who can send you to hell and you'll have no life, who can actually end your life. So it does represent the idea of a rebirthing and a different life. Now, some say life after death, terms like that. Okay, fine, but we all know it refers to that. So what the Bible is claiming is that you cannot take someone's life if I chose, God chooses to restore it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I could murder somebody. That doesn't mean they won't be in heaven, does it?
No.
So would it be consistent if God said, you are incapable of ending a life. You are incapable of murder. Thou shalt not murder. Would that be consistent with the rest of the story?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah.
Good, you can see it. Okay, now why shouldn't I read it that way if it's more consistent?
I don't know. Unless someone is trying to intentionally confuse people. I don't know.
Do you think there is in the story of the Bible, in an internal critique, someone who is trying to confuse people?
No, I mean, like, if you're a pastor or something, like.
Oh yeah, I'm
that's
talking
what
about what influences the pastor. Yeah, I am talking about that. And who is the confuser?
The pastor.
No, he's not the source of the
Title.
confusion.
What's the title? The confuser. The.
Oh, but you're talking about Satan?
Yes, your pastor was a Satanist. I'm sorry for that.
I mean, okay.
An unwilling, unknowing, cooperating with a confuser. Does the Bible say that the God of the Bible is no God of confusion?
Yeah, it does. I can't remember where, but it does.
It doesn't matter where. We both know it's there, right? But what he says is, I'm unchanging, I'm consistent, and I'm not confusing. So if someone says something about the text that is confusing within itself, that is contradictory within itself, they must be wrong, or the whole thing is trash. If someone says something that doesn't agree with the actuality as we know it, either they're wrong in their reading, or the whole Bible is trash. Right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So how do we know if something is trash or not? Is whether or not it has some real value in the actuality, which is what I talk about.
Right.
Okay. Well, you weren't completely closed-minded and in prison. Congratulations. You were able to see my point. Good for you. Now, I'm not asking you to agree. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
No, yeah, okay. I see your point. I understand. I mean, I would never think of calling my pastor a Satanist, but that's something new.
Grammatically, it'd be better to say satanic rather than Satanist.
Right. One's a practice, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, from that point of view, I understand. I understand you a bit more.
Would you like me to go through because your original objection was, and just as an example, I know you have other objections that are just as sound. I do. They're solid, I'm sure, because you're not an unintelligent person. But you did mention the Garden of Eden. Did you want to go through the Garden of Eden?
No, yeah. Well, just another thing is the whole, God saying if they ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they would die, but they didn't actually die.
Oh, great point. Lovely. Great. Let's go over that. Does the Bible use the word death in more than one context?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, so there's like death of the flesh, right? And there's death of the old man. What does it mean by death of the old man?
I guess it means more of like a metaphorical spiritual death, I guess.
A death of what?
A death of the sinner. The sin.
Okay, where sin is missing the mark. Where sin is missing the mark through having some misunderstanding. Repentance, or death of self, is changing of mind. It's learning new. It's getting new information and changing your mind, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so when it says the old man dies and the new man is born, talking about a singular person, it's talking about repentance or changing your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's apply that and see if it works, because it does use it two different ways depending on context. Let's discover the context in the story of the Garden of Eden. Now, I do not right now know everything. That's obvious. I also do not know everything that is good and everything that is evil. You can agree with that, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you know, Richard, that you don't know everything?
Because there's evidences to outside of my experience.
How do you know that?
That is, it's the known unknown. I'm
Yeah.
aware of things that I don't know yet. I mean, I might learn them later, but I don't know
It's a
them
willful
now.
paradox. You don't know what it is.
Right. Like, I know heart surgery exists. I can't do one, for instance. All right. Okay, so, dang, that was good at throwing me off rails. Don't do that, Joel. Okay, so
You asked for it.
I know. I'm always asking for it. Okay, so does the idea of death apply in the Garden of Eden in reference to the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Well, I know myself, I cannot remain the same in the face of new objective truths. Those change me. In fact, they don't have to be objective. I just have to believe them, right?
Yeah.
So I do not right now know all of the knowledge of good and evil. That is to say, I have not eaten of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now, if I do eat of it, would I die?
I mean, okay, under the circumstance that you just outlined of, well, it's it being metaphorical in terms of changing your mind and accepting new information that you didn't know before, I guess. Yeah, you can say that you died, I guess, in a sense. But
right. Just because, like, you were once 5 years old, you had that 5-year-old you experience. Now you remember that, but you're not 5 years old anymore.
Yeah.
Is that 5-year-old alive today? Well, it's the ship of Theseus question, right? Well, yeah. You maintain some of that, but that's not you. That person is gone. In fact, the person that you were a year ago, a month ago, they don't exist. They're dead. Okay. All right. So I think that's what it's saying. It's saying if you learn the difference between all good and evil, thou shalt die. I agree. If you learn anything, the old you dies.
Yeah. Okay.
So you said they didn't die. In fact, they lived to be some estimated 930 years old from that time, right? So they obviously didn't die right away.
Do you actually believe that they lived to be that long?
What's that? That's what the text claims of them, yes. But you have to also understand that the number 9 means something. The number 3 and the multiplier 0 means something to the Hebrew people, to the ancient Jews. And it's
so what did it mean?
They're not numerical sequences.
Oh, okay.
They're not like the English mind thinks of numbers as being only good as numbers. The Hebrew people do not look at it that way. For instance, you already know one of these. 7 represents perfection. Why? There's something perfect about the number 7 intrinsically? No, there isn't. It's just the way that they look at it from that culture. The number 9 means, number 7, perfect. Number 8, fat or extra muscular or above perfect. The number 9, to transition. To the number 10.
What does above perfect mean?
I can explain it, but some other time. The number 9 means to transition. The number 10 means to attain what you were transitioning toward. So that's, and I can go through all of them, and then after that, after 21, what would be 21? It starts going to just hold 10 numbers until it gets to 100, which is why all the Hebrew numbers, they have to have a multiplier in them, because they never say 1,000. There's never 1,000. There's a 10 times 100. That's how they say that. But that's because the 100 is the biggest possible number. And after that, you have to use multipliers. Why? Because their tradition in that culture only made godly associations and things of evil and things of good up to the number 100. And they quit. They thought that was enough.
Oh, okay.
Okay. But we can go through the entirety of the story of the Garden of Eden in Genesis, and in what I have adopted as true, it absolutely agrees with our actual experience, geocentric, to this earth, and what science says about this planet. and things that we observe from here, from our perspective, and actually all of it works really well, I think can be shown is actually true. Now, is it non-traditional, what I'm saying? Very non-traditional. However, when it comes to falsification, I don't think that your standard Christian has any points of falsifications in the understanding that they carry, where everything that I'm saying has a falsification for it. If I were wrong, there would be no Snake Nebula. You see?
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, going back to the whole geocentric thing, I mean, I'm not saying I'm a flat earther, but I do believe that the Bible could be true about how it says the Earth is stationary, because what scientists say about gravity and us flying around the sun at all these ridiculously crazy speeds, but we don't feel any of it.
Okay.
And then how gravity works with the tides, like it can pull like trillions of tons of water a day, but somehow it can't stop a bird from flying. So I do believe that there might be some truth to the whole Earth being stationary thing.
Okay. Well,
Cartesian
that would be
coordinate
an
system.
interesting conversation. Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, in a Cartesian coordinate system, the Earth would be the center of everything, but that doesn't mean that in other systems it wouldn't circle around things.
No, yeah, no, I'm just saying that a lot of the things that scientists say about things like gravity and stuff, they just don't seem to add up to scrutiny,
But you've been on an elevator before, right?
Yeah, well,
Been
yeah, of
on an
course.
elevator, you felt when you go up, you feel heavier. When you come down, you feel lighter. If the Earth wasn't here to prevent you from going down, you'd have a feeling of weightlessness. So that should help to prove gravity.
No, I mean, like, okay, for example, one of the inconsistencies of gravity is, like I said, with the tides, right? Like how is it that the moon is able to pull, trillions of tons of water every day, but yet somehow the Earth has a higher gravitational pull than the moon, so it doesn't stop it from pulling the water, but it can also
Oh, it
allow
does.
a bird to, so
No,
like it
I'll
doesn't make
explain.
sense,
I'll explain very quickly. The moon has 1/6 the mass of the Earth. That's why it's able to exert a lot of pull, 1/6 of the tide, but it can't pull the whole tide. The Earth keeps the tide from leaving the Earth. In fact, it doesn't even go up into the sky. It just goes up, several feet.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
about balance.
It's about balance.
Yeah, the normal tidal pattern is you might see like a 6-foot swell on your day. Most.
Okay. Well, okay. What about the fact that it allows birds to fly when the gravitational pull is so strong that it allows us to stay on the ground, but it allows birds to defy it and fly it? Like,
Because
you know what I
gravity,
mean?
right? Without gravity, you couldn't fly in space. You can't
Well, let's
flap
explain
your wings
by
and
what's called
fly.
aerodynamics.
Yeah, well, no, it's before that though. Without gravity, we couldn't have Boyle's law because it's actually the gravitational effect on the air that's pushing the bird up.
Well, it's actually the aerodynamic model. It's the high versus low pressure, the shape of the
Right.
wing, similar to that's how aircraft works as well. So that it's creating what's called lift forces. The
Right.
air pressure above the wing is lower than the pressure, lower than the pressure under the wing. Therefore, the higher pressure caused just by the aerodynamics pushes or causes lift.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If it wasn't for gravity, we wouldn't have the density of the air to push up on the bottom of the wing.
That's true. If it weren't for gravity, the atmosphere would have no weight, and because of that, you wouldn't have differences in resistance. And then so much for flying. That's not going to work.
Or more succinctly, without gravity, we would not have an atmosphere at all.
That's also true.
Oh, okay.
On the adverse side of the same argument, if there is no such thing as gravity, you still experience the quote unquote effects, right? Like you experience the same thing I do. I believe in gravity, you don't, right? Now, in order to compensate for gravity, what you need is the floor to come up and push on your feet. That's what you would need. Now, in order, just like in an elevator, like Hillary's was saying earlier, when you're on the bottom floor and you first start out, you feel heavier for a short amount of time until your body catches up with the speed of the elevator. Then you feel normal. Then at the top, when it slows down, you feel lighter for a short amount of time until your body catches up with the elevator. Then you feel the same again, right? Now, in order to imitate the pressure on the bottom of your feet, instead of you feeling like nothing's going on, right, you would have to feel like there's your weight, right? You don't feel weightless right now. Now, what that requires is the Earth as a disk to be constantly moving toward you or up and always accelerating to imitate your weight. Do you know what it would take for something to always be accelerating? Okay, so if you think it's silly to think that the Earth is rotating around the sun and that it's moving in space within, the spokes of our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, a spiral galaxy, and that it's rotating around, and that is also collectively also moving in some direction. At least it's not going faster and faster and faster and faster and faster constantly.
Yeah.
Where a flat Earth model requires it for no apparent reason to be constantly accelerating.
No, I'm not saying I'm a flat earther. I'm just saying I had questions about, gravity.
Didn't say you were. I didn't say you were. I didn't say you are wrong because. I said the following theory would require the following.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, and if I could help add, you're not alone. I've been a literal rocket scientist, and so nobody knows what gravity is still. You've probably heard before. There's three common theories of what gravity is, but like Richard just very accurately described, we observe the observations, the effects of gravity, but you're right. We don't know if it's a wave, a particle, or both, or what. People are still trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Well, that's that's also an extension of just everything we know as humans. There's just so many things we just don't know.
Yeah,
that's why we all have theories.
We're all learning, right?
Well, this is what I keep coming back to, and this is why I got confused. And by the way, I know I said that I lean towards Gnosticism, but I'm not fully Gnostic. I'm just saying that right now it's what's the term that scientists use? It's a provisional theory. Yeah, it's provisional as to right now as to what I believe. I'm not saying that it's 100% true. I'm just saying that to me, when I look at the different models of belief out there, like that's what fits with what I feel like makes sense to me at the moment.
So you're searching. Never stop
I'm searching. I've been searching since 2018 when I left the church.
Good for you.
Yeah, keep doing that. Jesus said,
never stop that.
Yeah, and I realized that there's a lot of confusion out there, and nobody seems to know what the hell is going on.
Yep, a lot of false agendas.
Yeah, I'm actually a very, very specific specialist. And I mean, other than operating heavy equipment, which I am proficient at, this is really the only thing that tickles my brain. This is really the only thing that I can get behind and say, well, this is very persuasive, and I can be super critical of it, and it continues to work. That that people took a story about the end of superstitions, and true to form, made it a superstitious story.
Yeah.
Which story specifically?
All of them, all the religious stories, they made into religions, and they were actually a declaration of the end of religious thinking. For instance, from your story, Joel, there is no all of the following in heaven. Tabernacle, high holy place, light of the sun. I mean, there's a big long laundry list of things that won't be there, right?
In theory, if you're talking about the second heaven, the first heaven, these things, the first heaven, the stars and stuff are heaven. So
yes, yeah. And for understanding Islam, the surface of the earth is the first heaven, and then it steps up from there. It still works the same. It's just they start at a different starting point. Yeah, that the not the terrestrial heaven, this, not the celestial heaven, outer space, right? But the really important part for us, that heaven, is missing all of the religious stuff. It doesn't have it.
Understanding of that concept. So I'm referring to Daniel and Revelation in times report about how the old heaven and earth will be undone,
Sure.
fire, and there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. What you're referring to is what I think guys in my circles refer to supernatural state, the quantum, something that's called the cloud these days, or non-eloquent, the idea of eternity, that we're quantum, where God creates the wave function collapse events to convert quantum information from outside of space-time into space-time. So there's the eternal, which is, I guess, also referenced as heaven. Heaven is eternal versus the temporary creation.
Fair enough, but I wasn't discluding like the Book of Daniel.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I was just. I don't think I had a point.
Sometimes we're like that, and it's okay.
Yeah, we were just sharing.
It's absolutely fine.
New heaven, new earth.
Yeah, and I also in the book of Hebrews, I believe it's chapter 1 and chapter 10, and I'm not good at remembering numerical sequences, but I think respectively 3 and verses 3 in the first one and verse 9 in the second one, but that's kind of irrelevant. Still, it says, with these invisible things God so created the worlds, plural. And I don't think that it's accidentally pluralized. It does mean different occasions of the same thing. And then it says it again, that there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. Simultaneously saying in the book of Revelation, there will be no more. There'll be no more what? Singers at a wedding, hammer of a carpenter, grinding of wheat, the sound of a millstone. There'll be no more of that. In other words, this planet gets destroyed. It will not be restored. And when it talks about a new heaven, it's talking about a completely separate planet.
Or more importantly, to break the cycle's point, no more animals eating themselves. Other animals.
Well, yeah, actually.
Yeah, the lion will lay down with the lamb.
Yeah, the wolf and the lamb will lay down together. Yeah. So it's that kind of. By the way, it does say both, and the whole observation about our memory, or maybe the Mandela effect, is just a unthorough study.
Yeah.
It does say both.
I got another friend that loves that. Man.
Yeah.
Richard, I wanted to ask, did I ever share with you my I guess my apparent revelation of the end times, Revelation 6:14, how the sky is going to be rolled with the scroll?
Yeah, you and I spoke about the physical heaven rolling up like a scroll, and every mountain was moved. And what was chapter and verse again?
Rev 6:14. How it correlates with Einstein's theory of the end of the universe and quantum gravity.
It's certainly interesting.
Gravitational waves.
All right, hold on. Let me give it to everybody so they know what we're talking about, because not everyone has like deeply studied the book of Revelation and just the Bible. So
it's in Daniel somewhere too, I think, or Daniel or Isaiah.
There's definitely reference to it, and that's why the Daniel is called Apocalypsis.
Yes.
Because it includes these same ideas. Okay, so for context, I'm going to read on from 6:12, which somebody who's obviously wrong decided a long time ago, not long enough, that this should be a chapter break. Revelation 6:12. I got it up on screen. Good. And And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood, and the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as fig tree casteth her untimely figs, when she is shaken of a mighty wind. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places. And the kings of the earth, and the great men, and the rich men, and the chief captains, and the mighty men, and every bondman, and every freeman, hid themselves in the dens, in the rocks of the mountains.
Who shall be able to stand the wrath of them? So, when Einstein came up with this theory of relativity, it created all kinds of mathematical predictions for the future. Mm-hmm. And one of the many was how black holes, black bodies, would create gravitational waves, which at the time in the 30s and 40s when he discovered that, those have not been discovered at all. Black hole was a complete theory.
There was no verification, right?
Right. There's no evidence of it. It's just the math suggested that black holes should exist. And part of those just, again, it was just a seemingly crazy theory. It was just a predictive pattern based on the math that was observable, that given enough time, the black holes, the theoretical black holes would eventually condense and collapse into enough mass they would start to consume entire galaxies. And as the galactic-sized black holes themselves continued to grow, they would start to, all black holes, small and large, emit gravity waves. And again, the math was suggesting that once there's a kind of a critical mass, the gravitational wave fronts would become so large and all reverberating at identical frequencies, they would start to create literally a feedback loop, similar to how if you put a microphone next to a speaker, that electromagnetic inductance, it causes that feedback, that wah, 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 and it just gets louder and louder and louder until it either breaks your eardrums or your speaker, right? And so that same self-reverberation pattern was expected in the relativity math to happen amongst these galactic-sized black holes, to the point eventually, as the gravity wave emissions became so great, it would literally start to destroy or rip apart the universe at the atomic, if not quantum level. The Big Rip was called. And so if this does happen, by the way, LIGO and Virgo and other observation outposts now, they've since the last time I've looked it up, or just trying to keep up on the research, have discovered about 80 or so galaxy-sized black holes since then, some even eating themselves, much less, they're confirming these black holes are starting to form and reverberate. The theory was it would take who knows how many thousands or billions of years. Well, they're already starting to be discovered within 1 century, So if those continue to happen, and the gravitation, those gravity wavefront collisions are already on their way, what would you expect to believe to see if two opposite spinning or opposing gravity wavefronts were to collide near the solar system, near Earth? You would see the sky. The gravity would basically distort all the light because black hole type gravity wavefront emissions literally absorb light in every spectrum. That's why it's called black hole. So these singularity wavefronts would twist the light that you see up in the sky, and it would look like a scroll being rolled up, just like you would a regular scroll. And the mountains and the islands, the surface of the Earth, will literally start being sucked up into space, be removed from their places because of this massive gravity front that's coming through. And so it makes Revelation 6:14 a literal description, not a figurative, not allegorical.
That seems like a plausible explanation of it, actually.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
it's
pretty
literal,
crazy sounding.
Yeah. So the theory is that John was sitting on the surface of the Earth, looking up at the sky, watching two opposing spinning gravitational wave fronts colliding near the Earth, and he wrote down exactly what he saw in the future.
Did he also get to talk to the cow about? Because he's at the end of the universe,
Oh my goodness!
Was there a restaurant there?
I thought you were going to ask about the locust-looking people.
What was it Hillary said? Go ahead.
Oh, I said, and was there a restaurant at the end of the universe?
Right.
Exactly.
That was Douglas on that.
Precisely. And Joel, what was it you said? I missed it.
Oh, I thought you were going to reference John talking about seeing locusts with men's faces.
Well, I have a different interpretation of that. I believe that is describing literal physical things sent out by heaven to make life much, much harder and to keep occupied people for 5 months who could not accept heaven on its first arrival within 40 days. That they are essentially drones, really scary looking drones, and they carry some kind of neurotoxin that doesn't kill you, just puts you in pain for a really, really long time, and eventually wears off.
We've had discussions where we would put ourselves, if we were a early first century observer standing on a battlefield, it sounds like you could be describing an Apache helicopter.
Yeah.
You could be.
In a hovering pattern with people's faces.
A lot of parts of it, yeah, it could be. Personally, the full description of it, I think it's independently, intelligently steered flying. I think that it's meant to look scary on purpose, just for the effect. That the crown is actually a device for prying its way into things, past obstacles. Not that it isn't already fairly small and able to get into, I don't know, a good-sized rat hole. I'm sure it'd be able to navigate that fairly easily. And that its stinger is literally a hypodermic.
We're talking about locusts still? Or?
Yeah, the locust, yeah. Huh. All right, guys, I've got to charge my headset. It's complained to me twice now. Please continue.
No, I've heard that same Apache theory.
Yeah.
And then they said that at the time, the number of soldiers being like, I think it's 200 million was unheard of. That was the total number of people on Earth at the time it was written. But now the Chinese army has 200 million people.
Right. And the theory behind the story is that Russia and certain Middle Eastern, I forget all. The people have got theories of which nations are the nations from the north and the east and stuff. Very plausible in today's modern. Right. There's something Richard mentioned earlier tonight, how a lot of the stories or lessons in the Bible could not have been known to the author, the people that penned it in their day, and God waited for modern times, or the end times, for it to be clear, including the Snake Nebula concept we were talking about.
Interesting.
Well, what else is interesting?
No, just I don't know, just the way that it's just so difficult to find, gnosis or truth or knowledge, and I'm just at a point now where I keep getting, it's frustrating because I feel like if I can't seem to know anything, all I have are these theories without actual proof to prove anything that I believe,
Well, that's exactly what science is. Science is a way to try to test your observations, but it can never prove anything true. That's why you need philosophy or religion to help describe.
Yeah, I know science is all about falsifying different theories. It's not actually about finding the truth. It's more about falsification.
Yeah.
Albert Einstein's my favorite on that topic. He said, religion and science go together. This is quoting Einstein. He said, as I've said before, science without religion is useless, and religion without science is blind. They are interdependent and have a common goal, the search for truth. Hence, it is absurd for religion to prescribe Galileo or Darwin or other scientists. And it is equally absurd when scientists say that there is no God. The real scientist has faith, which does not mean that he must subscribe to a creed. Without religion, there is no charity. The soul given to each of us is moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe.
Interesting. But so what do you guys think happen to us after we die?
Well, I don't want to dominate the airwaves, but I mean, my grandfather came back from, it's called the Lazarus syndrome right now in medical terms. He shared his story. And in fact, there's 15 major medical research groups going on right now globally that are literally studying that question. I could give you some references for that if you're interested.
Oh, I assumed you would say heaven or hell.
Well, yeah, I like people to come to their own conclusions. I can share my current conclusion, but it's subject to change.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hey, Cycle, I have a question. When you say truth, what kind of truth are you looking for?
You can't handle the truth. Sorry.
I'm just looking for something that that I can know like deeply and intuitively like is the truth. But I realize that there's always going to be this gap for humans like in being able to prove anything without a doubt because we're limited by our sense perceptions, which trap us within these subjective barriers to actually knowing with 100% certainty like if something is true or not. So like I
Okay,
like certainty, but I realize that certainty is basically impossible.
so having that knowledge, right? Why are you frustrated or put in a position where you feel you have to pursue that level of certainty if you know you'll never be able to achieve that because of your human limitations?
Well, I mean, I don't know, maybe part of it is me being a bit autistic, so I feel like if that could be it, I just I just want to know just because I'm so curious, and I feel like my autism kind of drives that, but also too because like I just really just want to know what it is that's going on. I look at this world and um the fact that I'm just this conscious entity that just found himself here out of the blue, seemingly just randomly. And I just want to know what the heck is going on. I just need to know like what exactly this place, what exactly this place is all about. Um, and I just I'm frustrated because I feel like if my senses also aren't 100% trustworthy and that they I'm being deceived and fooled by them as well too. So like, and when I see all these different theories that everyone has about reality and what's really going on and how they conflict each other, but then at the same time, all of them seem to have elements of truth in it, and it just seems very, very, very confusing and deceptive. And so I really, really just want to know what the heck is going on in this place and why I'm here, and like how I found myself here, and if what's the origin of my consciousness? Do I have a soul? Where what happens to me after I die? If there even is an after I die? All these different things. I really, really just need to know.
Okay, but let's just say you know all of that. What next?
Well, I thought about that too. That's a good question. I guess I don't know. I guess I just try to use whatever knowledge I have to maybe like escape this place because one of the things that I feel like if I do truly like I can say but I know is that I don't belong in this place. I feel like if um I was brought here by either as a mistake or something because I just don't feel like if I belong in this world and I feel like if I have a home somewhere else, like my home isn't on this planet or isn't here amongst humans. As weird as it sounds, I feel like if I belong somewhere else, but I just don't know where that place is.
Have you considered the possibility that you have a a particular brain state that where what do they call it again? Shit, I am completely forgetting the uh, the correct thing. But basically, it's this idea or mental displacement where there are people who essentially see themselves as being different. Sometimes different can mean outstanding or, better or,
Mm-hmm.
like they don't belong, right? Like there's
Yeah.
that distinct possibility that exists, right? Where you might feel as if you're special, and that's okay. We are all special
No,
in
I
the
don't mean.
sense that we're
I
different.
don't mean in the sense of
No, no,
being
no, no. I'm not.
exceptional. Yeah.
No, no. I know that. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that if if you really sit and think about your brain state, right, and then the flow of your thoughts, right? I just asked you, um, you know, why do you want to know the truth, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I asked you, what is the truth, right? And to be frank, you didn't give me anything specific. It's more so you're telling me how you feel, right? And that's fine and
Mm-hmm.
all, but in a conversation where you are demanding, essentially demanding to know the what is actually reflective of reality, right? You have to ask specific questions and pursue specific things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and with the acknowledgement that you will just essentially never have access to certain things, the you should probably consider addressing things or finding things that you can actually find, the truth to, right? And some truths don't necessarily have to be physical things. A lot of them can be mathematical, philosophical, and all that stuff because something could be mathematically true, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't necessarily mean it's reflective of reality, right? It's not a
Yeah.
statement of reality, right? So to sate your hunger for truth, I I suggest that you pursue things that are within your realm that offer the possibility of where you can find the truth of the matter. It's kind of like your discussion earlier with gravity, right? For finding out the truth of gravity on um, I would say a macro scale versus a micro scale, right? To me, gravity is already described, right? On a macro scale. On a micro scale, quantum scale,
Mm-hmm.
right? It doesn't even match up, right? So what you run into now is that you're in your head because you're you run into a situation where now you see a possible contradiction of sort. It's like, okay, now there's a contradiction. Is it a situation where maybe what you're experiencing is it really a contradiction, right? Because if there's a contradiction, you have to establish a dichotomy, right? Because maybe these two things, just maybe these two things just aren't even related, right? When you really get to the point of everything.
Right. Yeah, but that's a fair point.
If I may, I was going to encourage you actually, Cycle, that my understanding autism is really it's just a symptom of higher intelligence. You've heard that before?
Yeah.
And a lot of times autistics are what they call polymaths. People are just interested in multiple or every subject. I used to have a online username that says Joel wants to know. So I totally relate with what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to work for Elon Musk, and he talks a lot about, if you read his biography, how when he was being raised in South Africa, he had the same exact problem you just described. He remembers early, as he was 5 years old or so, he thought something was wrong with him, because he couldn't silence his mind. These ideas were constantly exploding in his head, as he described it. He thought he was going mentally insane or something, because when he realized not everybody's brain was doing that to them, and it turned out he's just
Yeah.
autistic. It's not necessarily a disease or anything like that. It's just different, like Batman was saying. And if I may encourage you, God makes a promise. He promised you in the Bible that he will tell you, he will teach you the truth. Jeremiah 33, chapter 33 is one of my favorites. He says, "This is what the Lord says, he who made the earth, the Lord who formed it and established it, the Lord is his name, quote, call to me and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know," unquote. And I think, me personally at least, and certain other people that I talk and relate with, that's how we become so involved in these high-tech science technology fields. You can't go to school for a lot of the stuff that we do in high tech. You can't teach what we invent, and a lot of us attribute to just asking God. Like I quoted Einstein earlier. God, what do you think about this? God, how did you do that? And God tells us. We wish He talked to
Yeah.
us more, of course, but God promises to tell us. And like
All right. Well.
Richard said, I think Richard's very eloquent. How you don't just answer all. Like if you got small children, you don't teach them about sex. You wait until they're mature enough. So God doesn't tell us everything that we ask. Sometimes He lets us wait till we grow to be able to comprehend it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I guess.
You sound very eloquent.
Yeah. I got where you guys are coming from. So, well, I guess going back to what Batman said, I guess I didn't properly answer the question. I guess I would say what would constitute like proper evidence, I guess, would be, I guess something that would be verifiable, but like this is my autistic brain again, but when I started to ask myself what even is proper evidence for something, like how much evidence is enough to put a belief, move a belief from just being a hunch or a theory to actually being something that you can stand on and say you know it as a fact,
I
And
mean, you
so,
can justify your belief, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that your belief is actually reflective of reality. Like take for example, right? There was a point where intuitively it made sense that the sun goes around the earth. Intuitively it makes
hmm
sense, right? And with whatever knowledge and technology that we had at a certain point, right, it just seemed to make sense, and we stuck to that belief until we realized, oh shit, we are completely wrong, right? So essentially, what I'm saying is that simply having your belief, like, it's actually good enough, right? Um, until you get access to new information or new methods of, um, gaining new information. Because that's the problem that a lot of people have, right? Can be intellectually lazy sometimes. Um, where, okay, if you're pursuing a piece of knowledge, right, or understanding, right, but your current way of thinking is not, it doesn't suffice. You should put in the effort to come up with a different way of thinking about whatever you're trying to pursue.
hmm
See
well,
what I'm
I
saying?
do always, yeah, I do always
So
say that with whatever I believe, I always say that it's a provisional theory until more, more information is gathered. So
Yeah, I was going to
yeah, I do try
remind you
to,
about.
to hold to that sort of epistemic humility as much as possible.
I was going to challenge on that same line to just study the scientific method itself. Francis Bacon is credited for establishing it. It's the simple idea to challenge your beliefs, to create your own hypothesis to test. So to answer your question, what is good evidence? You have to decide what that is. You create your hypothesis, you create your test to try to test that hypothesis, and whether your hypothesis, your faith-based belief is testable or not, you have to figure that out. And then once you start to test it, and even if it seems confirmable, if it seems repeatably observable, you still have to always test it, because like Batman said, something else might go in there. And I love Max Planck, for example. He's considered the founder or father of quantum physics. He said that we don't have any right to believe that any physical law exists, and that if any physical law has existed up until now, we have no right to believe that it'll continue to exist in the same manner.
Hmm.
Everything changes once you
Mm-hmm.
get some sort of new knowledge. So you have to decide what's that evidence, and then if the goal is to quote unquote convince yourself or others, you have to match what convinces you. Your test criteria matches with others, and if it doesn't, you can build tests. You can build experiments, literally, to try to test each other's experiments.
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
It's kind of
and I
simple.
guess as much as I don't like you know faith and this whole thing of relying on faith. I guess everything at a certain point it does boil down to like having a bit of faith in something.
Well, yeah, no, I agree, and I think that what you're talking about is that's caused a lot of damage. I think, especially amongst the scientific circles. Again, I could quote every scientist from Einstein to Planck, as I just quoted. Every major science, every what I would consider real scientists have all said that like Einstein said, the real scientist has faith, quote unquote. I think Planck's quote was something along the lines that everybody who's ever done any work in any field of science knows over the gates to the temple of whatever gates of science, as he put it, are written the words, "Ye must have faith." A hypothesis is faith. It's a faith-based belief that's testable.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, and we also like have to just have these assumptions that we start off with that are unprovable. I think in scientific circles they're called axioms.
Hmm.
So yeah. So just by that alone, everything does come back to some form of faith, as much as
Yeah,
like a lot of us might like.
you you just have to accept certain things as they are in order to move forward, basically, right? Because, like, take for example, we operate as if the universe is intelligible, right? But yet the funny
Right.
thing is,
Yeah.
like, you'll see people say, "Hey, the universe isn't," but they clearly operate as it is, as if it is, right? So it's like you need to have a baseline to where you can start from in order to pursue any kind of knowledge and understanding, right? But you also have to kind of, be honest with yourself and humble enough to realize that there's just certain things you're just not going to have access to, right? Like the biggest object in the universe is a black hole that is so massive it makes the earth looks like a fucking atom, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like it it is I can't even imagine what that looks like on any level, right?
Hmm.
Like it's that is insanely big, right? And I have to
Yeah.
be humble enough to understand that, hey, listen, I'm just never going to be able to really truly comprehend something like that in in like its realist sense. Like I can comprehend a human being in a realist sense, right, when I see him, but to see something that massive, right, and how big of an effect it has on everything around it, like
Mm-hmm.
I see it for what it is, but to truly comprehend, the whole thing, I'm most likely never going to be able to do that. So I just accept it for what it is, and say, hey, that's really cool, and kind of like move on to other things because it's it 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 allows for more mental space to consider other things.
Well,
That's
Batman,
Right.
if I may challenge you on that, man. You
sure.
say you can comprehend a human being. So, I've been a microchip engineer, designer, researcher. I've seen the VSML diagrams. We're building chips and nanotechnology, extremely complex. It's like a full scale computer, barely an inch square. It's extremely complex. I used, I was working at SpaceX. I was involved with all the test cycles. I can explain in any level detail anybody wants any aspect of that rocket system. How the engines work, how the aluminum alloy works on the frames, the balance systems, the slosh. I know all kinds of extremely complex technical details of all kinds of things. I think I might literally know how every component inside your computer works. I'm down to the Tri-Gate bus architecture that your PCI bus uses. But I look at a human being, and there's such, from what limited medical knowledge I know in the biology and bioinformatics, that human being, or any life form really, much less a human, is so massively more complex than all of the massively complex things that I already comprehend. That blows my mind. It's not size. It's complexity of things that I think humans can't
I
even
mean,
imagine.
it's not necessarily the for me the complexity of something.
Right?
Um, while that's impressive, the simplicity of something can be also equally as impressive to me,
I totally agree. Thank you.
right? So that's why, like, um, when I listen to a guy like Hugh Ross, and he tells me, he gives me the numbers and gives me the calculations, like, hey, listen, this is how you sit and make these calculations to come up with this conclusion, right? And I use that myself, right, and come up with the conclusion for myself, right? So I'm not just taking his word for anything, right? That what was complex now becomes simple to me, but I appreciate it even more because I have an understanding of it.
Okay.
Like, does that make sense? Like,
It does.
you
It
know,
reminded me of Einstein's quote, says that if you can't explain something simply, it's because you don't understand it.
yeah. Like, sure, we both know that E equals MC squared is not just that. That's not the full equation, right? Matter of fact, there are two, essentially two different setups, right? You have the equation where things are at rest and when things are moving, right? And so, you know, to know that, you have to actually explore it, right? In a meaningful way. So I think, from at least my perspective, is that there is so much that we can learn, and so much other things we can gain knowledge about and discover. I don't see the point in being hung up on like one or two things when there's so
I
much
think
other
I know what you're
things.
saying, but if I may, I think that might be the advantage that autistic people have. Autistics, especially on the higher spectrums, literally do not have that filter that you're talking about. They call describe as a filter. They're forced almost to be flooded with information, and that's why they seem to have, especially again the higher scale, the lower functioning autistics. They have social anxiety. They're not able to. Some people are so bad they cannot communicate. There's this one young lady, for example. I forget her name right now, but she was so severely autistic. She was constantly moving back and forth. She couldn't speak. You know, she would look at somebody, she'd look away real fast. They just thought she was gone. There's no way she could function until someone taught her how to use a keyboard on a laptop. And so then she started to be able to type what she was thinking, and she was full of things and just communicating. And it changed her life. It changed people around her life. And so they had this advantage where I would call it an advantage where they're almost literally forced to do the opposite of what you say. They're forced to examine things. Elon Musk talks about his mind is constantly exploding with ideas. He can't turn it off. And so for him to be able to function, he has to explore these ideas. He has to act on them. He has to constantly learn things. I don't know if you're familiar with his biography I was describing it. He's talking about how his first engineers, when he was interviewing them for SpaceX, you know, he would ask these well-accomplished rocket, you know, scientists and engineers all these questions, and some of the engineers wrote publicly that they were offended. He's like, why is this guy from South Africa immigrating to Canada? Why is he challenging me? What does he think he knows better? And Elon literally replied to the guy saying, no, I wasn't challenging your knowledge. I just wanted to learn from you. So there's a difference in that. Some people are forced to have to learn just to function, and maybe that's an advantage. I don't know. Some people might disagree.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I don't. So the one thing I always say is that unless you are physically disabled, right? At least in the brain, like there's literally a part of your brain that does not function. If you can think thoughts, then you have the capacity to control them, right? And the idea is that, I'll give myself as an example, right?
Hold on.
When I
I want to make sure I understand correctly. If you can think thoughts, you have the capacity to control them.
Yeah, but I preface it by saying if you have a functioning brain, like not, like
Okay,
a
so not a frontal lobe injury. Okay.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
um that's Hillary's for you. His ass, sometimes I think he's not listening and he's like, "Oh shit, I'm
No,
listening
I
to you,
wanted to make
D."
sure I understood correctly. And no, I got a window air conditioner, so I don't hear everything.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Um, so I would take myself for example. I had issues essentially learning and retaining and understanding things when I was a child, right? And it was something I struggled with a lot until one day a counselor decided to do, I guess you could call it a little experiment. Um, and she essentially suggested that because I used to love Legos when I was a kid, and she
Who
told
doesn't?
me to represent whatever that I'm thinking in the form of Legos, right? And when I do that, it was easier for me to comprehend things, right? It made so much sense to me since she's like, okay, now do it in your head. So everything um, I experience essentially, right? Um, I create a form of um, a mental form of that in my brain that makes sense to me. Yes, I do. Um, um, I do have a inner voice as well, and I do inner visualizations. So I have both, and I have an insatiable need to learn new shit, right? So I used to read a lot. Matter of fact, I need to give away some of my books. Um, and so what that lady essentially gave me was a way to how I can use to control my thoughts,
Yeah.
especially when I'm stressed, right? And like from there, it was over from there, right? I was able to gain a level of control over my mind that I didn't even think was possible.
Yeah. Sounds like she helped you structure your thoughts, I think it's called.
Yeah. So that's why I was saying, the gentleman here, you know, you can pick and choose unless you have like a physical injury, right? Like a physical disability. You do have that. You do have a level of control. You just need to apply it because you apply it regularly, right? You just don't. You do it intuitively, so you don't notice it, right? But to be able to control it, right? Like, take for example, people that can hold their breath really long, right? It doesn't necessarily mean you can't hold your breath for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes, right? You can actually hold your breath for that time. It's just that you have to train your mind first. Once you train your mind, you have to train your body, and like it kind of works in, side by side, because one of the reasons is that while why you can't hold your breath for long typically is because your brain is telling you that you absolutely need oxygen, a certain amount of oxygen in order to function, when realistically you don't, right? It can actually use a lot of the oxygen in your body to function, especially when you're calm. That's why they teach you to be calm whenever they're, you know, teaching you to hold your breath and stuff like that. I don't know. How do I know this shit? I just fucking read, man.
Experience.
Yeah, an experience. I was learning how to swim as a kid because I was scared. I was very, very scared um, of swimming. And eventually, one of my uncles at the time decided to throw me in the water.
Yeah.
And, I drank up some of the Caribbean Sea. It tastes a little bit salty.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, tastes
I
a little
remember my
bit
first
salty.
experience was like that too. My friends and I we were sneaking in the neighbor's backyard, I think. We were little kids, and I accidentally
Hmm.
slipped and fell in their swimming pool. And right in the deep end. I didn't know how to swim at the time. I had to learn real quick.
Yeah, I'm curious, Joel. Are you in regards to black holes, and I guess Hillary's too? If something falls into black holes, is the information lost or not?
No.
Interesting. What about you, Hillary's?
Yeah, my understanding is that information can't be lost. We don't really know where it goes, but it can't be lost.
Yeah, so
Interesting.
speaking as an information scientist, information cannot be created or destroyed, as they say, especially in the quantum perspective. So if you study what's called the firewall paradox nowadays, Mr. Stephen Hawking, he tried to postulate the idea of Hawking radiation, basically the theory that if there's enough quantum entanglement, information transfers across a black hole's event horizon, that eventually the black hole could melt. It'll
Right.
transfer information out of it. And after his death, scientists felt that, they could finally challenge your sweet atheist's beliefs without being accused of get on the disabled kid. And so they found out that that was not true. The firewall paradox proves mathematically, anyways, that they tried to simulate it as well mathematically with over 10,000 entangled pairs, which by itself is astronomically insane. That the pairs break down before the information can be transferred. And so what they discovered mathematically speaking, the information is not destroyed. It is simply trapped and is maintained there at the edge of that event horizon. And it's so chaotic, especially as the black hole continues to build and increases in complexity, it traps that information. They described it, it literally looks like a ball of fire or a wall of fire. That's why it's called the firewall paradox. And some of us like to speculate, at least, that maybe that's what hell is. Hell is a lake of fire. Maybe that's what the Bible's talking about. Is the event horizon of a black hole.
Okay,
Makes sense.
okay.
all kinds of interesting things. But yeah, no, it doesn't cease to exist. It simply stops passing of time. All that happens with a black hole is time stops or becomes infinite. I'm sorry, I correct myself. Time becomes infinite.
So I'm going to give a intuitive base response, right? But my response is contingent on the answering of a few questions, if that's okay. Right. Now, in layman terms, for whoever that's listening, I'm surprised we haven't put people to sleep yet, right? When you say information, right, do you mean, let's say, a apple, right? The structure, the atomic structure and configuration of an apple, right? That is the information we are referring to, or are we talking about the actual like atoms themselves? Like when we say information, what exactly are we talking about here?
It's quantum system information. So whether it's macro or micro scale, there's perpetual bigness, perpetual smallness, as you probably heard. So all quantum means is that it becomes such a small scale it just doesn't matter anymore in human conversation. But there's still things smaller, infinitely small. And so all of the things, no matter what, all of creation, no matter if it's an apple or not, is information.
But
The
yes,
answer is all of the above, including the
so
quarks, including the atoms. Yeah.
so it's
Structure.
I'd like to tackle this. The
okay.
redness of the apple is a construct, but it's the individual constituent fields that underlay the atoms that is the information.
Well,
Okay.
and my
So
answer I'm trying to convey is that it's all information, including
Right.
the color that the light reflects off the apple. That's information. Everything's information.
okay, I mean, so the problem that I have with your answer, Joel, right, is like almost it's almost like a guy that walks into a room full of philosophers and says, "We're all it." Well, okay, if we're all it, right? How do you know what is it if there's something that isn't it, right? So, like that's what it sounds like to me a while ago with your answer. So this is why I specifically picked an apple, right? And asked, is it the structural makeup of the apple, or is it the structural makeup of the atoms that make up the apple?
Yeah, it's a difficult concept for sure. And many scientists, of course, have tried to describe it. Are you familiar with wave functions? I just asked that.
Like, I'm a complete layman when it comes to that.
No, that's fine. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, the one of the hopeful best answers, I guess, in a layman's terms. So a lot of the quantum information transfers are expressed or demonstrated, whatever, through mathematical probability curves called wave functions. Basically, the idea that these waves of information, and it's I don't know how to give it a accurate enough description. It's literally everything, anything and everything that exists inside and outside of space time, the eternal and the whatever the opposite of eternal is.
Okay, that's fair. All
A
right,
lot of
so
scientists would describe it that the information transfer from the eternal state, it would also be called we call it the decoherent state, to go on popular term. There's information that's transferred from heaven, from eternity, into the temporary fleeting state, as biblical science would call it, and back again. So like your soul, your consciousness, your body, whatever. The Bible says the soul returns to God. That's an information transfer from the whatever you would call it, the temporary physical material existence back to the eternal.
okay, so all right, so when something is falling into a black hole, let's just say it somehow does not get turned into, plasma, right? The event horizon and how insanely hot that is, right? Once it's falling in, right, it will be spaghettified, right?
Mm-hmm.
As in,
Or compressed, right?
you know, like you will be torn apart atom by atom to further and further because of the gravitational differences that exist. All right. So under those circumstances, right, if you fall in and hit the actual object, right, the black hole object, right, um, does are like is your information now imprinted on that black hole? So Joel falls into a black hole. Does it mean he, um, will be able to recover all of his atoms and reconstruct him, basically?
In theory, yes. As again, information is not created nor destroyed. It is organized and disorganized, as you I think very accurately intuited it. So if like Star Trek comes to mind, the whole idea of a teleporter. They're scrambling. Doctor, is it Bones? What's his name? Doctor McCoy, constant complaint. You want to dematerialize me and scatter my atoms all over the universe. They control that. They use a quantum based computer, and they codify where your atoms and all your quarks and everything are in a given state, and recreate you 5,000 kilometers up somewhere else. So you
Okay,
just have
that's
to,
fair.
organize, you have to store that information.
So the black hole, because here's the reason I am not necessarily sold on that idea is because if you're being taken apart atom by atom, right, you don't know which section of the black hole that each atom is going to land, right? And
Yep.
so
Okay, but you have to think about it differently. The way the physics works inside a black hole, you're saying taken apart atom by atom. From an outside observer, it would appear that we're taken apart, but in reality, you're frozen. You're frozen in place at one point on space time. You're converted into a hologram. So one of your dimensions is taken out, probably time, but and
Yeah.
also time and distance kind of flip. They kind of reverse inside of a black hole.
Well, and regardless,
so
you have to know how your information was scrambled or however imprinted you want to describe it as in the black hole. That's a big if. If
Uh huh.
if you can store or watch the information being paused, I think as you're accurately putting it as well, in the infinite time loop. If you can monitor that and measure it and store it, and then you can unstore it. It's transfer.
Right.
It's probably not very easy.
okay,
It takes a lot of
so
work.
yeah, I mean, that all that aside, um, obviously we're talking hypotheticals here. We have no
Yes.
idea what really happens in there. I'm just trying to figure out, at least intuitively, right? Like how would it make sense for the general makeup of that apple, right, would be imprinted. Now, I do understand in regards to for what Hillary is saying, like when you're falling into a black hole, right? The observer who's looking at you will find you to be redshifted, right?
Mm.
And so you essentially, from their perspective, you're just frozen and you'll essentially like just kind of fade, which
Well,
that part I understand,
if I
but
may,
in
just kind of
terms,
cut to the
sure.
chase. If you are genuinely interested in this topic and want to come to some sort of conclusion, which again, I agree with you that it's a lot of speculation. Guys like me that do that for this a living, even we don't. Oh, we have mathematical theories. If you really want to try to visualize it, try to just do the math. It's actually not that complicated. I'm sure you know what a sound wave is, what it looks like. There are ways to measure that to mathematically recreate a sound wave. That's all a wave function is. It's a mathematical model of a wave, an up and down frequency. Um, try to challenge people to imagine like a pool of water. You drop a pebble, and then there's waves that emanate away from that pebble drop. That's a wave function. You can codify. You can make a mathematical computer simulation of all of that. So quantum information streams are almost literally a collection of pebbles being dropped in the pond of the quantum field of ripples of wave functions rippling across each other. Imagine multiple pebbles being dropped, like or rain hitting a lake. You just see this massive, complex, crazy-looking pattern of waves all colliding with each other. The common theory of consciousness, much less observation, is when those wave functions, when those pebbles, whatever rain waves, ripples touch each other at a specific point in that mathematical model, that causes an observer, or what they call it, a collapse from the supernatural to the natural. And I mean, there's all kinds of things about the observer theory with it, the observer effect. But basically, that's the best way I know how people, again, that do this junk for a living, try to visualize it. You can look at the math, the simulation of the physical model or whatever the mathematical models help. But once you start to understand the math behind the theory of how existence essentially works, and I don't know, and it's a lot of probabilities, but if you can start to just follow the math, and depends on how much you love math or not. If you love math, it's actually very intuitive. It's crazy as it sounds.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I don't have a position on this.
Sure.
Right? I'm more so realistically just kind of asking to gain an understanding, at least you guys' position on this,
Well, like I
because
said,
I've seen a
are
lot
you
of
interested?
people.
That's my question. Are you interested in finding the answer to that? That's my best help.
Oh, mildly, to be honest with you.
Sure.
there are other things that's on my mind that's of a priority right now.
Yep.
See,
that is a perfect segue to something I like to say often when people say, "Oh, you're not smart." I like to say that if my 30 years on the bleeding edges of science and technology have taught me anything, it's that everybody is equally smart. We all just have different interests.
Oh yeah.
So that's why I'm asking people: are you really interested? I'll show you some material on how to do the math, and then that's the best way to know. I mean, if you're not interested, then yeah, it's good. It's good to speculate. How badly do you want to know? And who knows? Maybe somebody that's super interested in it will come up something then better than a wave function representation. It probably is.
Oh yeah. I am of the mindset that if it's one of those, if you really are interested, then go and learn it. Go and see how much you can extract from it. Like, because if my mind gets stuck on something, that's it, dude. I'll spend days trying to figure it out.
Love it. Yeah.
Right? Like I become very, very obsessive. So, that's why I said like mildly, because I'm pretty sure,
Sure.
I'm probably going to get to the point where, okay, I'm going to figure this out. But I understand that a lot of this stuff is not, how should I put this? It is not things that we have access to. So, I understand there is a speculation aspect of things, but at the end of the day, right? If I don't have truth, I think I'm perfectly fine with going with what makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Like I'm fine with that.
Sure. And to answer Richard's question you posted in the text, the theory was that your computer was watching your body going across the event horizon. So you were watching the information before it was scrambled or whatever, or paused. So you would recreate it from that. If your computer or whatever, if you're not storing the information, you're not capturing the archive, then yeah, you would be lost. So it's not the black hole doing it, it's whatever's going to pull you out of it. And of course, that leads to the great other paradox amongst the Star Trek theory universe stuff, which is silly, is if you can recreate, matter from non-matter, why can't you? And there's some Star Trek episodes that address this. Commander Riker he had a duplicate made. I think there's at least one other episode where there was a duplicate transporter accident. The reason why that they tried to prevent that, and again, it is all science fiction, is that there's some parts of a biological entity that cannot be decompiled, so to say, or deconstructed. Some parts of the information, particularly around like the brain or the heart, is the claim that it's so complex that the computer, the Super Alice and Star Trek computers, just can't monitor all of it. And so what the transporter technology does, this guys are showing how much of a nerd I really am, by the way, is it takes part of the material aspect that it can't deconstruct, it can't archive, and literally physically moves it. That's where micro tractor beams come in. Transporters are a combination of tractor beam technology, and that's why transporters, until Scotty figured out in the new movies, had a limited range. It's 5,000 to 20,000 kilometers. It's because there was a part where you had to physically move part of the object, at least of the person, to reconstruct it entirely. And then, of course, it would pull from the quantum inertia and information from around the transporter pad or planet, wherever you're rematerializing, it would pull that information to build the parts that you could rebuild. But when you first see a transporter effect start, you see a little glow in the middle. That's the part that it couldn't decompile.
I'm not even gonna lie, bro.
Yeah,
a lot of that I did not understand. I could probably understand it, but I am not familiar with a lot
like
of
10th
the.
level Star Trek.
Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, I am not a Trekkie. Maybe I'll get there one day because I do find it to be pretty interesting. I didn't watch it when I was a kid. I just wasn't like completely drawn by it. I was more into space wizards with lightsabers.
Hey, that's the only difference between Star Trek and Star Wars. Star Wars is more fiction than science. Star Trek is a little more science than fiction.
Yep.
I like both. Yeah, no, this is probably a culmination of decades of hanging out with weirdos like me that, we run out of things to do, or waiting for the diffusion chamber to load or for rocket engine tests to start. So we just talk about the stuff.
Anyone ever walked in the room and they're like screaming, nerds?
Yes. Yes, we do it to ourselves. Anyhow. Yeah, and then the new Star Trek movies, I forget the name of the director. He broke all that theory, and Scotty figured out how to do transwarp transporter. That's why everybody's like, "How did you do that?" Well, it was just an equation. How do you calculate for the variabilities in transwarp speeds? Well, let me show you. And of course, they just don't show you.
Yeah, I do love me a good science fiction. I think we are overdue for a good full-on alien invasion movie.
We were here earlier tonight, Richard and I talking about biblical references of extraterrestrials or at least other civilizations out in space.
No, but I do know Richard's position. I mean, I actually agree with a lot of his positions, interestingly. There's a few minor details, but, that I don't necessarily agree on.
But, yeah, I caveat everything. There's no observable evidence as of yet. There's some really, really good plausible speculation, though. So, can't agree nor disagree yet.
Yeah, and I mean, this is. I think that's the beauty with the Christian religion is that you can there's the openness aspect of it that allows you to explore it from multiple different perspectives,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it allows for proper contemplation. I've made the argument before that I think churches should be a place of contemplation, versus just merely being, somewhere people go and either you know just go to worship and go home, or they just
Mm-hmm.
go there to make money essentially.
Yeah, you're actually helping me realize I'm agreeing with Richard more and more. Richard earlier tonight, you just reminded me, talked about how revelation should be individual. We all should have individual revelations through our own walk with God. I was remembering that combined with what you just said about churches. I've long suspected that God's intention for the church was merely and almost only exclusively just for us to find people that need help, fellow believers and unbelievers. And I've said that for years myself. I only go to church to find somebody to help and to learn from each other, encourage each other, all those common things. But yeah,
Yeah, I think
church is not God. Yeah,
it's the
I
for
don't have a
me a lot of
relationship
it
with
is
church.
just
I am the church. Sorry.
no problem. Yeah, for me it's just the contemplation part of it,
Yeah.
because like literally a lot of what the gospel is about contemplation and putting the law into context, right? Um, which to me at least, makes sense, right? When you put the law in context in terms of how it should be expressed. Um, Unfortunately, that's not a priority. So, it is what it is. I sincerely hope that eventually churches will get to that point. Um, because like Richard said, there's quite a lot of Satans, or whatever he called them earlier, who are like pastors, and they are ruining people's lives, both physically and spiritually, in my opinion.
Yep. Churches are not God.
Yeah, but people surely like to treat it like that way.
So we can get together. We can share our own individual revelations, knowledge, and lessons learned that God teaches us. But I agree with you too that when we walk away, ultimately we're supposed to talk to God. Or as well as I love how Richard also puts when we got questions about the Bible or about truth, reality, etc. Ask the author. That's what
Hmm.
he's there for. Like I told the other gentleman, God promised. It's literally a promise in the Bible. God said, "Seek me, ask me, and I will tell you things that you do not know, unsearchable things you do not know. Just ask." I equate it to working with. I don't know if you guys ever grew up with like a dad that liked to tinker in the garage.
Okay.
My dad, most of the time, like my grandfather, he didn't always like to just tell you how to do things. He wanted
Hmm.
most dads, like myself, even liked someone to try to come up with their own intuitive ways of teaching and learning themselves. Or like how Einstein put it. Einstein said that he never taught his pupils. He only created an environment in which they could learn. So the teacher is there, dad's there to answer questions if you ask, but he wants you to try to figure it out yourself first. Put your own intuitive energies into it, which just reminded me of a Schrodinger quote. So God's like dad in the garage. He's there to help. Make sure you don't hurt yourself too much. And if you get too stumped, he's there to answer your questions. You just have to ask. Just have to ask.
Yeah, I definitely don't disagree with that. You know, it's like I was told when I was a little kid growing up. You know, God don't like lazy. uh, God don't like lazy.
Yeah. Richard, I'm talking about Harpo Blues claiming to know the truth to be able to proclaim what half truths are. It's kind of booking his hypocrisy. You didn't catch.
I think the only truth you can really know in any real way is that you exist, and that's it. Not even how you exist or where, just that you do. Everything else, everything else is basically gravy.
Aaron Schrodinger. I don't have access to his quote I like to reference, but he was another quantum physicist, genius. Came up with what's called the Schrodinger's equation now. And he made a comment about how science is a game. Well, I'm loosely paraphrasing, but it's a game with the good Lord, he said. He was saying something about how, like with a puzzle, when two people are putting a puzzle together, you combine knowledge and intuition on how the puzzle pieces, you cut it with a knife and you put it back together. Your intellects are competing to try to put the puzzle together. But with science, you're competing with the Lord. And the problem is that the half of the rules, God ordains and makes permanent. The other half of the rules you don't know. He doesn't tell you. And so part of the game is to try to intuit what the rules of the game God created are. And of course, the ultimate fun of the game is to think with God, essentially, come to the truth of things.
Truth? What are those?
And science is a game with God. And you reminded me because you said something about mental intuition was said. That reminded me of that. You have to deduce which rules are permanently ordained, is the way you put it, versus which rules are governed by your own mental inertia.
Yep. Yeah, I haven't really been doing like a ton of deep dive reading up on any kind of philosophies or anything like that recently. I've just been going back into reading a lot of fiction, um, going into getting back into comics a little bit.
Yeah, that's what your profile picture icon is about.
Oh
You
yeah,
are
that's
Batman.
yep.
I had a fellow employee back at a company called Pelco in California. It's a security camera network security company. This one guy, he was like the analog product side guru, and he was just nuts about Batman. I think he actually tried to build his car to look like the Batmobile somewhat. He would go to work with everything in his cubicle was Batman. It's cool.
It's a true
Really
Batman
nice guy.
fan.
Yeah.
To learn the ways of the bat, bro.
Mm.
But yeah, Batman is my favorite DC character. I wouldn't say he's my favorite hero because he's not a hero. Um, you know, have you ever looked into, for example, the creation stories in Marvel and DC?
I don't think so.
No, you
Yeah.
should look into them. It's pretty interesting, depending on which point in the comic history you're uh you're looking at.
I guess I've heard of the Avengers movie story. What's that guy's name? Thor? No, not Thor. The big purple guy.
Or Thanos.
Thanos. Thank you. How
Yeah.
God supposedly made a mistake in creation and made it unbalanced, and so it's his duty to balance creation. Nonsense.
So basically, his world, which was Titan, one of Saturn's moons, his world was doing really, 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 really well. Became
Yeah.
extremely overly populated. They didn't have enough resources, so they self-collapsed as a result. Um, and he doesn't want that to happen to anyone
Everyone else.
else.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes around essentially culling half the population on
So
every planet.
I'm supposed to do it every so often.
Yeah.
Cull the herd.
Yep. Problem is that, you know, people don't want to be slaughtered simply because they exist.
Well, and just because his society made the mistake of not going off world doesn't mean the rest of us won't. There's technically infinite resources in our universe. You just gotta go get it. Where
Yeah,
there's a will, there's a way.
it's in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean it, it's on every planet and every species have access to the universe.
Well, as a professional technologist, I like to encourage the idea that if you don't have the resource for something, find a better resource. You can do almost anything with limited resources. Got lots of experience.
It's definitely not a bad outlook on it.
Well, it's just how, if you really want something done or not. I think that's the measure of true genius, as a matter of fact. SpaceX, we would call it redneck engineering, or other places call it redneck engineering. We figured things out that we couldn't or didn't want to, or various reasons couldn't do something some conventional way or how somebody else is doing it. So we figure it out some other way. Necessity is the mother of invention. So many stories I could share. You want to hear some technology stories?
Sure.
It's one example. So Amos 6 was a launch mission. We were going to deploy the Israeli built satellite, about 2017-ish. And it was real famous because Mark Zuckerberg, he bought space on this satellite from the Israelis that he was going to use to start a new fundraiser / advertising campaign in North Africa, right? So he made a big deal about it. Zuckerberg was actually, he flew to North Africa waiting for this satellite to go up so go online, so do his new debut, be all famous. The thing blew up on the launch pad.
That sucks.
Yeah, well, okay. It didn't blow up. It had a rapid unplanned disassembly event, is what we're supposed to call it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An unplanned disassembly event.
Rapid unplanned disassembly, yes. So,
holy shit.
Yeah. So
That's
it shut the company down.
That's one way to call it.
Oh, yeah. Very creative. So it shut the whole company down because nobody wants to, buy a rocket from a private company that has, you know, I kept trying to avoid calling it an explosion, but that was an explosion. So if you don't know what the cause was, you know, who's going to buy your rocket, right? Who's going to hire your service?
Yeah, you have to show you're competent enough to,
Prevent it. Yeah.
yeah, to prevent it, and you're competent enough to, because that's the thing, right? Like, sure, you can come out with a good product, but can you fucking fix it, bro? Like, and how accessible is it when it comes to parts and, you know, stuff like that?
Well, yeah, as a getting off topic, but as a counterexample, so NASA, you know, the public company, the public group, I wouldn't say they didn't care, but they had acceptable losses. You know, they expected the space shuttle, because it was an actual total piece of crap, as complex as it was. They expected to lose a couple here and there. They said, "Oh, it's a miracle we didn't lose astronauts before this," you know, kind of thing. But as a private entity, you don't have such luxury. You know, if you don't have a viable delivery system, you don't have customers. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, anyways, the government doesn't have that limitation sometimes. So anyway, so yeah, so it shut the whole company down. From 2017, 2018, we had very few to no flights, and it took about 8 months to even discover the root cause. The entire McGregor R&D facility was turned into one big giant COPV second stage research farm. Tried everything to think of. We tried the sniper theory. We actually took a fully loaded second stage COPV bottles and shot. We actually hired a professional sniper who shot it, and it exploded, or it had a rapid unplanned disassembly event. It was really cool because it was like a couple of miles away from my office desk, and it shook my desk.
Jeez.
I had one of my technicians. He was a Marine. And he was like, "Dude, can we do it again? Can we do it? Can I do it?" How expensive that was. That was $11 million shot. But so we confirmed that, yes, if it was UAL that ULA, excuse me, that was one of the conspiracy theories. ULA, our competitor, shot it from the top of a roof there, Cape Kennedy. It's plausible, yeah, they could have shot it. But anyway, so I'm trying to organize my thoughts to make a very long story short. So again, it took almost a year. Basically figured out that when you try to rapidly freeze what's called densified liquid helium, which is what the COPV bottles do whenever the rocket goes into orbit in microgravity, it creates what's called a sloshing problem, especially when you stage. The propellant doesn't like to stay in the pump. You know, it likes to slosh around inside the vessel.
Okay.
And so the hard part is how do you get the engine to light again without fuel to create the inertia to push the fuel back into the bottom of the tank so you know it can power the engine and stuff, right? So sometimes it doesn't. You know, NASA learned that many years. You know, there's how do you prevent that? One of the ways that we did was we just used liquid helium. We compressed helium, which is very hard to do. Helium is very helium is it takes more energy to freeze helium to liquefy it than it does oxygen. So the helium was colder than the LOX, the liquid oxygen, and so you release the helium in the propellant vessel to literally push the less dense oxygen and propellant, the kerosene, to the bottom of the tank. You know, this goes the theory. So you pressurize it, right? Force artificial pressure. So the problem was that we were rapid loading. We were doing an experimental rapid load of that liquefied, densified helium, and it essentially froze the liquid oxygen. So the COPV stands for carbon overwrapped pressure vessels, basically an aluminum bulb. Basically, you've seen them on like Apollo programs. You see little spheres. Ours were a cylinder, and it's wrapped with carbon fiber to give it a little extra strength. And so the liquid oxygen will get underneath that carbon wrap, and if you put the helium in too fast, it freezes the liquid oxygen into solid oxygen. The LOX goes into SOx, and which normally isn't a problem And so we were trying to discover, why did that ignite? Somehow that process caused something to an ignition source. And so we created a dedicated test site between the small site and the component stand, and basically recreated the explosion about, I don't know, 300 to 500 times. And it was a big mess, so we would get a tub, just a literal steel tub of liquid oxygen, get a COBV bottle, and hold it down inside the locks to simulate in the second stage, rapid fill the liquid helium, which was very expensive, and try to watch it explode, and we couldn't figure it out. One guy theorized, he took a slide hammer in the large site hanger, and so he just experimented that, if you created socks, so he would freeze the locks under the socks in the carbon and just dropped a hammer on it, it's going to cause a spark. So what we didn't know is that it caused such a good explosion reaction that the slide hammer flew back up, like all the way to the top. It's pretty massive. So they're like, so what's causing this pressure to this pinch? And so we couldn't monitor it. We came up with a theory. NASA likes the theory, but they're like, no, we're not going to let you launch more rockets until you know for a fact what caused the pinch. And so we had to create a way to look inside the tank itself. So it's an aluminum container, pitch dark, no light source. It's full of 3,000 psi of liquefied helium. It's like negative 300 something degrees, right? It's super, super cold, super pressurized. And I'm the telecom guy, right? And so I'm supposed to come up with this camera solution to stick a camera in this thing to figure out what the heck causes the pinch to cause the explosion. Nobody in the country. Started to ask the Axis company in Sweden, but nobody in the world. Not only did they not have any idea of how to give me a camera, but they said it's impossible. They said there's no way camera technology can exist inside that kind of environment, right? Technology could not exist today. Is the moral of the story. So what did we do? So we said, okay, thanks. So we figured it out. So my team and I, we figured out, we just experimented the hell out of it, MacGyvered the heck out of it. We took a pencil camera that was very simplistic. So even if it did freeze, it in theory would work. And of course, the negative 300 degrees, broke it. So we created a custom enclosure for it. Tried to use heated liquid nitrogen as a jacket, which kind of helped. But of course, it just caused the nitrogen to fog up inside the enclosure. And then we needed a light source. That was hard. We tried fiber optics, all kinds of different ideas to try to create some sort of light source. But then the ultimate answer, the biggest clue, one of my engineers thought of contracting with the sapphire company. You can make artificial sapphires, right? And so he got them to design a 1-inch thick circular sapphire. We've tried both a green and a blue blend. It was like $30,000 a piece. It took like a month to grow. And that was the solution. That only had the strength to maintain the pressure, but it didn't fog up as bad. It still fogged up a little bit, but it didn't. And the other problem was the light. It was a thick lens, so the light did not refract as easily. And so that was our solution. Inch thick, custom, human-made sapphire in a warmed nitrogen gas jacket. So, anyways, it wasn't. Yeah, we basically call it the impossible camera because it was not supposed to exist, and it was grainy because it was still really dark and very dense in there. But we could see it on the screen. You could see as it was the helium was being pressurized, the socks under the carbon wrap, because the ice, basically the ice oxygen, is denser than the liquid, and so it creates that pressure under the carbon wrap to push on the aluminum. It causes that dent, and so something else happens, which we couldn't confirm, that makes that dent pop back out, and it didn't always happen, but every once in a while, that dent when it went back up would cause that pinch, that would cause that spark, that would cause the explosion. And NASA finally tells, okay, that's good enough. And they not only did they say it was good enough, they said they've been working because NASA has used COPVs ever since the Apollo program, and they were always worried something like that would happen. And so they actually thanked us for the big long experiment. They still charge us, I think, $95 million to fix their launch pad, though.
Yeah, that's pretty insane.
Well, yeah, and then
95
SpaceX
million.
would not have existed if we didn't figure that out. SpaceX would have gone out of business.
I mean,
No, nobody was going to buy our rocket. NASA was not going to let us use their launch pads.
yeah, but Elon convinced the government to give him a bunch of money to put the shit together. If we keep throwing money at it, he'll probably would have figured it out.
That's actually a common myth. He got a stimulus package budget for I think $6.5 billion or so to do the crew. We call it the CSR missions, the crew service, whatever missions for the space station. And so yeah, he got a little bit of seed money, but 90% of all SpaceX revenue is from private industry. Only 10% is government contracts, including the CSR missions.
No, I mean the whole point of it is to, as far as I remember, was to set up a circumstance where there's proper competition because they're depending on stupid Russian rockets to do anything important, right? So it makes sense to have a local source to be able to send shit in outer space. But and again, it's a situation where as a from a business move, right? Like it makes absolutely perfect sense for Elon Musk to take advantage of it, especially when they he has capital, more than enough capital to kind of, allow him to take that money, because that's not money he pays back to the government. That's literally free money to just build something that the
No, he had to pay it back.
He ain't paying that money back, bro. You really think so?
I know so. Yeah, he talks all about it. He goes into detail. Yeah, no, he paid that stimulus package back.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on it. Yeah, I mean, it's more political than that. The basic, I guess, the resupply mission that's talking about, that started under President Bush. The idea that you're talking about, to try to not rely solely on NASA and or Roscosmos with the what do you call it? I forget the name of the rocket now. To commercially diversify space station resupply missions. That was Bush's idea, a Republican idea. President Obama coming along, not only did he cancel the space shuttle program, but he had no intention of helping SpaceX get that funding. And he wanted, I think the Obama administration wanted to rely on Soviet or Russian collaboration. Because Obama was real big on the idea that America was too big for its britches and that we were supposed to, whatever, America was evil. We had to come down a notch. We were too arrogant.
I mean, I don't necessarily even see how that ties into anything, but
well, that's what I'm saying. It's the political motivation, the politics keep going back and forth.
I mean, I can understand that, but many presidents before him never even considered the idea. So, I mean, and that wasn't even a priority. Not only that, the federal government to give out that much money, right? He needs Congress to be able to approve that. And last time I remember, Congress literally didn't want to do shit with him anyway. So
with who?
I'm just
Bush?
With Obama, and to some extent Bush. To some extent.
Yeah, the CRS contracts were Bush. They were 2008. It was before Obama was elected.
Yeah.
That was wrong. I just looked it up. It was 1.6 billion. But regardless, I mean, that was the motivation. They're trying to. Bush administration wanted to do what you were saying makes sense. The Obama administration put it all to a stop.
Yeah. Well, stimulus package money got to come from somewhere.
Yeah. Well, so no, you're right, but that was the point. Is that $1.6
just
billion.
print
I
more.
mean, it's kind of a jump change in the space industry, but yeah, no, even NASA in the 1950s when it was first conceived wanted to commercialize space. So yeah, the ideas predate both presidents, but it took half a century to finally do it. But yeah, no, 90% of SpaceX's revenue is from just delivering satellites mostly for other private companies.
Oh yeah. No, that wasn't what I was disputing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just
No, that's the
I
whole
guess
that's the reason why it's funded in the first place.
yeah, I guess I'm bringing a little bit of pushback to the old. I've heard it often. SpaceX only exists because of the government. Like no, SpaceX exists because the government fails. Literally.
I mean, it's a good. That's what I'm saying, right? Like the government deciding to make a decision to give Musk the funding because clearly whatever he presented to them, right? It made sense commercially for the economy, right? And it diversifies the process of sending shit out to space, right? Because one, it's going to generate a ton of tax dollars, right? It'll create more jobs, right? Like it does a lot for the economy. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a common sense move. Like
Well,
there's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
No, I agree. It sounds like decent speculation, but I guess the truth of the matter was that the government didn't really help Elon. The Falcon 1s, for example, the first 4 Falcon 1 launches.
No, they had nothing to do with the designs of the rockets. It's the only
did.
issue is just the funding part of it.
Well, what I'm saying is that his initial prototypes were all his own. He was his own source funding. He had a few investors, but at that time he had no public contracts. He didn't get awarded the CRS mission until after his Falcon 4, the 4th Falcon 1 success. And so NASA, again, Congress legally forced Congress. They had to pick somebody. So SpaceX just happened to be the cheapest and best at the time because ULA is a whole other story. They're trying to get it to go to ULA, but the Atlas rockets are another piece. I don't know. It's a whole other story. But no, Elon's success was before the contract. And Elon talks about how they didn't need the funding, but as you said, it was just a good idea. It was a temporary loan, but it's not the source or the what we call it, the onus of SpaceX. SpaceX did more to help the government than the government ever helped SpaceX. In other words, it's the truth of it.
I mean, to be fair, the government doesn't seem too interested in doing any innovations outside of military shit, so it's best to kind of pawn that off to the private industry. Ironically, it's the private the I don't know, man. I see weapons development as part of the military at this point because they literally get like unlimited money to build whatever the fuck they want to build, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I think they would.
huh?
I said I think they wish they had limited funding, but I know what you're talking.
Yeah, when I look at those budgets, bro, that Congress be passing, yeah, I might as well call it military money.
Well, the entire DoD budget is about 4% of GDP, despite popular contradictions. I've done DoD contracts as well, and there's big money in it, but it's never enough. It's always a gamble.
Exactly.
So companies are not guaranteed to make their money back. That's when they develop it.
Yeah, if you think that making weapons is just basically printing money, look at Northrop Grumman. Like they just about went broke on one of their weapons aircraft. I'm trying to remember, I just was listening to it last night on Ward Carroll's channel,
but there was some aircraft that was supposed to be like a replacement for. Oh, he was calling it the F-21 Super Tomcat, and they came up with this great design, and the Congress was like, nah. The first one, it was, this is too innovative. We want something to go with a proven system. And then the next time it was, this is too innovative. We need, pardon me, this is not innovative enough. So anyway, they got screwed. And then there have been several other times, like I believe it was the A-12.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the Flying Dorito?
The replacement for the A-10?
For the A-6.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
But
You're reminding me of the YF-23, though, where Northrop McDonnell Douglas, and they were merged together temporarily. They almost went out of business.
Right.
The Congress picked the F-22 Raptor over the F-23, basically because they thought that the 22 looked cooler, even though the 23 actually performed better.
Correct.
It's crazy. But so yeah, I was active duty. I used to work on Apaches, and that's where I first got an actual rational explanation why there's $200 hammers and $3,000 toilets in the military. Was I had one of the Raytheon contractors that we worked with in Korea explained it to me. He said that Martin Marietta and forgetting now Boeing, I think, helped develop the original Apaches AH-64s in the 70s. When they presented it, it cost them who knows how many hundreds of millions of dollars to develop.
Mm-hmm.
And it cost on average about $22 million each to make one. But when they sold it to the Army, they sell it for like only 13 to 16 million, depending on the Alpha model or Delta model. They have to undersell it by several millions of dollars to be able to qualify for the quote unquote lowest bidder, right? So if all they relied on was selling Apaches and that's it, they would all go out of business, right? So the money is made in the parts. So because I'd ask them, with this whiskey tin cable, right? It's not simple. It's a very complex, but it's just a wire. It's a collection. We used to joke. It's a $40,000. We go down to supply to get a new whiskey tin cable, $40,000 procurement, and we were joking. We were like, dude, we watch you guys build those, in your civilian office. We could probably build that for probably $100 on Radio Shack stuff. The FCC fire control computer, that controls the whole TADS PIMDA systems, for example. It has a 486 processor chip on it. Again, maybe $300. We could build that, from parts that, whatever. Why does that cost, $20-something thousand a piece? And that's what the guys were explaining to us. It's not the value of the parts. They sell the parts at way overpriced. The IDV, for example, the infrared filter that prevents lasers from damaging the pilot's eyes, the gunner's eyes, for the head-down display, is $120,000 or $140,000. It was a really massive piece of technology, but how the heck? And so that's how the research companies, the developers, make their money. They oversell the parts. The hammer is $200, so they can undersell the system.
Right.
To win the bid, to win the contract. It's politics.
And part of that is baked into the system because they don't want to. The Congress doesn't want to present the American people a huge front-end budget, but the company has to know that they can recoup their losses. So that's why they make it on the back end.
That's why there's $200 hammers.
Yeah, and there was a toilet seat that cost a whole bunch too, and then it came out. Yeah, but there's only 2 of those toilet seats. So to make everything and do all the testing and get all the government stuff that they needed, that's the unit cost when you make only 2 of something in the whole world. Because it was for a specific kind of like the military equivalent of a Gulfstream or something. So there's only one plane flying it, and it was only going to have 2, or maybe there was 2 planes, and there was going to be 1 toilet seat on each.
Yeah, so all kinds of little hidden reasons out there the public generally doesn't seem to know about.
Which is understandable considering they're working on secret weapons and technologies.
Well, sure, and they've got their secret budget black budget for all these things that are technically illegal for us to do, but we want it done anyway.
Did you guys see the replacement for the SR-72 yet? Is it called? Forget that.
I've seen a few videos on it.
Dark Star.
Yep.
What's it called? Let me look it up. It's too long. The SR-71, Son of Blackbird. Long-range intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance.
Well, 15 minutes ago, Richard said he'd be here in 5 minutes.
He went to go eat.
I don't know. Maybe your sexy voices like put his ass to bed or something.
Oh, maybe.
Just saying. He's been talking in the chat for a little bit.
Yeah,
well, no, that's what I said. I said 15 minutes ago he said he'd be in here in 5 minutes.
Oh.
But he hasn't written anything since then, so maybe he did fall asleep.
Yeah, we tend to have that effect on people, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for that SR-72.
Yeah. The place is the SR-71.
SR-71?
Yeah, that's the original Blackbird.
Uh-huh.
72 is the replacement.
I'm unclear on what your point, your message is.
Oh, just talking about the secret stuff. This is not so secret.
Jesus Christ, this thing is fast.
Mm-hmm. I saw a video like a week or so ago, that DCS simulator. You guys are in the flight simulators? They actually have that now on their system.
Sweet.
Very wicked. I was watching a theoretical conflict with the new Chinese naval aircraft carrier fleet. They had a squadron of like, I don't know, 9 or so or 12 Hornets firing classic harpoon missiles just as a quote distraction because they just overwhelmed the Chinese naval defense system because they knew that the harpoon itself probably wasn't going to make it. With 2 SR-72s flying, nap of space now. It's not nap of the earth now. That's nap of space. They fired 2. I forget what it's called now. Some hypothetical secret missile. It's like a stealth missile, cruise missile. They fired 2 each, and it was really cool looking. They were hovering over it, right? Like it looked like feet off the ocean surface. And yeah, you saw that it was very realistic looking too. You see the fleet coming up, and the guy doing the video was flying an F-22, flying cover for the Hornets. He took out 229, 4.29s, I think, and something else. It was a really, really cool demonstration. And you see the harpoons coming in, and of course, they're all getting taken out. And those 4, whatever the heck, those exocert, whatever missiles that they fired, snuck in, sunk their aircraft carrier. It's pretty epic. Brief reminder how American military technology is almost always, if not barely, on top.
Dude, the tech that they shove into this thing is insane.
Which thing? Oh, the 72 or
the SR-71 Blackbird?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. That was another technological miracle. My grandfather worked on that when he was at NASA with Lockheed. He's one of the engineers for the Skunk Works. What you're reading, they talk about how the titanium plates were designed to leak, stuff like that.
Right. Because when they heat it up in the air, they'd have to expand.
Yep. They need room for expansion. So yeah, they take off in afterburner, not just to be cool, but to heat the plates up, and then they refuel them and go off with the mission. fly across all of America in about an hour.
Yeah, that is insane, dude.
There was another DCS demo I saw where they were flying an SR-71, and they had two MiG-31 interceptors, flying up to catch it. It was designed to shoot down the 71, the SR-71s, and they put in the theoretical top speed of the classified non-disclosed top speed, right? And so you see the SR-71 just cruising, and you see these three MiGs come up on it, and then the SR-71 just floors it. He backs up a little bit, just you see it just accelerate. It's just, oh, you think you can catch me? No.
I put a link in the side chat about that A-12 Avenger 2.
Oh yeah.
That's the flying Dorito. It's
I'm
a
not
flying
seeing
wing.
Flying Dorito.
That's what they nicknamed it. Yeah, flying Dorito.
That's hilarious. I want to see it.
I'm not seeing your link.
It's in the side chat. I can put it in private chat too.
Oh, cool.
Oh. Is it autonomous?
No, this was back before then. It was two people in it, one in the front, one in the rear, and it was a replacement for the A6 Intruder.
Oh, I think I've seen a documentary on this. There was another one that was real similar that had some sort of tail structure, I think, but it was too difficult to stabilize, if I remember correctly. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Oh, I'll be right back.
It's the same flying wing concept.
The one with the tail was like the YB-17 or something.
Yeah.
That was like in World War II.
Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. Is this it?
YB-35. I found it.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
I'm looking at a YB-49 from Northrop.
Yep, that's the jet version.
Yeah. They found out it was just too unstable, and the B-2 bomber had the same problems, but of course they've got computers now that can stabilize it. Like, epic stuff. I got to help launch. I didn't get to play with it, of course. The was it the X-27? What's it called? I forget. Hold on. No, that's not it. Hang on. It's unmanned space reconnaissance. X-37. And shut the whole stand down when we tested for that guy. See one of those yet?
I'm looking at it right now on Wikipedia.
The speculation is that it is not a mere observation platform. It can or has been weaponized. So
Its first orbital mission was launched in April of 2010 on an Atlas V rocket.
mm-hmm. Last time I looked at it, one of its flights was like 3 years long, 2 or 3 years orbit.
Yeah, the 6th mission was from May 2020 until November 2022. That might be the 3-year mission you're talking about.
God knows what up there. Oh goodness. Yeah, no, I mean, I think there is good conversations that space is currently weaponized. There are space-based weapon platforms. That may be one of the nice things that Obama did. Maybe. Because he did not renew the space weapons ban treaty with Russia. If you're familiar. So we are ready to launch God knows what up there right now. So what else are you into, Mr. Hillary's emails?
Well, I was a policeman for a while.
Nice.
I speak multiple languages, and now I'm medically retired and play War Thunder.
Okay. Pretty epic. Did you enjoy
What's
it?
Oh,
That
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
great.
Yeah, it's an online video game, and
Oh, yeah,
yes,
no,
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I know the game. I was trying to ask if you enjoyed being a police officer.
I did.
Good.
Yeah, 12 years.
Wow. That is not always a thankful job.
No. But
Yeah. I like to watch those audit videos they're called on YouTube.
right,
Familiar with those?
I am.
Nice. That sounds like a whole bunch of cool potential stories maybe to share sometime.
I've got a bunch of stories. Yeah.
Yeah. Life stories on the edge of society.
Exactly. Yeah, the best and worst of humanity.
Yep.
And my own take on some things, whether they were good or bad.
Right. So what languages do you speak?
Well, English, Russian, German, Spanish, and I've forgotten most of my Chinese and Arabic.
Nice. Ich bin ein Ausländer und spreche ein bisschen Deutsch.
Und ich kenne auch.
I'm trying to learn Tagalog, but it is very difficult. Oh my gosh.
That's what I've heard. I've heard it spoken, and I would have a lot of trouble with it.
Yep. I got the Rosetta Stone for it, but I can't get past the first chapter.
Yeah.
Keep trying.
But when you're living there and using it every day, it'll just start happening.
Well, they say that. So I'm here now. I've been here for about 2 months.
But you're around English speakers mostly?
Yeah, about 50-50. So my fiance, her family, they both were speaking English, and they just laugh though. They'll be chattering, it's between Tagalog and some other language. I don't even remember what it's called. They said there's about 12 languages they speak. And then, I'll ask them, well, what are you guys laughing about? They just turn and laugh at me. She sometimes explains. Sometimes it's funny. I tried to get an app going today, like a live translator app, but it wouldn't work. I started to learn some Korean, but I had forgotten all but like 2 words or 3 words when I understand. I remember hello and thank you and grandma. Ajima. So I remember.
I don't know if Richard has any medical insurance, or if he, or what he, if you got a regular doctor, but you don't just have to go to the ER. There are like Ready clinics and Minute clinics. The only downside, though, is you may have to go to a hospital to get an X-ray if you got an X-ray. But like if you've got a friend that is a paramedic or something on an ambulance, it would be better to talk to them than to do nothing at all. Because at least that way you got a second opinion for your self-diagnosis.
Well, I mean, the other idea I would share is kind of a gamble, of course, but it's been a few times. I went to one of those little small little, whatever you call it, ER 24-hour clinics. It's usually charged by arm or leg, even with insurance. There's been a few times where I was broke, and the doctor there, he started to do the payment process, and I let him know, one time I didn't have insurance, one time I just couldn't cover it, and they didn't charge me. It was kind of nice of them. I don't know if it's typical or not. They do charity work, in other words.
Richard, I just learned that there are some new rules about that. As long as you get your D214, you can have something. I'm not sure about your state. I know in mine that they'll put on your driver's license that you're former military, and also, but I think that you're right. If you're not retired, the military won't give you a new military ID, which is stupid. They should, if you're going to get services. But I know Veterans Administration is totally screwed up, giving help to all these illegals, but not to people who actually fought for the country.
Yeah, I have signed up for the VA services, but thankfully have not tried to use them yet. I had an appointment a couple of times, but I didn't go to it.
Richard, you're just going to have to learn Spanish. Go in, speak only in Spanish. Tell them you're here illegally, and you'll get to the front of the line.
Yep. We were just joking earlier, I guess yesterday now. The reason why I'm here is because I didn't want to wait a year to get a visa for my fiance.
Right.
So we're half joking, just go. She's wanting to go through Canada. I was like, just go through Mexico.
Yeah.
Well, she went right away. She's like, no. She doesn't want to get banned. Well, just tell them you vote Democrat. They probably won't ban you. So stupid. I don't know if you were here earlier tonight. The reason I was talking about how the Filipinos here, they just love America. I think most Filipinos I meet are more pro-American than some Americans I've met.
Right. Yeah, I had gotten here just before you talked about that, and I had said that it's the same way in Russia, that they believe 90210 is a documentary, not fiction.
Right. I started to watch. I didn't really get into it. Some documentary of Nazi Germany, troops that had there. Some of them were from some interviews from those that had been on some of the secret missions where they were going to scout the east coast of America, the secret missions, and then the other interviews were from their elder veterans that had met Americans surrendering on the west side, and they were saying how they had no idea how affluent Americans were, even especially the East Coast spies. They were watching America just from the shore, just from the nighttime on the ocean, and they couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So America was an entirely different world, and not just literally, but just the technology, people enjoying themselves, just the affluency was mind-boggling.
I've been talking with this guy from China. I guess he's a university student in civil engineering. And we met on War Thunder, and he's been writing to me for the past several days, asking questions about America. And it's interesting to hear what they think compared to the rest of, like, for instance, he seems to think that everybody in New York must be super rich. And if you're not in a big city, you're automatically poor. And I tried to explain to him, no, actually, there are probably more poor people in big cities because there's more social services and stuff. And there are some really rich, small communities. Even if they're inside of a greater city, there's a small enclave of the super rich.
Yep. And my fiance is the same way. She keeps trying to tell me America's better. America's better. You can work in America. And she's got cousins and aunts and stuff that do that. That I was talking to one of her cousins earlier today. She lives in Poland. They make, even doing low skilled jobs. One of her aunts is just a housekeeper, and a nanny in Macau, China, where it's called. But she makes so much money doing that the money that she sends back to her family here, they're rich. So that's what her fiance wants to do. She wants to move to America. She doesn't care. She says she'll clean houses, she'll work in McDonald's, she'll do whatever she has to do. Because it's like 50 pesos to the dollar, 57 pesos to the dollar. And I'm actually I'm waiting for my past employer to rehire me. So I'm technically currently unemployed, and he's wanting to rehire me even with a lesser salary. But that smaller salary, it's literally, I'd be living like a millionaire here.
Right. That's a lot further.
Yeah. Yeah. And because the cost of living is what the difference is. Here is just peanuts. We can live comfortably off $300 a month here. Rent, internet, food, everything. She's got two older daughters going to college right now. They charge about, was it 4,000 pesos divided by what's that, a month? About $70 a month each for them to go to school, college, for everything, including for a dorm, food, everything. Tis crazy.
Well, I'm gonna head off.
We go to McDonald's, right?
I was saying I'm gonna head off. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, is Richard gone too? I guess I'm gonna.
Yeah, he's in Side Chat. All right, catch you later.
Yeah, man, it was nice talking to you. Where are we at, Richard? Rohan?
Give my earbuds a chance to boot up.
I was gonna say we go to like McDonald's, whatever, spend 600 or 700 peso for both of us, which is like what, like $12. And she's asking, how much would this cost? I was like, this one meal would cost $12 in America. It's just
Yeah.
fries and Coke and burger. It's hard for her to believe that a common nice restaurant sit down meal in America is $20 a head.
Oh yeah.
It's like a week for them.
It's like a week's pay.
Well, or yeah, it was just a week's grocery bill. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I believe that.
And we went over to one of her aunts that still live here, who's a farmer. Her husband are farmers, and she loves to farm. Her and I were talking so much to the point that she even farms. She has her own like 12 hectare something farm plot somewhere. And she also farms on her own personal property where we were at. And I mean, they literally just had these herbs and vegetables and things that are just growing right off the front fence. I took
Right.
pictures. Some friend of mine in the States, she's loving me with the gardening. It's just, her friends like that. They live a million times better here than we do in America. Just pick fresh herbs right off the vine, right off the fence. Where she got a stick and knocked like, I don't know, half a dozen or so palmelon. I forget palmellos. I forget, some sort of fruit. It's like a giant grapefruit. Just knocked them off the tree, cut them open. It's already out there on a porch. It's paradise, man.
I tell you, we lived very similarly to that in the Appalachian Mountains in my youth.
Nice.
There was an occasion of 8 months during the warmer weather that we stayed in a house that had been abandoned of occupation for more than probably 20 years. So yes, there were bats in the house, there were raccoon, but there was also a variety of fruit trees adjacent to the house. And I mean a really wide variety, like everything that would grow there was there. And vines and what's the classification for like blackberries? They grow on a stem that's thorned, But all of those following things that could grow there, that they were growing there, and it was very much like you just described.
Yeah, on our way. No, we were on our way to pick up one of her daughters. We passed by a banana. Pick up one of her daughters.
Oh.
We were going really, really deep into the off the beaten trail, and riding one of those tricycles, and we passed by a banana farm. Giant. I mean, as far as the eye could see, banana trees, right?
Right.
It was behind kind of a tallish fence wall, but there was so many banana tree overgrowth outside of the farm property, just all along the roads, all in other fields. I mean, just bananas everywhere.
Right. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap this up because it's an effort for me to get to the restroom from here.
Yeah.
And I can tell now that I have exhausted my extra time.
I am surprised it lasted this long, sir. So I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Have a great night, brother. I hate to cut it off, but peace and respect to you. Until next time, everyone, until we can all be together in heaven, I wish you the best. Peace and respect to you all.